Hello, my name is Sam Hill. This is kind of an off the cuff kind of idea. I was watching Scotty, really good streamer. She was talking about books, kind of inspired me to try. Let's see if there's any interest. I love talking about books, but I realized there will probably only be a select few. I hope it gets up to a few. I'll probably take this down, but it's kind of an experiment. Let's see if anybody wants to talk about books. And at a couple minutes, and hey, Hebrew, just wrote down a couple books that I'll start talking about. If anybody want to come up and talk about books, do it. I'll start talking about Jaws, Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, Exorcist, Grapes of Wrath, Garp, biography of Washington. I think it's by Kershaw, and The Godfather, Giving Tree. And I just thought each one has a different flavor and attraction. And I'll keep this going 30 minutes, an hour. Jaws is an incredible experience. It grabs you. And it's a very popular book in the day. A movie by Spielberg was made from it. It worked at so many different levels. Oh, I saw two people look and say goodbye. Books. I don't want to talk about books, but I do. The book was popular. I think it was released in summer, and then actually the number of people on the beaches went down. But I think it had to do with and connected with a very primal sense of nature versus us, the fears of nature. In this sense, it goes back, I think, hey, Stefi, Saint Stefi, the compassionate. But way back when, a fear of early man was being eaten. I've even probably had a couple nightmares in my life about being eaten. And early days, here come the wild animals, and we climb a tree. In this case, the natural order or disorder is in the sea, the ocean. And it had to do with attack by the most ancient of animals, one of the most ancient, sharks. And it was a brilliant film, but it was based on a book. Jaws, the movie, was based on a book by Robert Benchley. And it was popular from the start. It had an incredible opening. I think even in the book, it had the opening of a typical person. In this case, I think it was a woman, young woman, being taken down bloodily by a shark. And the music, see, I get it confused. Books and movies, right? There's that relationship. Most times a book will be the experience, great experience, and a movie will come out and not be as good. But there are cases where there was a brilliant connection between a book made into a wonderful movie. And I wrote down The Godfather too. I think it's by Puzo. The Godfather came out, I don't know, in 60s, 70s, by Mario Puzo, who was from the New York area, and he had grown up knowing made men or people in the mafia. So some of The Godfather was based on real experience. The book, one of the things I liked about a book like The Godfather, like Jaws, you don't want it to stop. It's hard walking. It's great. Those two books. It was one of those. It grabs you, and you don't want to let go. You don't want it to end, and it doesn't often happen. Some books are tedious. The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich by SHA is nonfiction, but it's a historical book document. But you read that to understand history. For Jaws, you read to be entertained. And Rise and Fall of the Third Reich was probably the best book I ever read. It's long. It's like 1,200 pages. And just reading the book and realizing the pathology of Germany and World War II and how that came to be, and the story of Adolf Hitler, truly remarkable. He was a failed artist. He'd come to Vienna to go to an art school and been rejected. So there's rejection. There's rejection. And he ended up kind of poor, painting on postcards. So you're reading this, an incredible story from Adolf Hitler, poor, painting postcards to sell for cents, dollar, I don't know, to rise to one of the most powerful men in the entire world. Here we are talking about him. So I like biographies. I'm waiting for maybe chat to mention a book or to come up. Another book I have is also a page turner, The Exorcist, made into another great movie from a great book. There's Scotty. Yeah, I went over to Scotty's. My wife is sleeping because I like her, and she starts talking about books, and I go, "Whoa, let's see if people stay." And there were like 70 people live view, and they stayed as she talked about books. Went down a little bit at the end, and I wrote too much in chat, but I would talk more about books, but streaming is for interested people. So if nobody's watching or only a couple of people are watching, for me, it's better just to get in a conversation with a friend or somebody. So there's an experiment, but I'd love Scotty to come up and we'll talk about books if you want, or just mention books in the chat. I already mentioned, and I started this right after 10 minutes ago, leaving Scotty's stream. You should check her out, man. I started with Jaws. I wrote down just a couple in a couple of minutes. Excuse me. Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, having to do with not biography, but nonfiction, history. Talked about The Exorcist. Grapes of Wrath has always lived within me. And that's what a great book can do, right? It lives. Some books, not most. It's a different experience. And I do have masters. I was an educator for a couple of years, public school. So I've studied, I know the research. And neurologically, it does help the brain with comprehension, but also with developing subjective good feelings like compassion. Why? Because I think only with the book do you take up the life experience of the characters. You get so embedded in a good book that you forget you're reading, like a great movie, right? But it develops compassion because you take on the life experience of the characters. A nonfiction book can do that too. Washington by Crenshaw. I forget the exact spelling or pronunciation of the author. But a biography. I love biographies. Like, they can take away the myth with truth. Like, did Washington chop down a cherry tree? No. What's the deal with his teeth? A big deal with his teeth, by the way. And for one thing, when he poses for pictures, when you see him, part of his jaw was impacted by poor teeth. And that's why he when he was painted before photography, he would show his side, the good side. So teeth were a major issue. They are for us, but especially back there then. And things like, I always heard on his deathbed, he basically died from leeches. What happened was he was sick and he went out on his estate and he toured. He should have kept inside. He developed a bad cold. It developed into pneumonia. And the way they treated people back then, sometimes they attached leeches. They thought by drawing out blood, it would help the patient. In this case, leeches took out an incredible amount of blood from Washington. I think it probably went up to 50%, 40% at some point, and that contributed to his death. So we grow up hearing sanitized, especially in school, versions of the great people. But to me, just like here, I want to know the real people, right? That's my interest. That's why I went into psychology, and there's reasons for that. As a kid, I had to, say, read, understand my father at a moment's glance. So I'm interested in people. I am social, but I love to read, which is a solitary kind of thing to do. Except it's not. Scotty had a discussion, at least I was part of it from chat, that it's wonderful if you have children or nephews or to read a book when children are young to the child. It's a great bonding experience. And I do remember it's one of the best experiences I had with my father, who I had trouble with, because when I was young, he would come in and read about, he was a classics professor. He would read us Homer, that Ulysses, and all kinds of, here is BIRDO. Welcome, BIRDO. We're talking about books, sir.
I mean, about books. Oh, okay. So, why are we talking about books for?
Well,
Let's talk about the stuff that you said in another live stream a few days ago. What was that about?
well, I'll give you 5 minutes, but I do want to come back to books.
No,
because I love
no.
no.
We're gonna talk about serious stuff. Like, what was that about? Let's really get down to the actual chase. I mean, let's talk about serious stuff. Like, you started the flip pop up on me.
Right.
I mean, in another live stream, which is what you did, but you
No, I didn't
don't want to
flip.
talk about that, do you?
I didn't.
You don't want to admit that, do you?
Okay.
You basically are trying to play dumb. Is what you're trying to be, right?
Books are so
Is that
important.
what I'm actually hearing right now? That's what I'm hearing.
But BIRDO,
I mean, do you really want to get down to that chase with me?
like,
You really
the
want to go
Bible
there with
is
me? I
the
mean, because I
Bible
can
is
tell you right now, you're not gonna like the reaction that you're gonna get. I'm letting you know that right now. So you might want to just say, take a natural, step back. Is what you might want to do.
But
Because I'm letting you know that right now, you're no different than all the other people I've actually came to encounter with. On this app. That is the honest truth.
Right.
So once again, then you want to talk about books. Oh, we're talking about books right now.
Right.
Oh, but guess what? I'm going to talk about books so I can get to sidetrack it. So I don't have to talk about the other stuff that happened like a few days ago. Am I actually right about that? Am I actually right about that?
Right about.
You don't want people to actually see your secrets. Do you? Am I actually right about that?
Open. I don't want them to know my name.
But here's the thing. But you want to make up a fake name? That's all you're talking about. Am I right?
No, I was talking about books.
That's exactly what I'm hearing. So you're using like a fake name that is not yours. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I don't.
Clearly that's what I'm getting from all this. But you don't want to tell the audience what you said about me the other day.
What did I say?
You don't want to talk about the actual serious stuff, do you?
For a few minutes.
Exactly.
What was
you already know whose chat it was actually. Am I actually right about that? I think you do. Why don't you tell the people that tell people the truth? Tell the people what you said to me. When you first went in, and then you all of a sudden you want to flip flop on me and then you
No,
want
I
to,
didn't. I
then you
didn't
try to
say
go right back to
talking.
playing nice again,
Okay,
like you do with
Birdo,
everyone else. Am I
Birdo,
right about
I
that?
said you
I think I
overtalk.
pretty much am. So
Are you
I
sure
mean, pretty
about when
much,
I said you
I point out,
overtalk?
the honest, truth, don't
Uh-huh.
I? I pretty much do. And you can't, fucking handle
Right.
that, can you? No, the fuck you can't.
Birdo, I said
I mean,
you
because we all
overtalk.
know that this isn't, your actual, the name. We all know that's not, your actual, picture. We all, already,
Oh,
know
that's not my
all of this.
name. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, exactly. So why make up a fake one? Why make up something that is not, actually, you?
Because
Are
I
you
don't
trying to
want to.
catfish from another person? Is that what
No,
you're doing?
it's not
That's exactly, what I'm actually, get it from
No,
all of this. Oh, but then you're trying to get, downgrade, to someone else. But when
no,
you're
I
the one
didn't
that go on the
downgrade.
app making up a fake name and all this other, other extra shit. You pretending, to be someone, that you're
Is
not.
Birdo your real
Obviously,
name?
that's what you've been doing this whole
Sure.
entire time. And we
Sure.
basically, all seen it, for ourselves, too. So once again, if you're actually going to come for me and other
But
people's chats, you're going to be
Birdo,
aware of what's going to be coming to
Birdo,
you when I come to
Birdo's
your
not
channel.
your real
You
name, right?
understand exactly what I'm telling you?
No, I don't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because you're playing stupid like you are right now. See, this is what I'm
I'm
talking
talking
about. You
about
just want to
books.
play stupid
That's not
like
playing
you are.
stupid.
You're not even want to actually, take no account. Ability. For your fucking,
Why are
action.
you
That's
attacking
exactly
me,
what I'm
dude?
talking about. This is exactly
Why
why
are you?
you're gonna get, continue. Being called out. On your shit.
Well, call
This
me
is
out.
a perfect example of why.
Well, I said
Why a
basically
lot of people
overtalk.
cannot stand you because because you're a flip flopper is what the fuck you are.
I'm
You're a
not a
fucking flip
flip.
flopper.
I'm not.
You're a fucking
Birdo,
backstabber is what the fuck you are, dude. You know,
no,
you honestly, one thing,
Birdo.
for sure, when someone does something
I
that you
said
don't, fucking like, you automatically,
right,
just start,
right.
against them. That's right. And I can name,
No,
plenty
that's
of
not
people that you
true.
have basically, done this to without even, a fucking doubt. Like,
Why are
what
you
is it going to,
attacking me, dude?
take for you to actually,
I said
understand,
you'd
huh?
be a better
Oh,
streamer if
right,
you
yeah,
didn't overtalk.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. But now
Isn't
you
that
understand
true?
exactly what, where I'm actually, coming
That's the
from.
truth. I don't flip
Like, how
flop
many
on that.
times we have to, actually, go
You're
over this, huh?
overtalking now,
Yeah, exactly. You
right?
want to know why I'm over talking?
Why?
Talking. Right now, because
Why?
you don't like the
Why?
truth that's actually, being spoken. That is like, the
Well,
honest, truth. You
I
can't
like
fucking,
the truth.
handle it. Can you? No, the fuck you can.
No,
But whose fault is actually, that besides your
right.
own, right? Am I actually right about that? So once again, I'm gonna give you
What's
the
your
opportunity
question?
to actually, come clean.
Thank you. Let
Why
me
don't you
talk.
come clean and actually, tell the people the actual, truth. But you're not willing to even do that. Are
No,
you?
I
No,
don't
you're
want to
not.
give my real
But guess
name.
what? You're just wanting to do that. You
I
don't want
think
the
you're too
people to actually,
loud. That's
know
why I
the truth
did that.
about some of the stuff that you've
I
been
tried
saying.
to lower
Am
your
I actually
volume,
right about
but
that?
okay. What's
Well,
your
I think I
question?
pretty much am. And I pretty much, actually, proving that, too. So
Birdo,
once again, take some accountability, and maybe things will be a whole lot, bit better for you. But guess what? But until you actually, to do that, guess what? You're gonna continue, getting the exact same as, results as you're getting right now. And you can't, fucking handle it. Can you? No, the fuck you can't. But whose fault is actually, that besides your?
okay, I've had enough. Birdo, what I said was you overtalk. Ask me a question, I'd be glad to answer it. But you don't let me. This is what happens. You overtalk, and people have to remove you. What else can I do? I want to answer. I really want to talk about books. Do you have like a favorite book you remember?
Oh yeah, rebooked. That you remember. Oh. Is that what you really want to get down? To
Yeah, I
let's
want to
get
talk
down to
about
business.
books.
No, we're gonna talk about the thing that you have said about me, and I know people's chats. Let's really talk about that.
Okay,
We're gonna talk
we
about
can take
talk
about
about
we can
that.
talk about that
Okay,
for a couple. We can talk
you're not
about
gonna
that.
play. Stupid. You're not gonna. Go with that. Okay, you're gonna tell the people that actually, true. That's what you're gonna do. That's what we want you to to do right now. But guess what? Stop trying to act like you're innocent when all the reality you're not.
Okay, I hate doing this, but you force people to put you backstage. Can't we have a conversation? I'll answer any question you want, sir.
But once again, but now you're still trying to play stupid. Aren't you? Yeah, you are. Which is what you're doing right now. And guess what? And that's why I'm calling. Your shit out. For it. So get upset about it, bitch boy. You're acting like a little fucking bitch right now. Is what the fuck you're acting like. I mean, without even a fucking doubt. So don't get upset with me when I call your dumb ass out for the stupid things that you have done. And, you know, it said on me on this app.
Right.
And once again, and I mean, get to you. I mean, fucking, I mean, doing so. So once again, I mean, you really want to, you know, talk some shit about me like you did in Roddy's chat. I mean, the other day, you really want to go there with me?
What did I say? What did I say?
Bitch, like I said, and now you're trying to play stupid, like you don't know what the fuck you actually say.
I don't
see. This is what exactly what I'm talking about. And then you defend. I mean, people that go after women and target them. I mean, for a freaking living. Yeah, you defend those type of people. So what is that? I mean, gonna show you. I mean, about yourself. I mean, dude. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about, dude. You're not willing to take no accountability for your fucking actions. But once again, you just want to you know defend people that prey on fucking women and shit. Yeah, use a fucking sickos. What the fuck you are? I mean, to be honest, you ought to be really ashamed of yourself. You fucking flip flopper. You motherfucking sickos is what the fuck you are, dude. I mean that is like the honest truth. You gotta be really ashamed of yourself. I mean for you to even come up here and actually play stupid. See, you do this constantly, on the regular basis, and you wonder why people actually, to target you. See, that's exactly, what I'm actually, talking about.
Oh, I muted myself. I'm sorry. BIRDO, one more chance. I want to talk to you. If I offended you, tell me what I said, and I'll respond. If it was wrong, I'll apologize. But what I do remember saying is you overtalk and nobody can have a conversation. I'm trying. Can you let me respond? I don't like backstaging you. Thank you. I thanked you for coming up before. And what I said was that I remember is I wanted you up, but I also said you'd be a better streamer if you didn't overtalk.
No, I'm just not gonna take. Anytime smack coming from you, I'm not gonna take that type of shit. I'm gonna, defend myself. I even gave you the opportunity. To go live stream it. The other day, and guess what? And you fucking backed out and made a fucking. It's good.
Okay, let me get rid of you or keep you backstage because I'm going to talk about books and I don't have that much time. My wife went to work early, like 5 o'clock, and she's sleeping. But I want BIRDO. You're not being fair. You overtalk. So calm down. You were so good before on the other stream because you had a conversation with somebody and then we got porn bombed. So I felt bad. I did because the other stream, you were great.
No, you're not gonna tell me to fucking.
Okay, so let me go through. Thank you for showing up. Wow, 21 people. Are you here for BIRDO or talking books? So as I talk about books, if the views go down, I guess you want to hear BIRDO and I'll bring them up. But I do, seriously, I've been on air so much, but Scotty, she inspired me because I don't get to talk about books more. But I'm a reader. Here's Hebrew, The Ninth Planet, The Art of War. Yeah, I know that book I have trouble pronouncing. It was a Chinese philosopher, and he said great things about engaging in war, like try to avoid it, use things against itself. And I think I read it a long time ago, but I could. It's a spectacular book, Hebrew, right? Woo! Hey, Sam, thanks for hanging out. So appreciate your input. Oh, I love talking about books and books. My father was a professor of classics, and I was going to say, BIRDO said, why? Well, books from an early age helps develop the brain. It develops compassion. And here's a big one, BIRDO. It helps in life because some of the first experiences are in school. And if you're a good reader coming in, boy, it helps you. And it provided jobs for me. Most of my jobs, I had some menial jobs. But once I entered university, just about every job had to do with words. When you teach via words. So let me give BIRDO another chance, because I do kind of like the guy. I mean, he's entertaining when he stops. He doesn't back down. I do think he's smart. I've said that. But the over talking to me is probably the biggest obstacle to your streaming.
Yeah, you're actually right about that. Exactly. I'm not gonna be actually backing out. From actually nobody, because you're the one that actually started this whole type of shit that actually begin with. And if you think that you're gonna actually talk some shit towards me, then guess what? You're actually wrong about it. Because guess what? I came up here to actually tell you your motherfucking ass off, and you didn't fucking like
what did I do?
None of the fuck you did. So
what did I do?
If that besides your own, I fucking remember that.
What did I do?
Now you understand how actually feels. Am I actually right?
No, I don't, because you're talking too quick, sir. What are you mad about?
Nah, because you're the one that actually started all this shit that actually begin with, and you can't fucking handle it. Not can. No, the fuck you can't. So once again, I'm the one calling your ass out on the mistakes that you fucking made. So once again, you're not gonna sit up there and talk some shit towards me about me for anything. I think I'm gonna actually take that shit from you. It's not gonna happen. You're gonna motherfucker learn.
Okay, you're not gonna tell me what to do, sir. It's not an equal battle, because I'm the channel owner. By the way, it's not equal, but I'm trying to be patient with you. Let me talk about books. Calm down. And we'll see if we can have a conversation. If I offended you, tell me what I did, and I'll respond. If I did the wrong thing, I'll apologize. I haven't read The Exorcist, but the movie scared me to pieces. Yeah, it goes back. First of all, it's based in spirituality, because the opponent, or the victimizer to this little girl, takes place in Georgetown in Washington, D.C., is the devil. So that presumes that one believes in the devil. And also, it shows the greatest horror. David Lynch talks about this, is not outside. Most horror films and books have the monster coming at us. But in The Exorcist, the monster is the devil. If you're not spiritual, then you can have terror within, the villain within, like a murderer. But The Exorcist presumes kind of a Catholic view of the world. And in real life, my wife's from the Philippines, and she herself had an exorcist. The Catholic Church is skeptical about real possessions, but they still do acknowledge there are possessions by the devil. So it's kind of based in the Catholic faith, which I am, but it's a incredibly easy, frightening read. By easy, I mean, do I want to keep reading it quickly? Some books, especially when I was younger, I just have to get through the book. Nowadays, I'm not in university, so if a book I don't like it within a few pages, I give up the book, which can be difficult, because some books, they just take slow to develop, but I just don't have the time. But these are books I remember, and it goes back to also talking about books that inspire and are the basis foundation for great movies. Most great books don't have great movies. Jaws, Exorcist, and The Godfather are 3 original books that were made by very gifted filmmakers. And they have impact upon the culture. BIRDO was saying, who cares? But books like the Bible do impact us to this day. Right, BIRDO? Let's try it again. And if I offended you, just tell me so I can respond. BIRDO?
No, because you know exactly what you've been doing. Dude. Because once again, are you gonna actually tell the people that actually true? Are you gonna actually do that? Or you just gonna play stupid? I mean, as fucking. I mean, usual.
No,
It's up
I'm
to
trying to
you.
listen
But
to
guess
it.
what? You're not even well enough to even. I mean,
I'm not what?
admit you what you did and said was wrong. You're not even well enough to even. I mean, admit that. I mean, are you? No,
Admit
but you're
what?
not. So
Admit
once
what?
again, I mean, dude, you're making
Admit.
I mean, a fool. I mean, out of yourself is what you're doing right now. And that's exactly
Last
what I'm
chance,
fucking
BIRDO.
talking about.
Last chance.
See, you only do.
Okay. I hate I kicked him from the studio. I'm sorry. I really want to talk about books. He overtalks. He can be good. I have nothing personal. What I said was, what I'd like to hear from BIRDO is his personal struggle, because he tells us that he's transitioning or has. So I would assume it was really hard for him. He's not coming back. I had to kick him. He doesn't tell me what to do on my channel. I tried, but he decided he wanted to, maybe he's compelled to do this. Somebody said he was autistic. Maybe he can't stop. So I'm not like feeling bad toward him. I feel bad that we can have a discussion. The good part is this is about books. So I want to come back to it. I love the movie Jaws. Another scary book. I talked about it earlier. I started with that a book can be enjoyed on so many different levels. With Jaws, you just enjoy the experience. You're scared, but of course, you're reading a book at heart, but you still get scared. But I think part of the fear is based on our evolution. Somewhere dark inside us, our Young talked about this. Archetypes are kind of genetically carried over memories in a way. And of course, first man had to deal with animals attacking and wanting to eat them, and in the water being eaten, right? And a biology person told me once, you want to simplify the world? Biology. Simplify biology. It's trying to eat you before you eat it. And even in a disease model, the white blood cells will surround, say, a virus and kill it by surrounding, smothering, eating. So this comes back to earliest days where people were not mundane, sat around watching a stream or listening. It was about survival. Most of history is about survival. It still is, but on a different level, of course. So Jaws has to do with the natural world, in this case, a shark, and being attacked and eaten by a shark. So I read it as a kid, but a good book will have so many surfaces from it, usually. Even a child's book, like The Giving Tree, and it's, of course, totally personal and not. It's a relationship with the author, right? Books are solitary, of course. You read the book, unless, like I was talking about, you're in school, the teacher's reading a book, or as I mentioned, a parent coming in, like my father, and reading to me. That's a great thing to do. And it bonds, but also neurologically, reading is better for the brain than, say, an audiobook, which is an auditory input kind of sense, right? You hear, and then you hear the words, and then you conceptualize in your brain. With books, of course, it's visual, and you read it. But the researchers tell us, especially for children, it's really good. And we talked about books can develop compassion and other qualities, but it's understanding others' point of view, which is really good. So let me finish with chat. I'm probably halfway through. I imagine my wife doesn't want to sleep too long, or she won't sleep tonight. So I really love this, by the way. I love talking books. Scotty, you have a bachelor's of art in English Literature Humanities and I minored in history. Wow, the conversations we could have. Love history and BA in English literature. Whoa, no wonder you know so much. Favorite author, and if you're still here, I'd like to hear from other people too, your favorite authors. James Joyce, favorite book, Ulysses, which is completely different from the books I've been talking about because it's a hard read. But it's hard to group a favorite book, and it can change in time. If I'm interested in history and I'm reading The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, that's my favorite book at the time. But these books were in my head, and I just wrote them down. I could write 20, 30, Jaws, Rise and Fall, Exorcist, Grapes of Wrath by John Steinbeck, which was written, I'm not sure, in the 40s, maybe 50s. But it talks about struggle, the struggle rooted in true history. Talks about the union movement, how people were treated in America, that in time of depression in Oklahoma, strong winds came up, destroyed crops, and with no crops, the people had to leave, or they couldn't provide for their families. So I think it was in the 30s or 40s. A movie was made of that too, by the way, a great movie. But the book is what I recommend. These people called Okies started transporting and leaving to another state. And there was this idea of California that lemons grow on trees, oranges grow on trees, and the weather. So the book followed one particular family with a grandmother and a whole kind of generation of family, their journey to California. And along the way, they were stopped frequently by people who lived where they transversed, because they didn't want strangers. But sometimes the people had to stop. They ran out of money, so they had to work, like they'd be pickers, and then they'd be on their way. It's just beautifully written. It was real. It was made into a movie. It connected. There you go. Right, Scotty? A great book you connect with, like a great piece of art. It's a relationship. Here is, I'm not sure, and if I'm porn bombed, okay, I mean, I don't want to, but hello.
I'm calling you out. I think you can't even read.
Let me think. I've read a couple. Hermann Hesse is one of my favorites, Siddhartha. I love Siddhartha. Germans have written great books. Great Germans.
Yeah, they've written great books. That doesn't mean you are able to read them.
If you're going to attack, that's not this stream. Come back.
No, I'm not attacking. I'm calling you out. I think I think you cannot read because how long you take to answer the fine people in the chat is a clear indicator that you struggle reading.
Hermann Hesse wrote, was it Goldman and something? Wonderful writer. But I think he went to Switzerland. I think he fled the Nazis. And I think actually he might have come to Los Angeles, because some of those German authors under Nazis left and had to go different places. And some ended up in Los Angeles, where I'm near. What's your favorite book? Or one of your favorite books?
The Manifest of the Chinese Communist Party. That's a good one.
Wow. Well, did you read Das Kapital? Marx and Engels?
Yeah, well, that's Marx. Yeah, that's not the Chinese.
But Chinese, Party. But they were Marxist.
I know,
now, right?
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
I'm even able to read the original, Sam.
You read Chinese? Is it Mandarin or Chinese?
No, Das Kapital is German.
No. I thought you said. I thought you read the original Chinese manifesto. You're talking.
Oh yeah, I'm quite fluent in Mandarin. Yeah.
Wow, good for you, man.
Wow.
Here is one of my favorite people, HB.
So what books are we talking about today?
Well, one book I like is The World According to Garp, which Scotty mentioned, by Irving. Funny.
The World According to Garth?
Garp. A movie was made from that starring Robin Williams, but the book was wonderful. What books do you like, HB? You sell books.
I like the Norm Macdonald book.
Did he
based
write
on a true story?
Haven't read that.
See, this is going to turn into a conversation about how I don't read books. So if that's where it's going,
not at all.
I can get off panel right now.
No, not at all.
I like you threatened Sam Hill cannot read himself.
Reading, I'd love to read books about comics.
If you're going to bring up my illiteracy, so what? I've read one book in 10 years. So what? The fact that listen.
I'm not attacking you.
There's a few. I know, I'm joking. Listen.
Such a hater,
you're a student of comedy. You should know. So here's the deal. I like a few books.
There's a classic book by comic Lenny Bruce. I forgot the name of it. I read that. It was wonderful. Is it something like Learn the Truth from Lenny Bruce? I forget the name of it. Great book. Gives a lot of his routines.
Lenny Bruce wrote it. Oh, George Carlin, Brain Droppings. That's a good one.
Oh, I love George Carlin.
You ever read that?
No.
The 48 Laws of Power. What?
I want to read the book by Steve Martin. It's supposed to be very good. How he got into comedy.
Born Standing Up.
What's that about? Is that the name of the
That's
Martin
his book.
Oh,
yeah, that's the name of the book.
He used to go to Disneyland and do his comics. So I heard that was really good. I'd like to read that.
Okay. Now, what books were you talking about with Frank here? Frank.
Well,
I don't know you, but for the universal audience, they know me.
That's Terry, the German Terry.
No, my name is Frank. I'm Frank. He's delusional.
I brought up Jaws, Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, Exorcist, Grapes of Wrath, Garp, World According to Garp. I wanted to bring up, Giving Tree, mentioning children's books are so important, especially if you have a parent with children. But children's books are important. The Godfather is one of my favorite books.
So The Godfather was a book before it was a movie?
Yeah, it was a bestseller by Mario Puzo. And it read really quick. It was a hit. And then it was lucky it was made by a master filmmaker. It became a wonderful series of movies. Though The Godfather 3 wasn't as good. So books.
So did they take one book?
Yeah, it was one book. He later wrote a couple other mafia-related books, but nothing with the power of The Godfather. Sometimes authors have one great book. Sometimes they have more, but not Puzo. But they impact society because sometimes these books by themselves impact society. Like regarding Watergate, a book was written about Watergate and it had political and societal ramifications because truth about Richard Nixon and his crimes came out. What about the Bible? So BIRDO came up and didn't want to talk about books, but books impact society, of course. People fight wars over the Bible, but which Bible? I know your favorite reading, the back of a bottle of cough syrup. Sorry, couldn't resist. People write books about addiction. Sometimes there was a famous bestseller a few years ago about a man's addiction. People loved it, and it turned out he made the whole thing up. So it's important to question books too. Books can be fake. There was a fake biography of Hitler written for a German magazine, Der Spiegel, and it was revealed to be a fraud. Germans are wonderful authors, some of them. HB went off. What did I do wrong? Anyway, if you want to come in, Frank, Scotty has credentials just like me. I would ask what university,
I
that
thought
makes it.
we're talking about books. What has her university to do with anything?
Well, I'm talking to people in chat.
Oh,
too.
Now you're talking to them.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I love character studies too, of course. Biographies, autobiographies. Mark Twain's autobiography, actually, he was in poverty at that point. He was a publisher, but maybe I'm getting him confused with Grant. Grant was impoverished, this former president, and he got cancer. And he was concerned because how could he provide for his family? So he agreed with Mark Twain, who was a publisher at the time, and Mark Twain published his autobiography. Grant would go out on the porch, and he had throat cancer, I think, and in terrible pain, but he wrote his autobiography, which became one of the greatest bestsellers of all time at that time. Books were not sold only at bookstores and cities. They were sold with subscriptions. So people would go around and you pay for a subscription, and maybe they would provide you with 1/10 of the book or the full book. But bookstores are not very successful nowadays, of course, because fewer people read. There'll always be people reading, but the percentage will go down more and more because back in the day, say in the 1700s, you didn't have other forms of communication. So reading was the way to go. But they're still important. It's just hard to make money publishing books. But the writing forms the basis for movies and TV, and there'll always be a few authors. And there'll be billions reading the Bible, different Bibles, Cervantes, and going back to chat, or Frank, if you have a comment about books.
What books? Yeah, books are great, dude. Books are great.
But you have to take time. It takes so much time. But and you have to get to a quiet space, and it competes. And my attention.
Yeah, well, if reading is more like on the hard side for you, I see how you have to focus fully on the. Yeah, I get it.
Okay, but you want to do shtick. I don't want to do shtick.
I'm not doing
very
shtick,
bright.
dude. I'm here with my real name and my picture. What are you? Like you're not that old that you're a general from whenever.
Yeah, I go back and forth. Nonfiction, fiction. Nonfiction when I want to learn something, right? I have a book about Lyndon Johnson by Caro that was published a long time ago, Masters of the Senate. So I like biographies too. I usually have 3 or 4 books ready to go. Some readers are like that. It's like go. I always want to have a book available.
All right. What 3 books do you have ready to go right now?
The Caro book, a book by a British writer, Harrison, I think, and a third one by this crime writer, forgot her name. Because I haven't gotten to it yet.
Sounds very invested.
I have other books too.
Well, but you said you get 3 ready to go.
One great thing about an author is if you discover Hesse, then you know he's got a lot of other books. It's kind of like a discovering a rock group. So discovering an author is great, especially if you love the author, because most authors have more than one book. Mm. But some people like Robert Benchley, who wrote The Exorcist, had one big giant book, Puzo. But then you get people like Irving, who wrote Garp, have a lot of different books. Bringing Back the Bears, Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. Shire, he wrote other books, but that was his. Oh, William Shire. You should know that book, Rise and Fall of the Third Reich.
No, I don't.
1,200 pages.
Don't read local history. Not my shit.
Well, it was it was in the 30s and 40s. Local history. It's a long time ago.
Yeah, if I want to know something, I could ask my granddad, right? I don't have to read a book about it.
Depends what it is. My grandfather, we talked about baseball a lot. He loved baseball.
Oh, is that where the bat of SHA originated?
The bat of SHA? No,
Yeah,
that was
because
my
baseball,
father.
baseball
That was
bat,
my father,
you know?
not my grandfather.
There was also this movie with that dude, like who had a lightning struck and then he made a baseball bat out of it. What was it, like Robert De Niro? So no, not
Really?
Robert De Niro, Robert Redford. Robert Redford it was.
No, what happened was that was based on a book, forgot the author, The Natural. And that was about a baseball player who started as a star and he got shot or something, and he came back later as a pitcher, and he was a natural. And you were referring to a scene in the movie where he hit the ball so far it hit the scoreboards and electrified the scenery. Great movie.
So it was Robert Redford though.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. But, so they made a movie of the book, you say?
Yeah, the book was The Natural. I just forget the name of the author.
Yeah. Almost as great as A League of Its Own, but A League of Its Own had more titties, so I like that.
Was that a book? That was with Madonna. That was a pretty good book, but I didn't know if it came from a movie. Maybe.
I don't know if it was a book first. I just know the movie.
I don't know. I know the movie you're referring to. Have you seen the new Jim Morrison book? No, I haven't. But the Lizard King is not well respected. He wanted to be a poet, but serious poetry critics diminish. He really didn't have the talent as a poet. You could say as a lyricist in his songs, he was successful. But a lot of people like the Lizard King. He called himself poetry, but he's really not a literary poet. It has a bunch of his poetry and includes pictures and things. Beautiful. Yeah, that would be beautiful. You don't have to be, you can ignore the critics. It comes down.
But in your opinion, what dismisses him from being a poet?
It's a different kind of medium. Poetry is so much different than prose, right?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
Some people can, like Tolkien, wrote pretty good poetry within his trilogy, but it's different. Number one, there's no way to support yourself as a poet. Very few poets make money. Fiction, you can make millions of dollars, like the authors made from Jaws, etc. But it's completely different.
Yeah, but also if you make money as a poet, then it diminishes it dilutes your art. You need that pain.
Well, you need to be able to support your family practically, right? So a lot of poets actually come from wealthy families. They don't need the money, but it's hard to make money as a poet.
That's why you fancy yourself a little bit as a poet?
No, I don't fancy myself as a poet.
Oh, a writer. You're a writer then.
I don't define myself as a writer.
Oh, then what are you? But you have writings. You wrote shit.
Yeah, most write. Well, because I wrote erotic.
Yeah,
erotic
so
things
you're a writer, right?
That you put music to, and it was kind of people laughed at it, but it was entertaining. People loved it, and that was great. It wasn't to say, "Oh, look at these great lyrics." People just had fun with it, and you made it happen with your music, and people loved.
I'm a facilitator. That is true. But
no, you were a collaborator in that sense.
I would not say I'm in that particular case. I would see myself more as an elevator than a collaborator.
As an asshole?
No, elevator. I think elevator is the yeah.
Okay.
But so
rise up, right?
Yeah, but
take the elevator up.
You're writing, you're writing your little.
I've done some writing.
So then you're a writer. Why you're not claiming to be a writer then? I don't get it.
Well, I had one published thing.
Dude, you claim to be a singer, and we know how that ended, right? So you're more a writer than a singer.
You're with me, and you want to go to shtick.
I'm not doing shtick, dude. This is how I am.
Thank you for coming up. Last chance.
Last chance of what, Sam?
Isn't it interesting that people had an image of how you looked, and I think it diminished. Some people said they wish they hadn't seen you.
Yeah, well, that sounds like a problem.
Are you
of these
glad you
people.
came on camera?
No, I don't care. It felt
No.
like the right thing to do for me, so I did it. It's not like a calculated thing.
Okay.
It's more like a, well,
Well, I was just curious.
yeah, but like, why should it concern me how people perceive my appearance?
I don't know. I can't speak for you.
Well,
Reading the
make
book.
sense to me.
I don't know this book. Here's Princess Kate. There's so many books available, but the problem, Terry, was I hated to ever throw out a book, but I have so many books that now if it's a trashy book, meaning not literary, I throw it out. But now I go to the library a lot.
Have you ever considered burning some of them?
Well, are you talking about Nazi Germany?
No, I'm talking about getting rid of space
because when I
in
think
your
of burning
house.
books,
I mean, they're flammable. They make it warm, you know. So, and you want to get rid of them? Why not burn them?
They're incredibly expensive now, huh? But you can find used books. The library is the best thing. I live close to a library, but it changes because, like people, some people cherish close to worship books. Well, the Bible is worshipped, but I've changed. The thought of throwing away a book, even The Godfather is a popular, not a literary book. So I've been going to the library so I don't have to buy a book and throw it out. Or, I hate throwing away a book. Sometimes in our neighborhoods, Terry, somebody will build some kind of a carriage glass structure and they'll put their used books there for people to share. That's pretty cool.
Ever read the Gulag Archipelago?
That was by Solzhenitsyn. I've read parts of it that changed history because this author had gone to Siberia. He was a writer, and they would take dissidents like him, and he wrote about his experience in the Gulag. Have you read that?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I don't know if the original publisher was a German. I forget. It was a big hit. I don't know
who published it, but yeah, it was a great book because it's not so much like his own story. It's more like life in Soviet Russia for the people.
Yeah, it helped
it's not like
break up
only
the Soviet
thing. Yeah. It's not like it's the only thing, but it's that it shows more like how day-to-day life functions there.
He ended up in America, and he stated his political views, and they were ultra religious, old-fashioned something, but he was kind of kooky in a way, but he wrote brilliant books, of course, that changed history because those books festered an anti-Soviet communist point of view. It was influential. I read parts of it.
Oh, there's another scholar in chat. Poon, could you explain to me what you mean by overwhelming global stupidity? Could you explain the phrase?
I've heard that about Washington and the leeches. It wasn't just Washington. It tells us that science and medicine, you should be skeptical. I just read the New York Times where it's a scandal about Alzheimer's. It turned out that a lot of leading people, researchers, celebrated, fudged the data, and it's fraud. And even the leading theory on Alzheimer's for the last 20 years had to do with amyloids that are blockages in the brain. But it turns out that maybe that theory was wrong because they found the same kind of formations in dead people who didn't have Alzheimer's. So that's a case where people believed science and biology, and it's probably wrong. So the leeches were accepted as a medical practice in Washington's time and helped lead to his death. But leeches have made a comeback because sometimes they can remove toxins in an efficient way, but they're not used like with the prevalence they did in Washington's time. So I love biographies because you find out the real about the person. Of course, I read a couple on Hitler who's fascinating, and you learn fascinating things. Like he didn't kill. It's speculated that maybe he killed his cousin who loved him and other things. like he was on drugs.
No,
Well,
he didn't.
I'm sure you know Hitler better than
He
me.
didn't kill his cousin. The cousin killed himself after he had her boyfriend or her man killed.
Well, he loved, but there's speculation. Yeah,
the speculation is that he liked to be peed on by this cousin. So there was a sexual component to it.
Yeah, but nobody knows. But it's interesting hearing the possibility. I like Shire in talking about the name he could have had. Hitler, like Schluckelberger, right? Was that the name of the stepfather or something? So Shire said, well, if it was Schluckelberger, maybe Hitler would not have had the same impact, because names can mean something too. So you don't grow up from TV or radio or school learning these kind of specific facts that you can read in a 1,200-page nonfiction book about Hitler and World War II. Books provide the detail. I've had this argument with Poon. Poon thinks he's smart by watching documentaries, but really you need to read books because it gives the detail.
That's right. Well, I would go so far as that a documentary is like, some kind of a propagandist view about some subject, right? More or less.
It's a point of view. Yeah.
As soon as you have to go to the source. Yes, that's why you have to read the original text. Spoon.
That's why, and the respect, like this book by Carol on Lyndon Johnson, I've heard about for a decade. How good it is.
Oh wait, no, Poon. You cannot read the original text, but it also requires that you understand them. And that's what the crux is.
I wanted to do a stream on Andy Cruz. How evilly he's been attacked, but that's not for today. And everybody who supports Andy should speak out against this toxic, wrong slander. Even though it's a small world, Andy and I, and even Terry, spend time in it. So he's really been attacked, and Andy's your friend, I think.
What?
Can we get back to books? Dorothy Parker. Oh, I haven't heard about her in a while. I know a little bit about her. She was a nonfiction writer, like a column. In New York City and other cities, people would write these columns, but she was known for her wit. And I think she had a circle of literate friends in New York City, and they would go to this hotel. She was very well known in her day. I don't even want to say my favorite. I keep her close to my heart. Reread her stuff constantly, keeps me landed. Yeah, Dorothy, you have these writers who were very witty, and she was one of them. But it's from way back. When did she write? In the 40s? Was it Algonquin? I think the Algonquin group was British, different group. But writers in their day were superstars because people read more. This was especially before radio and TV and even movies. So writers were celebrated. They were more reading was more important. Now, even me, right? We have shorter attention span and we have a variety of options. But I was amazed that Scotty talked about writing books, and had 70 people watching. So I'll try that.
That's good.
That's pretty good for books.
No,
the lowest views were a non-drama, like I do politics. I did a very few viewed, but I'm most proud of. I did a 4-part series on Andy Cruz. I took pictures images from where he's from on internet. He grew up in Boyle Heights. So, and he said he loved the Rolling Stones. He went 3 or 4 times when he was younger. So I talked about his biography that I knew, and I included images of Boyle Heights. I didn't talk. The only thing you heard were Rolling Stones songs. And I'm really proud of that, but it got very few views, but that's what I'm proud of. I even imagined his future as a politician. I had fun with it. Creative.
Depends why you're in the game for, right? I mean, if you're in it for views.
Exactly.
Yeah, I guess.
Sometimes it's an outlet to be creative, like you do with your music. And some people might not realize, for some of us, me anyway, when I do something I'm proud of, I get like a rush, psychological rush anyway. It's a high, not from anybody even listening or putting it out there. Just the act of creative. I don't know if you have that. Just the act of creation produces a high for me. Of course, when you share it with people, that's even better sometimes, or worse. But just the act solo of creating is pretty astonishing for some people. So a lot of people don't even become famous. Melville, Moby Dick, didn't become well known or read till later after he died. But most authors are not even read. Just about all writers, 10 years, 20 years after they're dead, aren't even in the, you can't even get it anymore. They're no longer published. And then you get a few who become important history, and people keep like I said, my favorite book is James Joyce. So the Bible written long, you get the idea. But don't write thinking that you will have a legacy. It hardly ever happens. Mm-hmm. But you write for the creative act. Some people write for money. You can make a lot, even now you can make a lot of money. Jaws, Exorcist. And then there's nonfiction books that usually don't do as well. Rise and Fall. I don't think Shire became a millionaire off it, but the author of The Exorcist did. But, or a poet. No rational person would write poetry for money, right? You do it because you love it. It's a passion. Like your music, probably. I saw when you showed yourself, you had your little setup.
I'm just bored.
Well, passion is a good thing to get into when you're bored. Sometimes it springs from boredom. BIRDO came up here. Oh, no. I didn't know what he was talking about.
What is it initially that got him so triggered? Because usually when comes up, he's a little bit off mellow, and then you say something, then he gets triggered, and then the cattle auction starts.
I said in chat that he'd be a better streamer if he didn't interrupt and overtalk.
Yeah, well, that checks
obvious,
out.
Right?
That
but he might have. Yeah. But probably he projects and probably took it the wrong way, or maybe he's paranoid. I don't know. Really know the man. Has he told much about himself? I was telling him the real conversation I'd want is his transitioning. What's it like growing up when you're gay and all that? That to me, that would be more interesting.
Yeah, well, get it out of him. Good luck. I applaud your efforts, I guess.
You got to write a book about BIRDO. I don't know. We don't know much about him. My favorite poem in the whole world is by Scotty. What a compliment. Yeah, for sure there's talented people. You're pretty talented with your music. So success doesn't always, the most talented people often aren't the most successful, because you have to tie in with the popular culture, sell your book, know how to market, et cetera, right? Sometimes it does.
But it's yes, but you know,
like the Beatles.
Like with artistic endeavors, I guess success is what you define it yourself, right? I mean, you can be like talented and you can say I'm in it to be a rock star, quote unquote. Then
great point.
Probably not going to be successful, right? But when
so
you're
an
just
important
in it
thing,
to live your music,
an important thing to ask is, even coming up here, what is our goal? So sometimes, like somebody came on and said, "Why are you here?" I think it was Lonnie. So what is our goal? Say in therapy, when you walk in, I wasn't a licensed therapist, but I did some therapy. What is the goal? So goal has to do with success. Did you achieve your goal? What is the goal of me being here? For conversation, to listen, to learn. But success should be determined by the person. Some people, their goal is to make $1 million. Some people to make 10 million. Some people, Trump's goal is to power, probably. So success has to do with individual goal. Of course. Good comment.
That is true. But you can also say that there's some, Yeah, well, somehow society quantifies success
Oh
mostly
yeah,
with
for
money and
sure.
shit, right?
Yeah.
So there's that aspect too, I guess. But
Well, our environment affects us, and now we're talking about interacting with society. And you can write a book, but if it's not, you want it to be read. That's your goal. So now you have to enter the commercial field, and right. I could be talking to one person. My goal is to talk to more than that. My goal has been achieved. I'm not a big streamer, but I'm happy with 20 to 30. Sometimes I get more, but I think it's realistic. Same thing with money. My father always wanted more and more and more, right? My wife is a little bit like that, but I said, I'm satisfied. What will it take to make me satisfied? And I reached that goal. So it's all comes back to your comment, personal goals. Sometimes the goals are set by institutions like school. That's a whole grading system. So we are affected, most of us, by the status determined by society too. It's an interaction, of course. If we're social, some people like Alex don't want to interact socially. The social isolate, but most people want to feel connected, want to be part of a group. And history tells us, and blah, being on here tells us how
yeah, but
people
also
interact.
Alex don't seem like a goal-driven individual in the classical sense.
What do you mean classical sense?
Well, his goals seem rather obscure. It's not like a
They're not
career.
obscure,
It's
but
not like
most people in a group want to be connected to a group and social. He's more of a social isolate, and he's
No,
honest.
no. I think like he wants to have a math degree, stare at a screen, and imagining butt smell. That's pretty much his
Oh,
goal.
yeah, it's just not this stream. I know where you're going. I
I
really want
know.
to talk about
Yeah,
books.
I don't want to
That
stretch
would
it
be
out,
fun to
but I'm
talk
just
about.
saying, it's just like I think it's not it. That's why I mean, in a
Hey,
traditional
Russell,
sense, that's
you
not
should come up.
goals like traditionally. But if it makes him happy, dude, like we said before, right? It's personal.
What a great point. What makes people happy? But happiness is a new concept historically. Most of the world, um, they want to make enough money to eat. And then you get Western countries that have more depression. That interests me. That the more people have in society, the depression seems to be more prevalent. So I have my wife, of course, I've been in the Philippines. They're happier people and they have so much less. But in terms of psychological health, they're probably happier because they can achieve their goals are simpler, like provide for your family, have enough to eat, have medical care, and they're happy. So sometimes the more we have doesn't lead to happiness. Happiness might actually denigrate our value. Like angst is driven by not happiness, right? So very successful people, sometimes it comes from a need to, out of an anxiety or low self-esteem to prove yourself. But if you're fairly happy, I think that way about me. I'm not driven. But if I had to make money, I'd get a job. So there's all kinds of motivations and interactions and books. We get goals sometimes from books. School has to do with books. If you can't read, you're not going to be a doctor. So the key, I don't mean to be pretentious, is tie it to your goals. Come up with goals. If you don't have goals, you kind of run around scattered. But goals provide a direction, a structure. Too much structure, not good. Too little, too aimless. So a lot of it comes back to balance. But books can give us the experiences of the characters. Nonfiction and real life fiction, they can still duplicate the human condition, talk about Jungian archetypes, etc. So books to me have really helped me. They've given me professions. A great book is wonderful entertainment. Blah, blah, blah. I
All right.
still
So, but
remember Siddhartha.
would you say as a consumer of books and shit, would you say an audiobook is a substitute or not?
Some people love audiobooks. I like I like reading, and neurologically, say for children or developing minds, books give neurology value than an audiobook. An audiobook, of course, is auditory. A book is visual. So they're very different, even though they can come from the same source, because an audiobook can be read, a book read.
Yeah,
What
but
do you
what do
think
you
about that?
prefer? Like, I prefer
I like
audiobooks,
reading.
to be honest.
Yeah, I like reading.
But I think, yeah, well, it depends. So if I'm really looking forward to something, like a real book I'm looking forward to, then I'm make my time and read it and like sit in a chair and shit. But like most time when I do some stuff like and I need some background noise, I mostly like put an audiobook on, which is probably not the best way to consume it. But it's like some fiction anyway.
Well, it's your
Like,
goal.
you know.
Is your goal to be entertained? Then an audiobook might
No,
suffice.
my goal is not have this tormenting silence. That's my goal. That's
Well, you can always put on music. I've done that before.
yeah, sometimes, you know. It's like
Yeah,
it
we were
depends.
talking about The Art of War, a very famous book by, I think, a Chinese philosopher a long time ago on war. But it also, like Machiavelli, you can use it in life too, not just war.
That's right. There's also The War of Art, which is a self-help book.
The wall of art.
You know,
There's a wall of
instead
music.
No, the War of Art instead of Art of War, the War of Art.
You can, I like biographies. I'm interested in that guy who killed that, the wall of, what was that? The Wall of Sound, the producer sometimes of the Beatles.
Ah, yeah. Who was it?
His name?
Like, yeah, I know who you mean. The dude
Spector,
was the
Phil Spector.
yeah, Phil Spector, dude with the funny hair, yeah.
And we were talking before about artists generally are narcissistic, probably by nature, not probably good people. Because if you're an artist, you're probably consumed by the art instead of developing family life, etc. So probably most artists are worse people than people in general on a human level.
Yeah, well, I would not say worse. More like the unconventional, you know?
No, well, that's true. You have to define worse, right? Nice. Most people know the word nice. Princess Kate. Let's see if there's any comments about Scotty. Do you know Scotty? She's a streamer.
I guess so, yeah. But names sometimes, you know, if you see reach a
Yeah.
certain celebrity like I am, then it's blurry, you know. But I think I've seen
Well,
it
you're
before.
Frank. You're
Yeah.
the only Frank, right?
Yeah, I try to be frank.
There's a couple book. See, I haven't really talked about books because I want to go where the interest is. Because one's religion, nothing to do with prejudice. It just informs on your background. So I'm interested in people's religion, but I really don't want that. That's kind of too invasive. But it tells you a lot how somebody was raised, I think. We were talking about The Exorcist. My wife had an exorcism, Terry.
Mm.
And
Yeah,
her sister.
I don't want to be disrespectful, so I just say because I don't believe in that shit. So, you know.
Do I believe in it? I'll
I
tell
don't
you what
know.
happened with my wife, right? And a lot of it has to do with if you believe it's true. So she did have an exorcism. It's not popular in America, but in the Philippines, they're deeply Catholic. And so she started talking she told me this, of course, and her family she started all of a sudden talking in like a voice from The Exorcist, right? And people believed it. And then somebody from another village came and did prayer. Anyway, so obviously my wife lives with me. And once on the couch, she started making like this devil's voice. So what did I do? In the Philippines, they took it seriously. I started laughing and she stopped. Which goes to, is it real? These people, the Catholic Church does acknowledge the devil does take possession, but they investigate. So the Catholic Church still affirms the existence of demonic possession.
Yeah, well, it's part of the business model, right?
Ooh, you're so cynical. See, Europeans are very different. They've been around a lot longer than America, and they're more sophisticated in a way, but also highly, highly cynical compared to Americans. Sometimes, like in England, people make fun of us because we are.
No, I'm not making fun, but like it's part of the whole religion. So why should they not believe in it? That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's right. If you're a strict Catholic, you do believe in it. Correct.
Yeah. So why should the church come out and say, "Yeah, just a hoax, dudes"? You know, it's like
Correct.
makes no sense.
Yeah, that would. Yeah, if then you would say, well, all those years you lied to us. So there's a self-serving conservatism within religious institutions to preserve their integrity. I enjoy suspense. Not me too. Suspense novels, spy novels, John le Carre, that take on a minimalist approach to the plot. Sometimes less is more. Well, that's why I attacked this lady says she's a good writer, Allie. Well, writing has to do with editing. The more precise, the shorter the verbiage, the better. With some people like Allie, she's too verbose. Poetry is the best at breaking down and expressing things in a very precise way, which is why I like it.
I don't want to interrupt you, but the people are very interested in this possession. It seems like in the chat. So do you have recordings of that? They're asking if you recorded a possession.
This was in the Philippines, where it wasn't recorded.
Or did
but it wouldn't be. Well, let me answer. It wouldn't be reported. No, it's a good question. It wouldn't be, and it has to do with the book. It wouldn't be reported because it's too common. It's not here. We go, whoa, how unusual. There, it happens all the time. This is a society in the Philippines. Every Easter, there are celebrations where some of the people go on a cross and their wrists are nailed to the cross. Very religious people, generally, compared to America. And Europe is less religious than America. Now, with the scandal 20 years ago concerning the Catholic Church and these pedos and everything, a lot of people became less religious, including me. There's a case like you were talking about where a lie was exposed, meaning the church would be moral and ethical, but they were moving around these pedo priests. So there's a case where kind of truth, but right, the reality is the institution of the Catholic Church should be separated from the word. It's an institution, and it can do good things, but it's corrupt by its nature because humanity is corrupt. The bigger the institution, probably the more corruption. Government. But there's corruption there's corruption here. How many streamers have been corrupted by views or money or whatever? This vice versa, to get money, said he had cancer. So money is a corrupting force, and luckily, that's one reason I don't ask for money. If you want money, then you need to have more clicks. And to have more clicks, you might be more dramatic or less pure, less truthful. It goes back to the goal. What is your goal? Well, some people, their goal, like Jimmernam, is to make money. My goal is not to make money. So it goes back to what do we want? And a great question is, what do you want? And I asked like Lonnie the other day, what do you want? Great question. Same for therapy. Same for work. Why are you working? What do you want?
Sam, I don't know what it is, but like the people are overviewing with questions about this. Like, is she Brandy asking Terry, can you ask him how long it took his wife to be exorcised?
I don't know how long. What they did was she thought she was possessed, and what they had to do was there was a guy known for handling situations like that, so they sent for him. They gave him money. He prostrated over her and got the devil out. How long did that take place? I didn't ask her. Probably not too long.
Yeah, because I can understand that people, not every day you meet somebody that made that experience or has somebody that.
But if you went to the Philippines, you might.
So why are people in the Philippines are possessed more than in the Western world?
Well, don't you know, Terry?
No.
They're more religious. A lot of the world, like you, they don't believe in demonic possession. If you don't believe in it, then you're not going to act on it, right?
Yeah, but that would imply that like the devil or God has no power as long as you don't believe in them.
Yeah, correct.
So what's the point to begin with?
Well,
to believe
the
in
goal
them.
was to get rid of the devil that they believed was within my wife and her sister.
Yeah, well, I get that, yeah. But I just, yeah.
What about psychology? Psychology is based on theory or orientations. It's not a science, but even physiological science can be wrong. Like we were talking about, or I was talking about the deception having to do with Alzheimer research. So if you want to go to the New York Times, there's a guest essay by this guy who discovered and proved the fraudulence of a lot of these researchers. And it's terrible. So people, Alzheimer's might have been hurt, researched and helping because of a false theory propagated by false researchers. That was kind of the point of the article. It's hurt a lot of people because the theory may be wrong. It's based on. It was based on the idea that Alzheimer's has to do with these clumps of plaque or something in the brain, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that may be wrong. So all these medicines, billions of dollars from these medical companies went with this theory and nothing has worked. Maybe because the theory's wrong. So be skeptical everywhere, including obviously government, but even science. These science changes. Unfortunately, like it's not that long ago that people didn't acknowledge the totality or more variety in the universe, right? Or black holes. Einstein came up with black holes, and it wasn't proven until decades longer. Are there black holes? What's
Well,
dark
if
matter?
you ask Alex, yes, there are.
No, I talk about Alex. Alex is
I'm just trying to review it from a mathematical
B student.
standpoint. You know,
you have to. He doesn't have ethics, and I will never acknowledge Alex as an honorable person because he slanders. So when he needs to be believed, he has no credibility. But he can still speak the truth. So you weigh what he says. But credibility on here means a lot, right? So people like butt smell. Just she's now making up stuff. Here is Alex, I think.
Yeah, who discovered black holes there?
Einstein came up with the idea.
Why do you have to
existence.
give him the illusion, dude? It was the guy in the region. What?
It was John Mitchell, 1783, which is about, 115 years before Einstein wrote the first theory of relativity. 1905, I believe.
Okay.
He did that.
I heard that Einstein at least
You're
published.
so wrong all the time. Do you ever does that ever give you pause? Like maybe you're
Do you
not
have like a
smart.
favorite book? You can attack me in another stream.
Honestly, probably.
You are a B student, but go ahead.
Well, I'm
And
still
it
way
seems
smarter
you're
than
still
you.
not over her. Why you have her picture?
I could do what
as
you do, Terry. You're a web developer. You fucking don't.
No, actually,
You're
I'm a
smart,
system
you're a web
architect,
developer.
but that's all right.
Oh, okay. What do you architect? Fucking website? Wow, so impressive.
No. Yeah, well, have you ever heard about Docker or something like that? Or Kubernetes? Maybe?
Okay, we're going to get back to books.
Okay. My favorite book would be, yes, I have heard about Docker. I know all the stupid frameworks. But I don't do that. That shit's boring.
Oh, it's a framework, Docker is, huh?
I program
What
in
book?
C. I don't.
Oh, I see.
What
yes.
book, Alex?
I'm not
just
smart like you
before
do, Doug.
Alex, Google Docker and Kubernetes afterwards and realize how stupid that statement that just was.
Oh, okay. I'm
What-
sorry. I don't
what
know
book,
all
Alex?
the latest web shit, Mr.
Yeah.
Genius.
Oh, yeah. And
Teenagers
again-
can do without a degree.
You won't ignore me, Frank. What book, Alex?
Probably The Thin Red Line, which also was a movie. but I
Okay,
read the book
so
before
that
it
was a
came
book
out.
by James Jones, who
Right.
wrote From Here to Eternity. It wasn't
It
as
was
good as
about his
Eternity.
experiences.
It was
about his
made.
experiences
Let me
on,
finish.
during
It
the
was
invasion
made.
of
It was
Guadalcanal.
made into a movie by a really respected guy, noted for his
Yeah.
visual. His
for
visual. sense.
cinematography. The guy who did The Last World.
I used to
or
know his name,
But The New World. I'm sorry, not the New World. Not
Yeah,
Jamestown. He did
I
that
saw
movie.
that. But But his other movies were better known. But The Thin Red Line, I saw the movie with Nick Nolte. It was pretty good. But
it had everybody in it. The movie wasn't that great because
hang on. Keep talking, you guys.
Oh, okay.
That's my wife. She woke up. I'll eat later. What? I'm not saying your name. I call you wife.
Nice, neat one.
What?
Nothing. I was talking the Philippines.
Yeah, no, you're on the phone. That's fine. It's a good thing to do.
Good thing to do.
Don't worry about the food. See, she's worried about me, Alex.
I thought you want it.
Sounds like a framework to me, Terry.
Okay, you guys talk. I'm going to talk to my wife for a minute.
What?
Docker. Okay.
Doc is a framework.
Oh, so you're trying to say you're like impressive because you work with this? Like, dude.
No, Docker is the underlying shit. And look
You
at
have a computer science
Kubernetes.
degree.
You
Is
know,
that
then you
is that
can
what did with a
also look
computer
at.
science degree was
you
go
can
What
with-
about the
also-
book? Thin Red Line was
See,
the
he
book.
doesn't want to.
Like I could
Did
do what
you
you
read
do,
the book?
not to. I did it when I was young. It's boring.
Did you read the book, Thin Red Line?
I read it before the movie came out. I actually
Okay.
read it like right before the movie came out. Not even because I think I saw Saving Private Ryan, and that got me reading like these
Mhm.
World War II books, like what's it called, The Naked and the Dead.
Okay, well, stop.
I think that's by Mailer,
you
Norman
stop?
Mailer's book.
Can you
I
stop?
forget which one it was. I
So
think it's The Naked and the Dead.
in that book, he wanted to say fuck, but in that day, you weren't allowed to say fuck. So
No, wait, don't tell me what they say. Don't tell me. I'm gonna guess. He
Okay.
said,
You'll get it. You'll get it. Maybe
"Fug."
you won't. Fug, yeah. Fuck.
Okay.
That's where that. There was even a rock group called the Fugs, but that's where Norman Mailer, though, was known for nonfiction. His nonfiction will stand. The Executioner, about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
And then-
not a big, huge book guy. I mean, I was like
know.
these days. I haven't read anything that wasn't technical, like about
That's fine.
either math or computer
Well,
science. Or
You read The Thin Red Line.
yeah, I'm talking about more recently.
Yeah,
in
me
recent
too.
years.
I used to read more books.
And I don't read it unless I can go find a PDF online, so I can read it on my computer in the dark because it's a lot more
Mhm.
comfortable. You can just crank up the the size.
Part of reading books is the environment.
It's not great.
People have a special chair, lighting, music to read books.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. There's a certain thing about physical books. When I moved from Seattle, I left most of my physical books, which were mostly textbooks, math textbooks, and a few computer science textbooks, and then some other stuff from school that I had for like collateral classes that was regular.
Silence of the Lamb. If you want a scary, really goes quickly. Silence of the Lamb by Robert Harris. He's written other Hannibal
Yeah,
Lecter books.
like that's such a good movie that I would never feel the need to read the book. Although I did read The Godfather.
Well, the great book experience is usually better than the movie. It was a great movie, but the book.
Yeah, usually books are
Great.
better, but in the case of The Silence of the Lambs, that's one of the best movies ever.
He wrote a
so
couple Hannibal Lecter,
it's
but
better.
the original was the best. There was The Silence of the Lamb. There was a Hannibal Lecter movie before that. Did you know that? The Red
Yeah,
something.
it was called Red
Different
Dragon.
actor. Yeah, Red Dragon. There you go.
Yeah,
That's
it's
pretty
like
good.
the guy is starring the guy that played Pat Garrett in Young Guns 2.
Really?
His
Great,
name's
great
I think his name's
actor.
William Peterson.
But they got Anthony Hopkins for the next one, who was incredible.
Yeah, he's the shit.
But he got sympathy on some level. I know one of those movies. He skinned a man, and you would think terrible, but the man was a pedo. So it's an interesting character. Hunter S. Thompson, I know a lot about. No, is that Saint Stefi? Hunter Thompson. We were talking about him because Josh talks about Hell's Angels. So I told Josh, Hunter Thompson. I think you might have mentioned.
Yeah, I
his
want to
name.
read that actually. I've heard.
You didn't read that one?
No, but I didn't know about it until like.
Well, you could have asked me.
I watched his interview with the Hell's Angel.
Mhm.
I was like, yeah, because that guy beat him up, and
Yeah. In the book he wrote, he embedded with the Hell's Angels, and at the end of he was sympathetic, but at the end they beat him up. He talks about it in the book. That was his first
Yeah,
published work.
I would like to read that actually.
It was
That
really
would be
good.
thing is, I don't like when I do have time to read. I generally read stuff that's going to help me with like what I do as a hobby, like programming stuff. Programming on this math website called the Euler Project. So I tend to read like number theory or just coding.
Some authors write in like Rolling Stone. He got famous, so it just doesn't have to. You don't have to read him in books. Fear and Loathing.
I like short stories, like the one, like the Lottery. You ever read The Lottery?
Who's that by? I know who you're talking about.
I don't
In
know.
school, they talk.
Somebody in the
Jackson,
I think it's
the author Jackson.
It's a very, very famous author. I can't remember which one, from the early 1900s.
I think the name might have been Jackson.
Most of their books weren't. No, it was like somebody. Let me look it up. It was somebody.
Tender Ladies. I don't know that.
For writing long books, but The Lottery book. Hold on.
I heard about it. I don't remember. I think that she wrote some. It was semi-horror.
Oh yeah, Jackson. You're right, Shirley Jackson.
Yeah. See, I don't make up stuff. You can challenge me. I'm talking about books, my education. I wrote. You just came in.
These aren't books you would read in a studying. These are books you might read in an English class or an English.
Yeah. Well, that's true. That's true.
I mean, we've all read that kind of stuff,
but most people would have read Interpretation of Dreams by Freud.
What's up, Hebrew? Hebrew, what the fuck? Why'd I have to see that? Holy shit!
What? See what?
He sent me a funny video where a guy showed his tiny dick. He goes, "Yeah, I got a small dick."
Garp was great. Irving wrote a couple really good books, other than Garp. Early books. Then his last books. I think he died, but his last book. Authors,
you come up, we could do a poetry slam. Want to do slam poetry?
I don't usually read poetry.
Poetry's gay. I hate poetry.
No, it's wonderful, but
I don't agree.
It takes kind of work.
The only good one is Edgar Allan Poe, the classic.
Wonderful. Out of Baltimore. He was a junkie, right? You knew that. Yeah.
In the 1800s. Interesting.
Was the Civil War days around there?
Do you know what laudanum is?
Yeah. In the old days, they would give people laudanum. It was kind of a drug.
What is it? Tell me what it is.
I don't know what it is.
It's opium mixed with alcohol.
Okay. Probably. Coca-Cola had what it had in it, opium or something.
Cocaine. That's why it's called Coca-Cola.
There you go. And it was legal and stuff. Laudanum. You read about the Civil War in the South, they talk about laudanum because that was part of our history. Laudanum. That was socially acceptable.
What's her Wyatt Earp's wife was hooked on it.
Oh, really? Wyatt Earp moved to LA, I think. Had a real life in LA.
His wife was hooked on that.
So, but it was a lot of society. If women had anxiety, give them laudanum, but also
it's also got alcohol in it. Hebrew,
does it? I've heard
morphine. Yeah,
if you read history, especially about the Civil War, they might mention laudanum. Give her laudanum, whatever.
Laudanum, pronounce it properly. You like Lyman's? Oh yeah, Lyman's a poet. I forgot about that.
My mom's favorite book was Gone with the Wind. Margaret.
Never read it. Never saw the movie.
There's two books, and then they made the two books into a movie. Now they probably won't show it because.
You know what I liked when I was a kid?
Can I talk about the book a little bit? It's controversial because it portrayed slavery as pleasurable.
Yeah.
The slaves were happy. Probably not. I doubt very much if most slaves were happy.
Some of them were happy relative to others, depending.
Good evening, gentlemen. How's everybody doing?
Well, the house slaves might have been happy, but so when you read about Washington,
I kind of look like Rick Rubin a little bit, and I'm going to executive produce the poetry off the Deaf Poetry Jam.
Russ, I was watching this documentary about the Chili Peppers. I'm going to put the link in chat. You would fucking
yeah. I might be related to him.
It's not Funky Monks, which is like the best one. That shows the production.
Somebody mentioned the Chili Peppers in a bad way.
The production of Jeff Blood Sugar Sex Magic with Rick Rubin. So Rick Rubin.
Somebody said that in the Chili Peppers.
That is pretty cool because that was like from 91 or 92. It's been years ago.
That's on YouTube. It's free. You can go watch it. It's called
Russell.
What's up, Sam?
Somebody said in the Chili Peppers, the book came out, and there was a pedo relative.
Yeah, unfortunately, Anthony Kiedis has some P-word isms, and his father.
Yeah, that's what this documentary is about.
Yeah.
It's called Anthony Kiedis, The Cycle of Abuse. I'm going to put that.
Oh, that's where they got that from.
Yeah.
Yo, so listen to this. He used to go to his dad's house in the summers, and his dad was like not a hippie, but he was into the drug scene in LA, and he got him laid at 12 by banging his girlfriend. He's like, yeah, you can fuck my girlfriend, and that girl did it, so she's a pedo. But
Yeah.
Anthony Kiedis is
Speaking of
interesting.
books, he wrote an autobiography. Anthony Kiedis did, Sam, and it's called Scar Tissue. And he
Yeah, that's what
admits
the
to
person
doing
was talking about.
inappropriate stuff.
Yeah, that's what Josh, I think, was
His
talking about.
father was really fucking scuzzy.
Check it out in the private chat.
No offense,
Yes,
Mr.
that link in the
Kiedis.
private chat. Put that
Dr.
in-
Seuss, I'd like to talk about. As a child, my favorite
Okay,
books were
yeah.
Dr. Seuss, but the real life character, Theodore Geisel, who lived in San Diego, was kind of a weird guy. And I went on a stream with Ozzy Outlaw, and I took an hour and a half and we read Green Eggs and Ham and analyzed some of those characters. Very bizarre characters, right? Some of the
I remember you
characters had
used to like
clothes, some not.
When you're a kid, you'd want the hardcover, like a Cat in the Hat or whatever.
Yeah.
Because it was like really glossy and pretty, like a very pretty book.
Oh, yeah.
Shelf.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I lost my thought. But
What about the
children's
Turner
books can be
Diaries, Sam?
corrupted.
Have you ever read the Turner Diaries?
The Turner Diaries are
Very
used by white
controversial book.
supremacists. Yeah. Did you read it?
No.
A lot of white supremacists base their
Why
theories
would I,
on
why would
Turner.
I didn't read that. And the
Well,
It's
why
just
would
pretty
anybody read Mein
notorious.
Kampf?
the
It's
anarchist.
pretty
believe it.
notorious for people our age because of Timothy
I'm not
McVeigh
grumpy
and stuff.
today, Brandy.
You read the book so you can understand the thinking, and that's the value of books, the thinking
Yeah, I don't think
of
they
people
should
who believe in
censor
that.
stuff like that. You should be able to read anything
Yeah.
you want to.
In America, not Germany.
God's American, yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yeah. God's country is America, I believe.
the anarchist cookbook. That's the one where they tell you.
I heard about that. That was a big hippy dippy book, but I never read it.
No, it's about making like pipe bombs and shit.
Yeah, but it was in the part of that.
Sam
60s
has a
culture.
first pressing or printing.
Fucking-
of
It was probably put out by Obama's. It was that guy, Bill Ayers. Probably put out by that motherfucker.
I never read Obama's books, but they were reviewed pretty well. Never read it. I don't like to read
You know
politicians.
what the greatest book of all time is?
The Bible.
The Art of the Deal.
The Art of the Deal, yeah, and then the Bible.
So
comes after
the
that.
reality is, now let's talk. The reality is that he went broke a lot. That in when he went in, Trump went into New
Don't we
Jersey.
all? Don't we all, Sam?
No, we all don't. But
You never just like completely lost everything at least like twice.
he didn't
in your
lose
life?
everything. No, that's not how bankrupt works. You don't lose everything. Like he didn't lose everything, but it's not a good thing. But my point is the Art of the Deal. But he went bankrupt in New Jersey, the
No,
boardwalk.
he didn't personally go bankrupt. It was
Yeah.
one of his.
Well, he was aligned with forces that did. My point is that he made his most money, I
He
believe.
sliced concrete from the mob. Good
He
for
made
him,
his
though.
most
Yeah,
money
doing
through a
it.
TV show, The
That's
Apprentice.
true.
Not through his
He
business
was-
dealings,
Hey,
but
when
through
he
The
got
Apprentice.
started in real estate, Brett, he probably fucking worked with
His
all
father
those
gave him $1 million.
Gemini Lounge people and stuff like that. They probably all knew who he was.
Father gave him $1 million. Back then was a lot. He comes out of Queens. His father was a well-known racist and a bad guy. Right, Alex? You know about that?
I don't even know about his dad, really.
Very strict. They changed the name
They're all
down the line.
racist back then.
Trump is not the German name. They shortened it from Trumpelhuber or something like that. His father was a prick, successful in business. He gave Trump $1 million, 40, 50, 60 years ago. And Trump did
No,
okay.
It was in the 70s.
Okay, 70s. But he made most of his money through The Apprentice.
Well,
Made a
he
lot of
took
money.
$1 million and he ended up at about 4-point-something billion. So that would be over four.
That's in dispute. No,
Over
that's been-
400. That would be.
Yeah, I
like,
doubt he made billions.
1,000 billion. So that'd be over 4,000 times that money.
Well, he
4,000
changes his story. Who knows?
Well, no, it's not. You can look up the richest. There's I think it's Forbes puts out the top 400
Yeah, they
richest
do.
men in America,
Well,
and he's
people
on
know
there.
number
He's
one,
like
right?
number 300 something because of. But now,
Oh, really?
since he just released
Well,
this claim,
there's
his
dispute on
his
the
wealth on
numbers.
paper went way up.
Number one
Guess who
richest
the top
is
three? Guess who the top 3 richest people are?
Elon,
Yeah, he's number one.
Bozo. What's his name? Bezos
Bezos is number
and Zuckerberg, maybe.
and Zuckerberg's number 3. Yeah. Guess who's got more money than Bill Gates now?
Well, we know that Putin does.
Well, no,
Putin's probably the richest
you're
man
not
in
going
the
to guess
world.
it. So
practically,
this guy,
probably.
his name's Steve Ballmer. Bill
Steve
Gates-
Ballmer created Microsoft.
So-
I have
well,
Microsoft
so
stock, by the way.
Microsoft was founded by Bill Gates, Paul Allen, and Steve
Yeah.
Ballmer. And Bill Gates and Paul Allen were programmers, are the ones that actually
Read the
wrote
biography
the
of
software. And Steve Ballmer was the business guy, and now the business guy that
Yeah.
doesn't even know how to program has more money than Bill Gates.
that's like me. I don't know anything about NVIDIA, but that's how it works.
No,
right.
you don't have NVIDIA.
Well, you just said the guy doesn't know, but there's a side of making money. I made money
No, I
off
said
of-
well, Bill Gates and Paul Allen were not like businessmen per se
Yeah.
at that time.
Zuckerberg wasn't either,
Steve
right.
Ballmer, who was, I think
You
he
give
went
it.
to Harvard with Bill.
Who's the guy who made the phone popular? The guy who died.
What phone? Steve Jobs.
Jobs was not a businessman either. But no, he wasn't an inventor. But
Jobs
he
was
knew
like
how to
okay, him and what's his name?
the kooky guy.
Steve
Wozniak.
Wozniak. Steve Wozniak.
Steve
and
Wozniak.
him,
I'm a big fan of
they
Steve
were
Wozniak.
computer engineers that
I
made
saw him.
computers
We
in
used
the
to, with my
garage.
James, we used to watch the dancing show, and Steve Wozniak was on that, Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah, he's a real freaky looking.
Into
He's a
the
real
US
freaky
festival in the early 80s. That was him.
He was probably hippie dippy. But we're talking about books. So read Isaacson's biography of Steve Jobs. It came out last year. I didn't read
Yeah,
it.
Steve Jobs didn't start out as a businessman. But he
Didn't
was.
the
He's
fuck?
probably one of the greatest
So,
businessmen of all time.
Steve Jobs came from a Syrian heritage, but
Yeah.
he didn't know his father. Did you know that? He didn't know his father. He got adopted.
Syrian.
So when he got super wealthy, he went into a restaurant in San Jose, I think, and it was his father. He saw his father there.
he also
Wouldn't have
wouldn't
anything to
support-
do with him.
He wouldn't support his daughter
Yeah.
Lisa, who he named the precursor to the Mac.
Well, that's not
Mac-
exactly true. He wouldn't support his daughter until there was a test, I think, right? DNA test. Then he did, but he refused to acknowledge
Well, he would have
the
had to.
parent. He was probably a creepy, not nice person.
He
Right.
was terrible to people. He
Terrible.
was really hard to work with. He
Yeah.
was very abusive to his staff.
Yeah,
Um,
correct.
there's some interesting early interviews with him on YouTube. I just watched. them the other
You
day.
can read books to find out. Truman Capote, Scotty has a BA. Truman Capote wrote the most famous, influential, fictional, nonfiction.
Again, you can just
Cold
watch
Blood
the movie
that Alex
Philip
talked about. In
Seymour
Cold
Hoffman.
Blood.
Yeah, just watch the movie with Philip Seymour Hoffman. It's great. You don't have to read the book.
What movie?
In Cold Blood. Came out in the
No,
2000s.
that wasn't Hoffman. That was Robert Blake. You're talking about Capote.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, Philip Seymour Hoffman was.
the movie. of In
Hoffman
Cold
was not
Blood
in
is
Cold Blood. He wasn't in Cold Blood. Robert Blake and another guy. Capote, no, he was in Capote. He played Capote.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
He played Capote in a movie, but he wasn't in Cold Blood, the movie that was based on a book.
Yeah, no, he
Non-fiction.
was the one in. There's two movies. He's
Right.
Capote, but that was about In Cold Blood.
He played Capote in Cold Blood. That
So
movie
the
came out so
2005
long
movie,
ago.
Capote is starring. Let me see.
When did the movie come out?
Okay, he played.
Long
Into the past 20 years, 15, 20 years.
Seems like 20 to me.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, there you go. 20 years ago.
Harper
Anyway,
Lee.
The
Okay,
book,
that was
I read the book. Very good book, but controversial because Capote got personally involved with the killers, but he manipulated them for the purpose of the book. That book, Capote was a famous fictional writer, so he went into nonfiction, and that was a huge book for him. That we're talking about it now. But Capote wrote Breakfast at Tiffany's, which it was a short story, I think, and it was
Deep
made
Blue
into a
something.
very popular movie with Audrey Hepburn
Do you get that
and
reference?
George Peppard, Breakfast at Tiffany's. The song from that movie became very famous. Forgot the name of the song.
There's a
Moon
song in
River.
the, there's a one hit
Moon
wonder by
River.
a band
We
called
have the
Deep-
Savant Russell. I think that's right. Moon River.
And that kind of means someone's retarded, or sorry, R word if you call them a savant.
No, it's a
It's
compliment.
basically like, yeah, this person's R worded.
Well,
No,
usually
you're
they
thinking
like-
of you're thinking of
right?
that one kind. No, it's a compliment. Depends on what you're
Could
talking.
be.
You're talking
I
about
could
that
see all
movie with
sorts of
Hoffman, that
unpleasant-
autism.
Idiot savant is different from just savant.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I might be an
Idiot
idiot
savant.
savant. That sounds
No, there's
about
different
right.
kinds of savant, like memory. You're a savant for knowledge of music and words.
Mozart was a savant.
There you
If you
go,
really
Mozart.
like something
Correct.
a lot, it's not really that hard to
No, it
get
is
obsessed with it.
not hard to
For
get
your whole
obsessed, but
life.
your retention of these references is unusually high.
I guess.
I didn't know Moon River. I'd forgotten that, but you don't. That's
Isn't
a
that
really
Henry
obscure.
Mancini? He wrote that.
He wrote that.
This is a
Henry
jazz
Mancini
the
lived
jazz
in
standard. A lot of jazz groups did Moon River.
Henry Mancini lived in Bel Air and sent his daughter to Marymount, where my old girlfriend went. So
You know who kind of sucks that gets a lot of credit is Jack Kerouac. Like On the Road is a
Very
good
much.
book. I tried reading his other shit. Tried reading the
I
subtitle.
read a lot of it.
Unreadable.
Brilliant.
Yeah, that's
Disagree.
definitely.
Visions
I
of
kind of
Cody.
agree with him that the best one is
Sur.
On the Road.
Best one was On the Road, but I disagree. I like his style of writing there, and I read a lot of his other books. Not everyone was great, but most were pretty good. He wrote about he was
Neil
French.
Cassidy.
He lived in Providence, by the way. Came from Providence, played football. If I didn't confuse him with another author, but I'm pretty sure he's from Providence. So he got drunk. He became a drunk. He got unpopular because he supported the Vietnam War. There's a clip of him going on Dick Cavett or some. He was totally drunk, and he went to live with his mom. Very sad story,
Really good
but a
book.
great writer.
There's a movie from the early 2000s starring Leonardo DiCaprio called The Beach, and I read that book. That book is really, really good. I read that.
Wait a
book.
minute. That inspired me to go to Thailand.
Yeah, it's about a fictional beach in Thailand.
But it's filmed in Thailand, I think.
Yeah, I mean it's got a real location where it's filmed, but the
Beautiful.
actual beach is described.
It
in the book.
became absurdist. They went to some ridiculous island, but the early part he's going around Bangkok. Very accurate. I love that. I was you go to Krabi, which are some of the beaches. The tsunami hit Krabi, but that's pretty much that took place in the movie, the location. Because I've been in Thailand. Good movie, very good movie. It goes kind of crazy, but he's always good in movies, right, Alex? I think we talked about that. He's a great actor and a popular figure.
He's an amazing actor.
Amazing actor. So you get not only like
It's kind of a shitbag as a person, apparently.
most people are, but you get the great actor with success. There's great actors who don't succeed, but he has both, right? He's popular and talented. Marlon Brando was like that too. Not many are. You get wonderful character actors, blah, blah, blah. Nicholson is an example of like DiCaprio. So the director put him on there, Scorsese, because he made money for his films.
Yeah,
And he's-
DiCaprio is pretty much the greatest actor of my generation, Gen X.
Could be, huh?
Yeah.
I didn't know him, and I watched that movie, Who's Eating
Basketball
Gilbert Grape.
Diaries is fucking awesome. That's like his second movie. It's fucking
Yeah, it's hard to believe
Eating
he got
Grape
to
is-
start.
Jim
He got
Carroll,
to
yeah.
start on Growing Pains. Of all
Did he
places.
really?
Yeah, yeah.
You're
He was,
the
Mike
savant.
Seaver's
I didn't know
friend.
that. I didn't know that.
No,
Yeah.
he might have been friends with the daughter. I forget. He was young though.
But-
He was like,
Some people, you don't know the people. I saw Mel Gibson in an Australian movie, and they just start at very rare, but you're watching them, and this guy could be great. And then some of them turn out to be great, like DiCaprio and Who's Eating Gilbert Grape, and some of those other movies. They
he
just
went
have
full
amazing
retard.
talent that translates.
He went full retard. He played the best part, better than the guy who married Madonna. What's his name? Sean
Who married
Penn.
Madonna? Oh, that guy who played that gay activist in San Francisco. What's his
Sean
name?
Penn.
Sean Penn's a good actor too, but he's been in bad movies.
You know, the best movie he ever made was Bad Boys, the juvenile.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that
saw
was
that.
good.
That was a great movie. I agree, Alex. Wonderful. And it came out of nowhere. It was kind of a small movie. Kids in a detention facility. Great movie.
Bathroom
Some
Scene,
other
the
good people
Basketball
in it.
Diaries.
Yeah.
Esai Morales was in
That was
that.
based
He
on a book by
underrated.
Carol.
Wow,
That was a book, Alex.
Good actor.
Yeah, Jim Carroll. It was his autobiography.
Yeah.
Bathroom Scene. The scene I remember is when Marky Mark threw the dude off the roof. And then at the fight at the basketball game in Staten Island.
Okay, Mr. and Mrs. Spooky, I'm about to ban you. That's just out and out slander.
No, don't ban. That's good. You like Mr. and Mrs. Spooky.
But
Fuck, what's
I
going
wrote
on,
poetry
Mr.
for
and
Mojo and
Mrs.
Chad after bending her over.
That's an OG. Don't ban that person.
Okay. You owe it to
I don't
Alex.
even see where
From
they
the
said
Kyle
Watch it.
That
Watch
must
it.
be way behind, Sam. That's not even showing up on.
They're probably like me.
that.
This is in Florida. Oh, a little political statement from Candyman. He always brings in politics. You're talking about burning for children, and yeah, I don't know. Children should be censored, not other people. In Florida, like gay books and stuff like that, they're trying to ban. They have.
Like,
in some
do
school
you
districts.
consider a
Not
book
Nazi
written by a
Germany.
homosexual to be a gay book?
We're not trying to ban the books outright. They just don't want them in schools.
They're children. You have to have. It's different.
No, you don't. You don't need to be learning about
Sex.
sex.
No, you need to censor
Yeah.
children. You don't want them reading sexual.
That's what they're trying
content.
to do. They're not trying to ban it like Nazis.
Yeah, that's why Candyman gets it wrong. That's not Nazi Germany.
The only book, the anarchist cookbook, they tried to ban that because it teaches you how to make bombs.
Well, that's a little different.
But
They
in
should
general-
bet a book.
There's actually a decent amount of books about how to do all sorts of
Yeah, if
illegal
you really
stuff
want
like that.
to. What do you mean I'm not as smart? I am smart. I'm not a B student. By the way, Alex, I want to clarify my feelings toward Alex. He doesn't like me. I don't like him. But he will never be a member of Trust until he drops a slander against me.
Right?
But just
I've always
because-
told you about it every time, I think you
I didn't
said
buy
that.
my wife.
don't
I didn't
think
write
you
her at
actually
16.
did.
And
do
so I
think
don't
you
want
bought it.
people to think just because I bring them up and we
I think
banter.
your wife was a mail order bride 100%.
Right. Well, that's complete slander.
No, it's not. It's just me.
So,
analyzing the
I don't
situation.
want people to
But
think
everybody
that I
thinks
like the guy.
That's
All
for
right.
sure.
Because May Noodles might say I'm a simp. No, I call out Alex, but I can have a conversation about books with Alex too. Do you get that? Because he is above average. He has education and he can banter well. He's very quick. That's what I like about you, Alex. You're
Smart.
quick. You're quick. I don't like a bunch of pauses. A lot of like
But I'm
yes.
smart at that. I can't even talk about because nobody would get it. Except maybe even Terry would.
Yeah, he's smart in a certain
really
area,
good
but
about
not
it.
smart enough to get A's. You get
Wow.
it? Right.
I was smart. I had a 4.0 until I hit real analysis.
But you
and then
don't.
I got a
The
B in
dummy
that,
part is
and I got a B
don't
in
pick a
numerical
major.
analysis. But the reason I got a B in numerical analysis was because I was taking 17 credits.
you
that
have a
semester.
point, Hebrew. You have a point. Because I want to
Between
be
that
at least
means
average
take
singer.
12, so you can concentrate on 3 or 4
Can I,
classes.
Hebrew, you want a history? I guess we started with books. The reason that RDA, specifically Cosmic, hates RDA started when Cosmic sang for Jimmernam, and Jimmernam said that's the worst singing he ever heard. From that point, forget about
He
it.
has a better
So-
singing voice than Jimmernam, but that's not saying much.
The reason RDA doesn't like Alex is that Alex was friendly, or at least not adverse with RDA. So this is history. Sorry, but when Cosmic went around saying that he, quote, we're over 18, fucked Poon's baby mama, Alex was on air with Cosmic and thought he was proving Cosmic was telling the truth. But so Alex said, okay, you said you used Uber or something to go out there. Show Uber. Great question, by the way. Brilliant. and he couldn't show it.
Yeah, I didn't come up
So
with the chat.
Alex proved that Cosmic is a liar. So they probably didn't like Alex for that. That's how they operate, right? Same thing with HB, that he was friendly or semi-friendly, and then they thought RDA Wazzy Doggy, that HB slighted Wazzy Doggy's girlfriend, and they showed their venom. But Alex at one point was semi-friendly with them.
The thing is, Ross is hyper thin-skinned and can't take any.
No, he's a bad guy. There's something very wrong with him socially. And back then, I guess his wife was leaving him. But he's sadistic. He's definitely a B student, jealous, and most of all, Alex, he failed as a streamer. Failed as a streamer, right? Whatever you say about German lady, she succeeded. Now they're after her, but they're after, in a vile way, Andy Cruz. And the scumbags got together with May, not late pervert. Now, Wush disappointed me.
Did you watch when Wush came on his stream last night and Andy ripped him up? It was fucking great.
When was that?
Last night.
Where?
Andy did 2 streams last night. It was the first one.
It was on Andy's show?
Yeah, he did 2 streams yesterday. It was the first one.
Is it up? I want to see that. But now, Andy's such a good guy. How many people will come out and defend Andy? Most won't. I was going to do a stream on it, right? You like Andy, right?
He doesn't need the people defending him. He defends himself very well.
No, that's not the point.
Everybody does. He's got a chat full of people.
It's good to have some people defend.
Like 100 live viewers sometimes.
Yeah, but nobody wants to be attacked like that, Alex. You find out who your buds are. I don't believe in friends here, but your buds. How many people are now going to defend Andy? It's not going to be popular because people like going with the mod.
No, they don't. Almost everybody's on Andy and Sue's side.
I hope so. I hope so.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, that's what
as they should be.
Well, you can get the wrong impression if you're listening to some streamers. But yeah, most people and should, and I will, not today, because it's supposed to be about books. But show Andy support. You can say, yeah, he knows by views, but it's good to hear that people still believe in you and don't think you're a horrible person.
Most people like Andy. There's very few people that don't. It's only the little May crew, the very small.
Yeah, but they're loud. They're loud.
Well, it's
just now, Alex fairly attack him, but I'm one of the. Just because I defend Alex, don't think I like him. I defend him for the truth. He's not a serial blah blah blah, and that's where.
A lot of people have had the theory that you have a gay crush on me, including Miss Pooplets. I think that might be true.
You can I credit you for Pooplets, but you got to credit me for the concept.
No, you came up with Pooplets. You're saying that's when I changed my name because you were saying.
Oh, really? I thought you did.
You said she thinks she walks around the house and Pooplets fall out like a hamster, which is pretty funny.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking that. She should, if she has pooplets like Dingleberry, carry around a little plastic glove like you do with dogs in parks. And I hope if she drops pooplets, which she might, she picks them up. Right?
They should make dogs wear diapers so we don't have to see them poop.
Yeah, I believe that, but they won't. Oh, it's disgusting. I used to run, but with my back. And all these people are walking dogs who shit on the lawns and everything. I hate that. It's disgusting because I like dogs. So yeah, dogs should wear diapers for sure. Why not?
Because then you'd have to clean up the poop would get matted in their fur.
Yeah, you have to do that where I live.
I didn't really think. I didn't follow it through.
I used to have a long haired Jack also, and she would always get little dingles like almost anytime the shit wasn't perfect.
I hate that. Yeah, we had a lapso. The dog was so charged by the hormones, it would go out in the middle of the night and come back with all kinds of things. But that dog, because it had a lot of hair, had dingleberries, which I thought was disgusting. But what are you going to do? Not the dogs.
Wash their butt.
I'm not. I didn't do that. I'm not going to do that.
I do. Because she goes on your couch and shit. You have to.
Yeah, well, I mean, I should, but I want to think of dogs as just totally cool. But when they're shitting, they're not, right? I don't want to say nothing shit. Who is this?
The best animals.
Is this German lady? I hope.
I'm gonna get one soon.
How do we get? I was talking about books, but let me make sure it's German. Now it. Well, I don't know if I'm going to save this. So it doesn't matter.
German lady streamed last night also.
She's under attack. People need to defend her.
Oh, I defend myself.
Oh,
Thank
please.
you. Hello, rise up, Samuel. Hello, Poopy. Hello,
Hello, German lady.
Russell,
lady,
the righteous Russell, Steffi the saint, the wonderful Brandy and
Saint Steffi, the compassionate, because she has to be. By the way, I dispelled the rumor. People were starting to say that Steffi sent money to someone else. So I asked her in chat. Steffi says she does not send money, so she's being slandered.
If she doesn't know who to send money next to, I mean, my PayPal.
People were saying she sent money. She's with this guy, but she sent money.
People would be May and her crew of people that don't know anything about her.
Who would go? But people are going after an innocent lady.
I guarantee if May was with somebody, I wouldn't be sitting here trashing him just for being like, I wouldn't give a shit.
Well, May is obviously jealous because May doesn't have a man. But Germany, I think one theory is that Wushie is involved with Miss Butt Smell.
Yes, I have a feeling too.
I have a feeling that.
And I honestly, listen, she lies a lot. But one thing, like, I have a feeling that there was something going on even when he was.
Could have been.
Like, I assume.
Because why would she choose to be with one of the worst people? I think they're good together, but he's diminished. I think he's funny. I think he's smart. And I think he's corrupted himself by going on there. But why? So I said, why would he do that? Well, if he was involved with her. So I wouldn't be surprised. I think Alex and Russell, they're probably have an offline kind of probably ejacking or something. Don't you think?
Yeah.
Probably. If he doesn't, then that's bigger simp than Tony.
It doesn't make sense.
Like I assume they exchange numbers. They exchange numbers. Like I don't exchange numbers with guys on YouTube. Like why? Right. Like that alone. Like you can see you can communicate on YouTube in chats. Why do you have to exchange?
Well, how are you going to ejack?
Allegedly on Discord. I don't know.
Ask Alex, ejacks or
but
did.
That's the answer. That's the answer.
Never ejacked.
That's why
I had before, but I don't do it.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Before, so you know, I never ejacked. I doubt if Russell has.
Boring as fuck.
Well, Sam, we kind of eject on public on one stream. It was kind of.
Will you kind of stop that? You gave me enough. That's not true.
On a stream.
That's not true, German.
It was legendary. I have.
We had risque visualization. We had fun. We're over 18.
That was filthy.
Well, Sam, can I ask
you? Not the way we talked about it. It wasn't filthy.
Sam, did you find it sexually arousing to post all your erotica back when you used to post your poems and stuff about the water dripping off the woman's ass and that kind of shit?
What?
I never wrote about water dripping off a woman's ass, but I wrote erotic.
Her warm, wet, you know what?
Yeah, he said.
Yeah, every once in a while, cunt can be a powerful word, not used all the time. Yeah, I probably did get a little aroused. Yeah.
I was just wondering.
Not with you, German lady, not with you, but when I wrote erotic, because I based it on my real relationships.
Wow.
It was nonfiction. Like Zara. There was a Zara. It's all true about Zara.
No, it's not.
Alex doesn't believe anything.
You said that you busted. You said that you caught her spying on you at the beach. Because I caught you in a lie. You go because you saw the flash of her camera, and
the camera had metal.
I go. So you're at the beach at night, and you're like, no, she had her.
It wasn't at night, dummy. I never said. You see what they do? They don't get the detail. It wasn't at night, dummy.
Of course it wasn't. Who would go to the beach?
We would go down and watch the sun come down, Alex. But it wasn't there. We went all the time. It's a German lady. It's only UC campus by the ocean where I went. So we watched the sun come up. We would go down. It was a real part of our life. Cool part.
Wow.
Yeah. Zara was right. It was true. All that stuff I wrote happened. She tied. We experimented. She tied me up. I tied her up. We did other things.
That means you're a sub. How beta.
No, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I tried it. I don't like the feeling of being out of control, Alex. But I tried many things. But a German lady, this guy doesn't have any stories. Maybe if you tried something,
tons of stories.
You told a lot of stories, honestly.
He did, like what?
I got tons of stories.
Breaking in on that woman and beating up a guy.
No. Let me. Oh, now that you're bringing that up, there was a point on that stream where May was arguing with Alex for like over an hour. I want people to pay attention. Maybe I'll do a separate clip on this. At one point, she was saying, help me, I'm in danger, help me, like in a very very fake tone. That tells me that she lied about everything. People, like when she did, like said, oh, I'm having an own, and help me, I'm in danger, like in a fake tone. And that should tell everyone that she lied about everything. That, like, even if
I want to bring up something specific involving Alex. Alex, I defended you on this. I said that I thought I heard her say you left one bruise. Now, Wush said that he saw pictures of bruises. Wush said that.
Show them then.
The man who said you were a serial.
About everything, anything, and everything. If she
what's
had
going on
pictures,
with Wush?
You would show them. He's a simp.
I think what's going. I'd like. He's smart. He's funny. He's good.
He's not
Why
smart.
would
Dumb as fuck.
I think he's pretty smart.
He's definitely not funny. He sounds
I
like
think he was funny for the first time. He was
got that
very
monotone.
funny.
He's never funny. He never says anything funny.
I disagree. He finally was funny. I think he has a broken heart, and that's why I think he has something going on with her because he got comfortable. I thought he was funny for the first time. So he's helping her, but at the cost of being with a corrupt, not late pervert. She's desperate, right, German lady? We're talking about May Noodles.
Yep.
Who would have a co-host, not late pervert? I don't think she can get many people to co-host. And a person who would smash her, me, she won't let up. Because I smashed her.
She won't even let you in chat.
No, she lets me in chat now.
It's mostly slow guys that she can take advantage of, and
she can manipulate, right?
Or it's the bottom of the barrel, or it's people who don't have anything else to go.
You have to kiss her ass, or she's not going to let you.
She uses what she has. Like Tony, I think she used the fact she was a woman, so she was very pretty. Alex showed pictures, and I think pretty women sometimes manipulate.
But when like 7-8 years ago, maybe.
Well, here's the thing, Alex. You keep talking about that, but you kept going back for sex. So you're disingenuous.
I wasn't about to jump on Tinder and fucking bump.
Okay, German lady. He loved her until she had enough. Now he goes back and says all this stuff.
No,
but Alex, you were in love with her, knowing this.
No, I wasn't. Not at all.
Well,
you said you were in love with her on SHA.
I wouldn't have gotten over in 2 seconds.
Okay, he saw she was catfish, and he was still with her. Russell and German
you still
lady.
sit for her when she's a catfish, and when everybody saw her,
I
never sent for her
to get over her. That's pretty impressive.
I want to hear Russell.
He was talking over me way more than I was talking over her, and you kept backstage to me trying to help her.
I want to hear Russell.
Still destroyed her, and fucking.
I wish I would have gotten over certain women in 2 seconds. I don't
usually.
Me too.
I didn't get over Caitlyn that fast, or fucking Sarah.
But Russell, if I turned up,
you kind of get on a roll.
It was based on her physical appearance. Alex went around. Oh, I got a 10. I got a 10. He showed up. She wasn't a 10, but that didn't stop him. She lied to him.
The pictures she showed to everybody. Jimmer thought the same thing. The pictures that she showed.
I thought so too. Of course.
Were from about her mid-20s. She's in her mid-30s.
Right. Me too.
She's using most 33-year-olds would not be using old photos, but she has.
But the point is, you guys, that it didn't change your behavior. You still were with her. Alex?
I still banged her, because she was right in front of me. Why wouldn't I? So did Jimmer.
Come on, German lady. He just said that's why he's a psychopath. What do you mean, why wouldn't you? Because she lied to you. If a woman lied to you, maybe she'd make up things calling you a serial rapist later.
Well, she says a lot of things that aren't true. Who cares?
Okay, Russell, he doesn't see why he's a psychopath. He doesn't get it.
Really, but see, it's someone who's I don't see why you think he's a psychopath, because someone who's able to get over that kind of stuff fast.
He doesn't care. He doesn't have feelings. That person would have bad feelings when they were.
I didn't ask Caitlyn for a while afterwards, and definitely Sarah, but I got over her quick because she's a horrible person, and she doesn't look good. It's
well, she cucked you. Yeah, you okay? German lady, Russell. He says he got over it. He kept writing her when she said, "Go away."
Who cucked me?
Princess Kate.
Okay, so the other night when Greicher admitted that his ex-wife, the girl that he had kids with, cheated on him with several men, you didn't call that cuck just because.
Shame for bringing that up, Alex. Beyond the pale.
No,
he uses this.
You defend it when you like the person.
He uses the breakup of his marriage, her leaving him.
He said it. I was like, I asked him,
yeah, but you used it to denigrate him.
Yeah,
shameful. That's why he's a psychopath.
He wanted to come up and try and fight with me, and then his dumbass revealed.
Yeah, but you don't bring up those details.
Mother of his children, not by one guy, by multiple men. That's like.
But why would you bring that up?
So he obviously stayed with her after he knew that.
Russell, do you get it?
Ultimate cock.
German lady. You don't do that. It's cruel.
I'm happy not to know anything about anyone's personal
he doesn't want
life.
drama.
I don't care. I don't want to know any shit.
Yeah, let me correct something in the chat. Karina, they did have sex.
What happened to books?
Jim and Am in May. She's lying about that.
No, I don't look like Hitler.
Can I real quick? Hey, CC, that I'm holding up a thing of chocolate syrup or fudge or something.
The tea thing is true.
How you doing, CC?
Do I look like Hitler or DeSantis? No. I'm the irony. It was not an irony. I'm what an Aryan, the ideal of Aryan, blonde hair and blue eyes. Hitler.
I think Sam looks like Walter Matthau.
Okay, whatever. Good reference. Walter. Fat, dumpy, and ugly. Thank you.
I'm trying to think I thought of someone. Yeah, Henry Fonda in On Golden Pond. That's what Sam looks like.
I brought up Grapes of Wrath.
I think he looks like that actor Bateman who was.
I told you who I look like. When I get doxxed, you'll say, "Yeah, he does look like that actor in Lawrence of Arabia."
Omar Sharif, you're Omar Sharif.
No,
Peter O'Toole.
I was disappointed I was disappointed. Yeah, I look like Peter. I was disappointed when I found out he's not a natural blonde, Peter O'Toole. I thought.
Yeah, I've seen him, Shamrock. He looks like Walter Matthau.
I don't look like Walter Matthau at all. I'm thin. I don't have brown hair. I'm not slobby. At least I don't look like you.
You think him just from The Odd Couple?
Very handsome.
He didn't always play those kind of kids.
He started out playing these villain parts. He was a
second maker in the first Bad News Bears. That's the movie fucking ever, dude.
I think that made that movie. That was great. The first one, not the other ones. That made him that brought him into top tier, right?
Yeah, Brandon. He looks like Kelly Slater.
Was that the movie that brought him superstardom? Because he was just a character.
I don't know.
Same with Roper. Roper was second stream until he was in Three's Company. Very few people.
You might look like Punky Brewster's guardian. Remember him? Commandant Lassad in the Police Academy movies. That guy.
Ulysses S. Grant. I don't look at, but he was an okay-looking guy. German ladies under attack. Andy Cruz is under attack. Everybody leaves Russell alone because he's a nice guy. Alex is constantly.
Harbor, though. We have.
Here's a question for you.
Go ahead, Flappy Boy.
Here's a question. HP the Sex Fest says, Sam, the villainous May Noodles did a cartoon of you as a crippled old man, egg in a wheelchair. Thoughts?
That's creative. I like it. It's funny. If it makes me laugh, that's fine. Obviously, I don't look like that.
Norman Fell was Norman Fell the guy that played Mr. Roper?
Yeah. See, you're a savant.
Because now I'm thinking, what if Sam looks like Mr. Roper?
He's a savant. Who would know that? Who would know that? Russell would. he started off
Well,
as
it
a
comes
villain.
on one of the channels I watch.
Yeah,
And
but
that
we watched that
follow-up
show,
show,
but I don't remember the
that's
name
or
of that.
spinoff, I mean, Three's a Crowd, that started coming on now. I didn't even know it had enough episodes to rerun.
Is that a show? It bombed, huh? No,
It
Jack,
was
the actor,
Tripper's
Jack
married and
Tripper
he
was
moves.
without
Yeah.
Jack Tripper. Forget it. He made.
Well, this was with what
my
was that
personality is
fucking
like Jack
John
Tripper.
Ritter is in it, but it's not nearly as good. As
At least it's not Dennis Rader. People like like that show. People like that show.
Okay, who's Dennis? Is that
Russell?
BTK?
Did you get a couple of compliments from that
Who's Dennis
show?
Rader?
Yeah, I think a couple people enjoyed it. Yeah,
I made a
Tell
mistake.
us this, Steffi. Don't worry. Don't
I made
mind
him. I put too much pressure on Russell. We're just co-hosts.
Hey,
And then
Kelsey.
he felt I shouldn't have done that. I tried,
No, I
Russell.
just noticed it really, for some reason, that shit really bothered me.
Yeah.
Is that a picture of Megan Avatar? Shit?
The HBO.
No,
Wushie, what
that's
do you think?
somebody made it for me. Come and knock on my door,
Come and knock at my door.
where the kisses are hers and his.
Three's
Sorry.
Company.
I can't watch shows from the 70s.
They're
I
they're
can't.
some of the best.
That's why I'm so.
I can't when it's late at night, dude. Mash.
Great show.
I hated
man.
Mesh. It would always play after Cheers at late night in syndication. And that
Those
music-
mountains were in Malibu, by the way. I go by that
Really?
all the time. You know the helicopter?
Yeah.
That's not the coast, but that's along 101 highway, mountains behind it in where's that? Near Thousand Oaks.
Yeah.
Of course,
I
they
know
didn't
what
film
that's
it in Korea.
Well, of
At
course,
least
but
it's fun.
but I know where those mountains because
And
I
all the
really like
actors got
Mesh.
to live there. Alan Alda.
Oh, really?
Such a great actor.
Who is?
He was in
Alan Alda.
Oh,
he
yeah,
was the
great
doctor
actor.
in that movie about AIDS.
I thought he was from Boston.
It's pretty good.
Is he? I don't know.
And the band
think
played
so.
on.
Thank you.
Let's find out.
Great actor. Yeah.
Yeah. He is.
Okay. What
He's
else?
gotta
We were
be
talking about
older.
books. Oh, is he even alive? I hope he's alive.
He's from New York.
Oh, is he
Alan
from New
Alda.
York?
Mm-hmm.
Favorite books we're talking about.
Lord of the Rings, #1.
Tolkien. Wonderful. One, but
Tolkien
not the
was
Hobbit.
Lord
Not
of
the
the
Hobbit.
No, I love them all.
The trilogy. Well, the trilogy is better, I think. He
I think
was
so,
a
too.
college professor at, was it Cambridge?
I don't know what college it was, but yeah, he loved languages.
The book was based on his dark experiences in World War I.
Yes.
Oh
He
yeah,
taught-
fucking the Hemingway book from World War One's really good.
What's the name of it? Farewell to Arms?
Yeah, Farewell to Arms. Yeah. That
No,
one's
we talked about him. I'm doing the books
All
because
Quiet on the Western
Scotty.
Front is also good.
What is?
All Quiet on the Western Front. So another good
That was
movie.
by Marie Mock.
Tolkien. If you're a
Eva
Led Zeppelin
Marie.
fan, you already know Tolkien, even if you don't think you do. Robert
No.
Plant wrote a lot of songs based on that shit.
I read The Hobbit. I never read Lord of the Rings.
Hobbit,
You know what's
Lord
good?
of the Rings.
That is the
Like
Lord of the
Randall
Rings.
Long,
What do you? Oh, the
Battle
Hobbit
of
was the first
Evermore.
one.
No, it was a separate
That's
book.
not as
Lord of
good.
the Rings was a trilogy in book form. I mean, and then
The trilogy is so much better than the Hobbit.
And then if you want, before everything, you got to read the Silmarillion.
I haven't read that. What's the name of it?
You haven't read the Silmarillion?
Who wrote it? Who wrote it?
Tolkien.
I don't know that.
The Lord, what's it
I
called?
didn't know that.
Game of Thrones books are really good too.
Mhm.
I haven't read those.
Yeah, that's fuck, I can't remember his name. Guy with the big beard.
George Martin.
George Martin.
Yeah,
Did anybody like Louis L'Amour Western novels when they were a kid?
yeah. I read a couple of those. Very
I got
Western,
obsessed with-
popular, great writer, but
I became
looked
obsessed
down
with the
upon.
Lincoln County Wars after watching Young Guns as a kid, and I read.
Mhm.
I can't remember what book it was, but it's all about Billy the Kid. and
Is that
Lincoln
the
County.
author? He wrote a bunch of those books, kind of short, popular Westerns. Great writer, I think.
Yes.
So my favorite book of all, Godfather, probably. It changes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. It talks about Sonny's dick being giant. It goes.
I
into
don't
all the-
remember
Yeah.
that.
You
I've
don't
heard
get the
about
movie.
that.
I don't
Yeah.
remember that. James Conner, who was an Italian, by the way.
You read The Godfather and all you remember is the big dick.
Well, yeah,
Shamrock.
pretty much. The rest is kind of complicated.
I don't remember that part at all.
I mean, to be fair, that's probably the only part.
Hey, that's
a
one of my
weird
favorite actors.
Yeah.
Robert Duvall's in that.
You know, who's an amazing.
He plays the Irish counselor.
Yes.
Did you ever read Cujo and some of the early Stephen King movies?
The dog that got rabies.
Yeah.
We talked about Stephen King
when it was new.
Underrated writer. He's like you. I think you told me about Dylan was too prolific. Same thing with King. He writes so much.
He puts out too much. Doesn't. Well, now he does. Actually, no, he was pretty prolific when he first did it, and he kind of kept, I don't know, writing too much after he was already famous.
Yeah.
The quality.
But so many great books.
My favorite by him is the Dark Tower series.
Didn't read that. Was that good?
I think so.
That's like
Shining. Somebody brought up The Shining.
Shining's excellent.
Oh,
I like a lot of his books.
That they did a movie about is The Road. That's a great post-apocalyptic.
Yeah.
Cormac McCarthy. Great book. Good
I've been hearing about it a lot.
Read the
Blood
first
Meridian. Yeah.
Blood Meridian. Read that book. That's what he's famous for too. Somebody mentioned before you said that about The Road. Oh well. Oh, the best Stephen King book, The Stand.
You don't like the audiobooks, Sam, but I was listening to Michael McDonald's autobiography, pretty good. Moon Unit Zappa's autobiography, pretty good. And the Unnecessary
But who
War,
wants to watch? I want to read about Frank Zappa, not the daughter. Russell, I want to read about Frank Zappa, not the daughter, Moon.
Moon Unit?
Well, she talks about growing up with him as a father.
Oh, that I would like. That I would like. You love Zappa, I know.
It is scary stuff.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of his.
Yeah, big fan of his. Well, he should have gotten a nose job, by the way.
Yeah, he was all nose when he was a young guy.
He was
real
genuine,
thin, and it made his nose look even bigger because he weighed
interesting
like
though.
pounds,
Totally out of norm. Yeah, when it's that big. Right. But that was part of Zappa. Like this movie actor up for an Oscar. Forgot his name.
Timothy Chalamet.
He was in that Holocaust, that Polanski. Remember the Polanski movie about
Adrian
the Holocaust?
Brody. Okay, you're talking about noses.
Noses.
Now. Okay,
Yeah.
I get it. Yeah.
But it's interesting because he had the money to do a nose job, but he didn't do it, which is probably good because stands out. His nose stands out.
Bad eyes, they never get them fixed because that's how people fucking remember you.
Yeah. That's my point.
Could have had his fixed years ago.
Zappa
but then
like,
look what happened with that girl.
He wrote every
remember
part in his music.
Dirty Dancing. She did have the nose job and it wrecked her career.
Did you know Frank Zappa played everything except for like the xylophone in the studio?
Russell would talk about him. How much of a genius.
It's very talking about that kind of stuff way too much.
No. There's nothing going on now. I like that kind of talk here.
Yeah, he did everything. He could do all his own production back when it was cutting tape manually and stuff like that. He knew how to do all that editing and stuff.
The 9 Inch Nail is a good reference, Alex.
Steffi has a tiny nose. What are you talking about, Steffi? Her nose
I don't like tiny noses.
It's very small.
I like proportion. Tiny nose is kind of, not to be gross, look like a little pig.
It's very proportionate.
I don't like, I like
it's
proportion.
not like a pug nose. It's like a little pointy nose. Very cute.
Well, that's okay, but the little pig noses aren't very cool.
Yeah, that's those pug ones that are turned. You can see
Roman
the
Is that like a Welsh thing?
Yep, Karina, rest in peace. For example. Me too.
Yeah, no, that's why I mentioned
that. Dad's side.
I'm not British.
I'm 100% British, mostly English, a little bit of
Scottish,
well, a little bit of Welsh.
You guys fucked up the Irish. Shame on you.
Well, you shouldn't have been pussies.
Don't be proud of it. Oh, you're calling the Irish pussies?
They subjugated the entire world, and the only ones still crying about it are the Irish.
No, I cry about it because of who starves their own population.
The Indians are grateful. We made their country better. Well, they.
Native Americans are grateful.
No, I mean
based on what knowledge?
Indians.
The rich ones who own casinos.
The preferred nomenclature or whatever is indigenous.
No, I'm not going there. And I'll go with Native
like I
American.
did
Give me
see
a
that
break.
because I'm still bad about saying Indians. So,
But it's too
bad at
hard to
keeping up
say.
with that.
Come up with an easier name. And I don't know. I'm not going
First
to do that.
Nation?
Native American is good.
No, Indian.
Even that. Native.
We need to stop crying about it. Injun. INGUJUN.
Oh, don't go there. Don't go there. Get rid of that one.
There's a lot of Indians in Seattle. They had little tiny reservations.
Why don't the Native American they want reparations? What about Irish? The Irish Americans weren't treated too well.
Well, if we give reparations to one, we have to give them to like a million.
That's my point. Yeah. Although slavery was probably the worst thing, to be honest. But what about the Native Americans?
Pigs
What's worse than
eating
slavery
3.5
is annihilation and death.
That's an eaten animal.
Who's been? I guess only the Protestants have been treated. The British Protestants.
Well, that's because they conquered the world. Anglo-Saxons first under the British Empire and then under the American Empire.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
People in the history of the world.
And the worst.
Nope.
Yeah, Sam, that book I was talking about, the Unnecessary War, is a very controversial book because Patrick J. Buchanan theorizes that the U.S. should have never gotten involved in World War I or II. And the fucking British, he said the British should have never got involved in World War II.
It turned out the Nazis, it's published Nazis planned for America.
Well, the British were in big trouble until we started giving them.
No, read that book. No, Hitler outlined his plans for America. He wasn't going to stop.
Post World War II, has the United States and the UK declined? Think about it.
Yeah, well, the losers won because Japan and Germany became prosperous. Oh, German lady left.
They became prosperous because we nation built. The only country we successfully nation.
Yeah, most country like World War I, they wanted reparations. Everybody thinks we gave them money.
Everybody thinks Japan became into baseball after that. That's not true. Japan was into baseball in the 1800s.
I don't know.
That's been like their national sport forever.
Okay. Well, a lot of countries, Latin America, baseball is a big deal. Cuba.
Yeah, but that's more recent. Like Japan was into it from the start in the 1800s. Like when it first got started, it developed from a game called Rounders, which was like what they would play instead of cricket because it was like shorter.
That was a movie with Steve McQueen. Remember that, Russell?
It was also
Rounders. Rounders. Yeah, I haven't seen it though.
I love Steve McQueen. That's who I kind of identify with. I saw Ally McGraw, who was his wife or mistress.
Yeah, that's one of those old westerns. Steve McQueen got his start on a TV western, and it was Rawhide or
right. What was that? Wanted. Something about Wanted.
Yeah, it's one of those because one of the cable channels will show like
I've seen
early morning and afternoon westerns.
Wagon Train produced.
That's a good one too.
It produced Clint Eastwood, I think.
Yeah, I've seen that with him on it, and I'm like, yeah, that's pretty cool.
Me. I'm a fucking citizen.
What, Alex?
Stefi goes, do not deport Poopy, and they can't. I'm a citizen. I've been a citizen since my late 20s.
How's your relationship working out?
Good. She just left. She was here till she got to work tomorrow, so she was here all weekend though.
Have you been mad at her? Has she seen your temper?
Yeah, I grabbed her laptop from her. No, I'm just kidding.
Did you leave a bruise?
No.
What does she think when she hears?
She doesn't even have a laptop. I was just chit-learning.
What does she think when she hears May Noodles say you made bruises all over her body? What's her reaction?
Doesn't believe her, just like she doesn't believe the bullshit she says about her. She's a fucking liar. And I don't believe any of the shit she said about Jimmerdam anymore either, because I've heard from a friend of his since that all that shit was bullshit.
What bullshit? What?
About that he wanted to kick her out because she said she wanted to go home and all this. That's not true at all.
That didn't sound believable, so I agree with you.
She tried to get back with him, like,
yeah. He had enough. She's high maintenance, I think. Enough.
She's not high maintenance. She's just annoying as fuck.
Well,
and fat.
You stayed with her much longer than he did, right?
No, I didn't. He was with her for 4 months. I was with her for 2 months after I met her. I was under the impression
I meant he only saw her physically for a few days. How many times did you see Miss Butt Smell?
I mean, it's about a month and a half, 2 months.
When you first saw her and realized she was a catfish, what was your reaction?
Well, I can tell you one thing. The next day I was driving her home and she was like, "Are you not attracted to me?" And I was like, "Why?" And she's like, "Because you wouldn't look at me the whole ride over there." Because yeah, I was shocked. That like right after I met her for the first time, I was shocked. I was like, "What the fuck?" So yeah, same reaction as Jimmer. I was just like, "What the fuck? You tricked me." Yeah, but what I'm saying, Karina, is she says that the reason that that he kicked her out and got mad at her was because she said that she wanted to go home early, and that's not true at all. Like they were just talking about it, and he got annoyed at her and kicked her out because apparently she'd been being annoying, and apparently she threw shit at him at one point. So he realized she's crazy. It's like, get the fuck out. Yeah, I know. Every guy tried to molest her. Yeah, I know. That's what she says. It's always the victim. Brandy, did you hear her the other day when she goes in the bathroom, talking about Sam's wife? She goes in the bathroom and screams, and apparently there's a mouse in there.
She didn't scream.
She did. We heard it.
You didn't, wife. You didn't scream. You saw a mouse or something in the bathroom, right? You didn't scream.
I didn't scream.
No,
You did. We heard you, wife.
saw a mouse. You didn't. She doesn't scream, Alex. She never screams.
Just get one cat, and you'll never have
She
to
never
worry about
screams,
mice.
Alex. Dummy.
The difference is all your fucking rat-infested hovel.
We don't have a. This dummy guy thinks we live in an apartment.
With
So
money.
we have a lot of money, right?
Some of
said we're
Sam's house
basically
probably
poor.
looks like Studio 54. I bet. Do you have like mirrored tables and disco balls and shit, Sam?
We have one glass table.
Sam was in his 30s when the disco craze hit.
What, wife?
That's when I was born, man. I was a
Hey, wife, can you
disco.
go grab his statement? Wife, go grab the statement of his investments and come back and read them to us.
Wife, do I have NVIDIA and it's worth millions?
We know you've traded.
Wait, do I have NVIDIA?
We love Sam.
Okay,
We
listen,
love
Let's
Sam.
grab the statement you get every month and read your fucking investments. Read your portfolio.
I already told them we have
They
NVIDIA.
want to trick
We-
you.
Well, no, I've told them NVIDIA. It's not a
Why?
secret.
Mr. Hill,
Hey,
please
wife, you
don't
didn't know
worry
what
about
they made.
anything.
He didn't know what NVIDIA did.
They want to
Oh, I
get your
told him.
profile and they want to.
Of course, but I'm not going to. But I mentioned NVIDIA because he says I'm poor.
Husband, don't say anything. You
Okay, I shouldn't have said that.
You did not.
Okay, she's mad because I mentioned it.
She's right. You should. You should.
She's
I
right.
agree with her.
Yeah, she's right.
You don't
She's
have
right.
to prove
She-
anything to anybody. She's right.
Yeah, it's probably.
Yeah,
That's
but this
probably
guy
just a
knows
culture
it's-
thing
Shamrock, let
of
me
like
ask you
it
something.
seems like you're bragging. I
Sam-
bet, and she
Sam-
probably
I'm not
thinks it's
stingy.
impolite.
I give money all the time, Brandy.
Shamrock, listen to this. So Sam claimed that he had NVIDIA forever, right? And then one day I asked him, hey, what does NVIDIA do? And he had no idea. He didn't know they made graphics cards. Until I-
I'm not stingy. I give money all the time. I just
That's not their
Does that sound
we're giving.
Not their business. Okay, don't say anything.
Well,
Yes, I agree with
Yeah.
her. She's right,
Okay.
wife.
Okay.
Yes,
Don't
wife.
let
Put
people
your
know
foot
you
down,
got
wife.
money.
She's
man.
smart.
Don't
She's
let
smart.
people know you
I
got
bet she
money.
knows what
man.
NVIDIA
Yeah, I made a
It's like
mistake.
having
This guy baited
Don't
me.
talk about that or weapons. Don't talk about all the guns and shit. You have.
He baited me into it, Russell. That's what he does.
I think I can understand.
right.
Like it's a cultural thing, right?
What do you mean, cultural thing?
Don't brag and don't tell
Yeah,
other
wealthy
people where you
people.
get your money
It's-
from and shit.
yeah,
Yeah,
you're not supposed to. It's gross.
You're not supposed to tell
Yeah,
anything.
Russell, you're right. You don't.
Not
Yeah.
anything about your house, about your wealth.
Okay. I got you.
Honey, he doesn't have money in NVIDIA, but they're not going to go down. They're huge.
I have
in-
money in NVIDIA, dummy, but it
huge
went
in-
down for.
They're huge.
over
They're
4 points
by
on
far the
Friday.
biggest graphics card maker, and they also are big for
Wush said it's
large
gonna.
language models and for Bitcoin mining.
What my wife is smart.
It
Wush
involves
said
the same type
I
of
should get
math,
rid of it. It's
a lot of
gonna. It's
matrix
gonna go
math,
down.
and those processors and GPUs are actual processors are much better at it than a classic CPU.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
No, you don't. You're stupid.
No, I don't know. I'm not a gamer, dummy. Oh, you're how did
you would
how
still
did,
read if you had that as your stock, you would still read about it
Dude,
in Fortune
Russell
magazine.
Shamrock, the man
Yes.
from Motel 6 is giving me advice.
Well,
Motel
good one.
6.
That means, but I know what you're.
I thought you said the man from
does.
The man
Shamrock.
from Uncle is a great
And I can
Yes.
get into detail about how their chips
If
work.
he
too.
was smart, he'd have money. What man? 4 years
You know
of
that
college.
do you know that most chips don't even have a division? So
I don't want to know. I'm not interested.
by repeated subtraction.
I don't care. I'm not interested in computers.
Well, you
Just
should
the
be. If,
money.
that's where if all your money and wealth is invested in video, you would be interested in computers.
A lot of it. A lot
At
of
least
it,
on a
not all.
surface level.
A lot of it. No, I do in a
They can
surface
help
level.
predict where it's going to go. And I can tell you, I know you don't have NVIDIA, but others out there for investment advice, it's a good stock to invest in because
It's good to,
yeah,
right?
they're down a bit lately, but they're just going to go
And
up.
Friday it went down.
Or at least
4
the next
points.
generation of AI, while they're still doing large language models.
Yeah,
What's
I
your
think
limit size today?
That went from 148 to 142. I was going to sell it, and my broker, I should have went to the service center. My broker doesn't get there early. So it started out okay when the market's open, and then it ended up going down 4 points. So I didn't sell some stock. See, I know about
They put spyware in all their hardware. That's why you should get your chips from Taiwan.
But dummy, that's where they have their chips made, NVIDIA, Taiwan.
Well, no shit. That's where most of our chips are made.
That's why it's a real problem if Russia
Not
takes
just for
over
graphics
Taiwan.
cards, but for our military technology.
A
and
lot.
everything.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah,
Trump
one
knows
company,
Trump knows the importance of getting that industry
I
established.
don't know
here.
anything about the stock market, but I do know that you always see Nvidia scrolling by when you're watching CNN or Fox and all that
That's a
other
miracle
shit's going
stock.
on the screen and stuff.
Amazon, Tesla, but NVIDIA on the
Not a
NASDAQ.
miracle. They were just there at the right time.
Well, a miracle in the sense, Shamrock, when I
Back
bought
in
it
the day-
for 2000,
back in the
who
day-
knew it would end up
Back in the
making
day,
millions?
computers didn't have graphics processing units; they just had CPUs.
I didn't even know that. I don't know anything about
And
that.
so,
No, I
when
don't
gaming-
own a cell phone.
When
I've
gaming
had
started to take
burners.
off, when gaming started to take off in PCs in the late '90s, NVIDIA was one of the earlier manufacturers of graphics cards, and now they're in everything. They're in all.
Einstein, why are you poor if you know so much?
Everything else.
That was my point, Shamrock.
I make as much money as I would as a fucking teacher.
Teachers make over 100 grand in LA.
No, that's after they get 10 years. They start out at like
10 year, yeah.
Eventually, if you're lucky enough to get tenure, maybe you'll get up there, but probably
Hey,
not. unless you-
Karina.
No,
Alex.
the big cities they get there now.
I want to ask somebody
They're
in chat a
overpaid.
question, if that's okay.
Shamrock's
Boom
talking.
cities.
So, Karina, you know that Courtard is going around saying that you guys are engaged. He's telling everybody that you're engaged.
But he's engaged to Seasons.
No.
Okay, can we
can't
talk
stand
not
him.
talk about people I don't know?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Corey
Yeah,
came up here once. He was too
You don't
slow.
know Seasons?
Oh my God, Corey's awful, Sam.
Awful.
Corey's hilarious.
I
I didn't
like
want-
Seasons. She's very cool.
Seasons, I've heard the name.
I was on her
But-
panel once.
He's the one that
It was
exposed
fun. It was
Geno's
a nice
humiliation
chill stream.
because he
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Jeno, I thought was done, Shamrock. Really. Then
Who?
he came back. Not lay pervert, Jeno.
Oh,
I
yeah.
really
Why
thought he
left?
was, because
long
what
times.
happened was people were so disgusted, nobody would let him up. He ended up at what's B-Sucks. He was a co-host of a man who
Well, no,
urinated
what happened
on
there
the Bible.
was he got exposed for trying to hit on
Yeah.
Maddie Cat, a trans girl.
Yeah. Correct.
And then humiliated after her interview on my wonderful stream.
That was part of it.
Good job by Lexi doing that.
But now he comes back.
She interviewed her in quotes, and then he left for 4 months in shame. And then most recently, his lung collapsed because he's got this fucking weird sinus condition. And so it was a medical thing. And then he pretended that he found God and came back and was the exact same scumbag.
Who are you
So-
talking about?
Butt
Lemon.
smell is
He had a
greater than the
collapse.
platform.
He had a
Not
collapsed
late.
lung.
Yeah, in his mid 40s. Nice genetics, loser.
Yikes.
He's on welfare and he's presenting
He's
himself.
on disability for mental disabilities.
Wasn't that part of welfare?
Yeah, in a way.
But Shamrock, he puts off like he's some suave British guy. He's the lowest of the low. He can't keep women, and the women he's had, he's treated terribly. He slanders, he lies. He slandered me. He
And
hates
low-quality
Alex.
women too, by the way.
But me especially,
thank
because the stream's been doing well. But most of all, Shamrock, the reality is whatever butt smell or wish that he exposed himself on air 30, 40 times.
He's already anxious, Mike. He's the same old fucking insecure, anxious guy.
Yeah, I think
he's not talking about drama. Like
I think he takes
trying to do streams about you or me or Poon. He gets like 3 people watching him because he's
he gets more people than that when he talks.
When he's talking
us.
about us, when he does his own streams,
Yeah.
like,
By himself, he's nothing. He
gets like he'll usually have more people on panel than his.
But so butt smell gave him a platform. I understand Wush. I think Wush and her are good stream wise, but not a pervert. Alex Russell.
I thought they didn't like each other. I thought that
they didn't.
He like showed her his wiener without her asking, and she like did a couple live streams on it talking about him.
Yeah, and he also said that her uncle raped her.
Yeah, I don't. Okay, well, they're friends now. That's great. I don't care.
They're not really
friends. She'll be friends with you. That's how.
Very few people want to be associated with her. A lot of her support, like Alex has talked on this, who would stay with her because you say the wrong thing, she might dox you. So only this really creepy Miss Mama. I don't talk about chat, but Miss Mama has put herself out there criticizing us. This is a real creepy person, Miss Mama. Ooh.
Mike, I actually did a poll on that about whether Geno's health conditions were because God hates him, and the majority of the people in this community think that's what it is too.
God doesn't hate him, but Shamrock, he's taken up this like he's a great Christian. I hate these fake Christians. I respect sincere religious people. I do, but the hair puller, the same thing. They're fake Christians. Shamrock, don't you hate that?
I mean, I hate stuff like splicing together crap to make somebody look like a pedophile. I think that's like crazy. And then saying you're going to attack anybody that's on their panel. Okay, whatever.
That's what they do.
And proven to do that weird.
Yeah, that's evil. I think
that's evil. Yeah.
That's like the worst thing I think you could do to anybody is to call them that. I think that's the word that could destroy somebody's life. Like if this were like off the internet,
ma'am, Alex has hurt my channel. He says I bought my wife. I gave money for my wife. Completely horrible.
You gave American citizenship to her. That's more.
No, I did. No, that's not true.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so he said I wrote my wife at 16. She was not 16.
I said you said you wrote your wife at 16.
No, I never said that.
You said that, and I believe
never
her.
said that. He makes it up.
No,
that's why I'll never respect him, Shamrock.
She said that.
I want people to know that.
He doesn't lie.
I even made fun of you on butt smell. I said you lie and slander me, flappy boy.
Well,
I have no loyalty to this man.
I showed my physique. We've seen hers. She's the
flappy boy. I'm gonna do something with
literally every part of her flaps, including her fucking forearms.
I'm gonna look up loose skin hanging men, and that will be a new likeness for you, flappy boy.
Damn.
Yeah.
There's me. I don't have any loose.
We don't
skin.
like each other.
I'm in good shape, actually. See.
You're not in good shape. You look weird.
This is what she looks like.
You look weird.
You look weird. Something's wrong with you. Look good. Flappy. Your skin is loose.
Where's flappy? Where's my loose skin?
Your bosoms look like real female bosoms.
Yes,
dude, you need a bra. Do men wear bras?
My chest, it goes bigger than my stomach because I have a pecs.
On Seinfeld, one of the characters was promoting him. You need a bra, dude. Really, Alex.
It's called pecs, faggot.
No, you can leave if you're going to call me that. I have a wife. You don't. Oh, you have a girlfriend, but not. How long, Alex?
See this baby shark in chat? She wrote a comment under one of these. I think it was your stream that I had a girlfriend and she missed her chance, and then I made fun of her. So now she's all aligned with me. Baby shark, you're a weirdo, and you were hitting on me.
If you align with me, you're in.
I don't hook up with weirdos. I have a girlfriend.
Not gonna last. Tell you how this works. You say one word like Sue, and you're gone. And she'll just Sue stuck up for her, but didn't agree. So look where she's gone with Sue. So good luck.
I told her I had a girlfriend, but she was still making
bosoms. Yeah,
she's very desperate.
I'm thinking of the Seinfeld where the father came up with male bras. This guy needs a male bra because Alex's bosoms are flappy. He really is flat. She caught.
I wasn't even in the chat. You weren't
flappy
trolling
boy.
me. You were talking. Other people were talking about me, and you couldn't help yourself. I love how you try to go back after the fact.
Oh, here she is. She wants to have rough sex. May Noodles took the rough sex reference from SHA. It's getting late, Poopy. Time for rough sex. Oh, sloppy sex. I'm sorry. Did you hear this, Shamrock? Where's Shamrock? She leave? Darn.
I do have the true male form, Hundy. Exactly.
We're supposed to talk about books. How about Schwarzenegger put out some books on bodybuilding? You need to do that, Alex. You really are flappy. That's why it's funny.
I just showed myself.
Dude,
like
you are. That's why the jokes. You are.
Unlike
dude, you're not cut. I used to do some bodybuilding. You're not.
Please,
cut.
I'm not cut. Let's see.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. Look,
your bosoms are flappy.
You
need a bra.
Cut everything. That's not bosoms at all. That's fucking
stomach looks fine.
Look underneath my pecs. You see?
I don't want to look. I don't want to talk about your body. Disgusting.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Gay guy.
No, I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
Who searched for gay porn?
Not me.
You. David Walsh.
There's no gay porn on. Lexi thought it was funny to send him the thing because it showed up in a brand new account. And it wasn't a gay porn. It was a fucking thing where they
Shamrock left.
There's some channel called I forget what they're called, but they have like 10 million subs and they do 4 are the same and 1 is the odd man out of different categories. And it was like pick the straight guy, 4 gay guys and a straight guy.
Yeah, the car's locked. Saint Stefi was cool except for wanting to sue me. Other than that, she's fun. Yeah. Oh, here she is. I don't like May Noodles making fun of her. I think she doesn't want this guy to be happy.
May's a jealous fucking bitch.
Yeah. Well,
Stefi looks like what I expected her to look. She doesn't use catfish photos.
I think at this point, he doesn't need a 10. He needs somebody that's willing to put up with him. Right? A saint. To show all God's creatures need to be treated.
I'll tell you what her issue is, Stefi. She was in a chat lusting after me. I didn't even know who the fuck she was. And then I saw her in Maze. I was like, oh, that's that weirdo that was lusting after me in a chat. It was only a few days prior. You can't go back on it, Baby Shark. I wasn't even there. We weren't trolling at all.
Sean Austin made an incredible movie called Rudy that Russell would probably know.
And by the way, if you won't show your avatar, show yourself in your avatar as a girl, there's a reason for that.
Where's Russell? Where are you, Russ? Don't leave me with this guy.
Yeah, she is the stalker, Red Sauce.
Who's the stalker? Who?
This
Who?
shark person in your
I
chat.
was playing guitar. That's why I muted myself.
Baby Shark, I don't know too much. Did she want Wush? Was she the one?
No, she doesn't know what trolling means, Karina. She just showed up on the internet for the first time. She's telling people what Wush told her to do. Wush used to send her under my polls that were insulting to Wush to make comments, and you could tell that he wrote them for her, and I just made fun of her.
You are the funniest person in chat, I think, now. Seriously, Stefi. I can't think of anyone.
She's hilarious. She's funny in person.
Yeah, it's very funny.
She's very cute and funny and kind of quirky. Damn right, Brandy.
What happened to books? This Scotty did a great show on books. She's meant people make. You're not a drunk, are you, Stefi? They're trying to put that on her, Alex. Is she a drunk?
No, she's not a drunk. I mean,
that's what they're trying to put on her.
No, she likes to party, but she ain't a drunk. She's not like May drinking by herself.
Here's a fact.
May is a drunk.
Here's a fact. She goes to work. She's made good money. What about you, May?
She has a great job. She has a much better job than me.
She lives in a gated community.
Yeah, she makes really good money. And her job is, you can't do her job if you're a dummy either. I'll just
Why
say in general, that the industry she works in is finance, and she's very successful at it.
Does she live in her house? What about the divorced husband? Why was she living with a friend?
Because she's separated.
But why
I'm
doesn't
sure they're
she
going to
live in
sell
her
the
house?
because the
Why does
husband
she-
lives there.
Well,
And
but why does he get to live
finalized the
there?
divorce yet. I
So
don't
they're
know, maybe everybody
separated.
will.
But why doesn't she get to live in the house?
Well, I'm sure they're going to sell it and split it. That's what you do in a divorce.
But why does he get to live there until that?
Because he's poor. At least compared to her.
Okay. I don't get that, but whatever. Usually the women.
He says, I gave the home to my ex. Well, you shouldn't give it to him, Steffi. You should go to court and fucking you'll get half of it.
Steffi, you have to play for the future.
Sell
You
it.
have to
Yeah.
let emotions go out the window. You can feel later. Just do what's best for you.
You
And
sell it and you
sometimes,
split it. That's what you do.
yeah. Well, there's
That's
part
what,
of
that's
the.
what will happen in pretty much any divorce court. That's what they'll.
Does she have she probably has a lawyer, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Actually, I had a facilitator. We didn't have different lawyers, right? But then again, she didn't get alimony.
It doesn't matter if you're the one that left, Steffi. You'll still split it and get half.
Nothing matters if it's a community like California. It doesn't
Not a
matter
bad dude, and
who
she
played
left.
around. The court in California, they have a straight formula, and that's smart because in the old days you had to prove emotional duress. So if you live in a community, none of that matters. They'll have a formula. I don't know in your state, but yeah, most relationships can't weather years of marriage, right?
Yeah, she was with him for 15 total.
It's a lot. If you had good years, very few people end up in
He
a
doesn't
wonderful
like hate
marriage.
him.
Like
I mean,
you.
it's not like, you know.
What about they're making fun that the husband wrote to tell Evil Abe not to give out any more money? Comment on that. All this is on air.
The husband, you know, that's between her and him.
It should have been. Wasn't that wrong of the husband to do that?
No, I mean, it's between her and her husband.
But it wasn't when he wrote a letter that became public.
Well,
that's my point. Tell the husband.
He's not happy about anything. I mean, he doesn't know.
Oh. Yeah, Candyman, remember that Stefi gave money consensually to a couple streamers, which is her right. I didn't think anything
long
ever.
before she knew me, by the way.
So she
and I've never gotten any money from her. I don't ask her for money.
Well, that's what they say about Alice. I asked her. The thing is that
she says she got me the apartment. That's bullshit.
Wush really hates you.
Yeah, Wush is a jealous bitch.
Stefi seems truthful. That's why I asked her. Alex lies.
She bought me a nice coat for Christmas. She's very generous, but I didn't ask her for money ever. She buys.
She
me
said she's not giving streamers money anymore. That's what they tried to put on her too. So it's good. I asked her and she gets to clear it up. Right? They'll continue making things. Alex never asked. Well, he asked. I know what he asked for.
Right. Yeah. Well, everybody wants that.
That's between you two. But
I don't have to ask, by the way.
Yeah, I would say I like you being open, but for your best good, you probably shouldn't talk to anybody, including me, about sex, because May clipped part of that without my permission.
Well, you're the one that fucking always asks.
Well, I'd like to know it's a streamer, but I'm just saying what's best for me as a streamer is not what you should go by. Right? I'm just advising her, Alex. But unless you want to, you do whatever you want.
I didn't talk about it. I told you I'm not going to talk about it.
Yeah, he learned because with May, they went on and on
That's
about
nobody's business. It's like, of course we have sex. You don't know the details.
Yeah, it's whatever you want to put out there. Some people, it's part of, like May and him being on air was part of the
All you have to know is we have a very good sexual relationship.
Yeah. But I do have some worry.
Same with you, Stefi. I'll say that. It is amazing, but I won't get details.
See, that you can say. Don't go into the detail. I'd recommend.
I'm not marrying anybody. Neither is she. There's no reason to marry somebody.
But I have said the cleanest part of his body is his anus because he rectally masturbates a lot.
Well, that's not masturbating. It's cleaning so I don't have butt smell like fucking Miss Butt Smell.
No, I think it is.
Everything's clean. I have a job that it depends what I'm doing, but sometimes I get a bit sweaty, so I'm used to showering at night and in the morning. And I'm very
She
clean.
sounds amazing. Don't disappoint me, Stefi.
I used up all the hot water on her yesterday, actually. Sorry, Stefi.
You don't get a bigger hot water. I'm surprised. We have a big one.
No, what it is
we never run out of hot water.
My shower is like, it's got a giant shower head. It's like very big in diameter, and it's got high pressure, so the water goes out pretty quick.
Oh, so it doesn't in California.
You got to run it like slow, and she didn't know that, so she just pulled the thing out all the way. So it was like
in California, they put a restrictor on it, so you don't get a lot of water pressure when you take a shower. You got to take that thing out. But oh no, it's okay. Will you stop with the age? Because people will believe, they already say you're way older than him. I think you're 3 years older. Because the shtick will be you're an old lady. She's like 2.5 years older than me. Yeah, that's nothing.
No, it's a good age gap.
But she.
Well, I mean, it's not really a gap. It's like it was the same with Sarah was 2 years younger. She's 2 years
What do you
older.
mean I'm full of it?
Same shit.
Randy? How am I full of it?
10,
what
15
talking
years.
about? Oh, be careful, chat, because she
I am,
goes
bro.
after
It was
chat now.
disgusting. It was nasty.
This one anus sucker mama is a really nasty piece of work.
She's very
because she doesn't stay in chat. She comments on people like me and Alex. So if you comment on it, Miss Mama,
she's just an
people
old
should know what
lady that like will take any kind of social community. She
I don't care about her being old, Alex.
Allie's the same way. She's not old. Allie's only in her early
Allie's
40s.
different. Allie is a manipulator. I think Miss Mom is desperate to be accepted by anybody. But
Allie needs
so
to get
she,
her teeth fixed.
yeah, why doesn't she? But I don't want to go after her looks. HB, why did you go off, man? We're gone away from books. Alex is not a reader. Russell, do you read books? Probably not.
No, you're not. You're not. She wants to do a butt smoke.
Yeah, I have before.
How long has it been? He probably reads books.
I
on
listened to
musicians.
1984 recently on.
I like books on me. I read
I
a
listened to the
biography
audio
of John
on
Lennon.
YouTube of 1984. I've never get through that thick ass book reading it, but I listened to it. It was very good.
He's a mathematician. They're not the verbal. On the IQ, somebody was saying
I'm dyslexic.
they don't. I don't know if you're dyslexic.
No, I am. I don't
The
read
reading
words.
problems?
Well, I'm dyslexic, so it's
Were you diagnosed in school?
No, but I know my dad
You're
is
not
and so am I.
dyslexic.
My dad is too. He's got a PhD from Cornell. It's
No,
like-
it would have been picked up in first or second grade. Dyslexic.
No, you wouldn't. Not when I was growing up.
Dyslexic is too general. Yeah, they would have, Alex, because it would have impaired
I'm
you.
dyslexic. When I see like a word like
Thank you, HB.
like won't. If I see the word won't, like contractions like that, I'll see the word wasn't a lot of times. Like, and then I have to go back and then I read in my head and the sentence doesn't make sense, and I go back and look closer and I read it wrong.
It sounds like he has visual perceptual problems. Maybe positions.
Dyslexia is.
No, dyslexia is a general term, just meaning reading difficulty, dummy.
It's a very specific term where when you look at the
It's
words
not specific.
on a page or written.
No, it's not.
That
No.
the classic example is
What
you
is
see
it?
words, or you see like the version I have where you see similar looking words because you're
This
moving
guy's so
to-
stupid. Alex, I was a
Exactly what
teacher.
it
Why
is.
don't you ask me, dummy? No, you take a test.
Is that how you talk to your students?
No, just a dummy. You
There are
take a
different forms of dyslexia.
Yeah,
There
let
is
me
way.
explain it, Russell. He's not listening. You have to break it down
Rose,
specifically.
right.
It sounds like he has a visual perceptual problem
That's
where
what
the
dyslexia
letters
is.
float or something. Dyslexia is just general. Well, but
You
it would have
see,
been picked
you
up
see
in
words on a
school,
page,
Alex.
not when it's like really big, but if it's like
Yeah.
book sized,
Yeah.
you'll see words that are similar to what you're
Yeah.
reading, and your brain will replace those words. But then you
Yeah.
get to the end of the sentence and realize it doesn't make sense, and go back
Yeah.
and reread it. And you see where you
There you
fucked
go.
up.
There you
But
go.
the classic version is seeing, and I don't have this, but the classic version is seeing words completely backwards.
That's reversals. There's a
Correct.
bunch of stuff
Dyslexia.
that you take a special test. Say when the teacher observes you're having trouble reading, they call in the school psychologist. She gives
I didn't
you
really
a
have
test.
trouble in school because
We should have if you had a
it was
problem.
more it developed like in my 20s probably.
That's weird. I've never heard that. All of a sudden, 20, you have a physiological change in your reading.
Yeah.
It's called puberty.
I didn't read for a long time. Like once I
No,
was
it's
out
not
of school,
puberty. He's talking
and
about
when I
being
went back,
older.
it was there.
That
It was
is
there,
weird.
there to this day.
Usually it
I
shows
got a
up
question.
early.
Alex, at what age did you become an angry, hot-headed psycho?
Good question.
Great
Comment?
question.
What?
I agree, HB. Comment, sir?
No. Are you into crypto?
I know the answer for that people talk about, HB. Seriously, when he walked in
What?
on his mom.
Oh,
When he walked in on his mom with a man.
All right, we don't need to get into this.
Yeah,
Well,
don't talk
ask
about
him
my
about
mom.
it. Ask him
Don't
about
talk
it.
about my mom, you scumbag.
I don't want to.
Don't talk
You
about your
talked
mom.
about your mom. You told us a story. That's the only way we know about it,
I didn't
dummy.
tell you. I told Russell and like 2 people on a very small stream.
Really?
Because
Really?
we were sharing. Yeah.
But Russell wouldn't say it.
No, Russell's a good
Well,
guy.
why are you telling people that, dummy?
I don't
Now
even
everybody
remember
knows.
hearing
Because
this
it's
story.
part of my
What
history.
a
I don't give a
stupid
shit.
man you
It's
are.
what it is.
If it's part of your history, then we can talk about it.
No.
Yes.
You can if you want, but you're a scumbag.
Well, what would you do,
I'm not
Sam?
a scumbag. He
You're
asked
talking
a
about an
question.
elderly
That
woman
explains
who's a
it.
very sweet woman.
That explains why. Don't you get it?
It explains dyslexia. Are you
He
retarded?
asked why you were
So-
angry and a psychotic.
No. Sam,
Nothing
I'm
to do with
asking you, what would you do if you walked in and your mom
Right.
was getting gang banged by
I've
5
talked to-
men?
I wouldn't trust my
And
mom again.
she just looked at you and kept going and said, "Honey, sit down."
I wouldn't trust
That's more
her.
like a Lycan
That's
theory
what
story.
you can't. What happens when you can't trust your mom? I'm still
I do
angry at
trust
my
my
I
mom.
don't fucking
I
know.
don't.
Well, it
I
makes
didn't-
you crazy. You asked what made him crazy. I told you.
I do trust my mom. As long
That's
as you-
Well, you're
How
an
can you
expert.
trust your mom when you walk in and she's with another man?
She wasn't with another man. She was just hanging out having fucking charcuterie.
Why was she alone with her father? I mean, with another man.
He was away probably doing the same thing on business.
Come on, we're not dummies. We know what happened.
No, nothing happened.
If I walked in on my mom with another man late at
came
night,
home.
I'd be freaked out. HB, right? That's what happened.
I mean, look,
You asked a question, sir.
I wouldn't.
I didn't even remember about it until like my early
Yeah.
20s. They were having.
Yeah, I don't
problems.
remember some things.
I
They
was
pop
talking to my
up.
brother. I was talking to
unexpectedly.
my brother about the way my dad was treating her, and then I remembered that and told him the story.
Yeah, I just remembered that I broke a kid's arm in the 2nd grade. I had thought about it for years. Sometimes it pops up.
Yeah, you broke someone's arm in 2nd
Wow.
grade.
Yeah, I did.
Because 2nd
You
graders are so capable of breaking bones.
So
I don't believe any of your fight stories, actually.
So I
You know, the
wanted
only
to
fight
say-
stories I've ever told on here were fights that I lost.
I don't have that many
Those are the
fight
fun
stories. I'm not really
Or
a
the one
fighter.
where I beat the dude up. but that's not
Except I did martial arts, but that's different.
I did
So
martial arts too. So what? Doesn't mean
Right.
shit.
What'd you do? Kenpo,
I did taekwondo.
Taekwondo.
Yeah.
Sil Lim,
Okay.
Kung Fu, and karate, stuff like that. But the
Karate.
Kung Fu was really
Karate.
Muay Thai. I got into Muay Thai later.
Muay Thai?
Muay Thai, yeah.
Is that what name
How many
is? Muay Thai?
fucking-
I have a big kickback in my
called Muay Thai.
living room. We have a big kick. I used to be really good at it.
Get your
Muay
wife
Thai.
in there right now. I want to ask her if you have a fucking punching bag in your
Okay.
living room.
Wife, one question. What? Come here. Just answer this one question.
Yo, let's interview your
Just
wife for a
one,
little
okay,
bit.
Come on. Just one question and you can be gone. Just answer this
wife.
one question. No, I'm going to ask her, dummy.
Sure. What?
Can I
And
ask her a
do this.
question?
No.
What?
Alex asked me to. Do we have that kickbox?
Yeah.
No. You know,
There is.
and in fact, she punches it.
I punch
What
it.
kind is
In
it?
the morning.
What brand is it?
Once in a
She
while.
won't know. What's the name? I don't know. You can see the brand? What's the name of the brand?
Yeah, there is.
What?
Sam, can you translate so we can
What's
know
the
what
brand?
she's saying?
She's looking at it. Now, I never look at the brand. What?
Weight Master.
Weight Master.
Weight Master.
Oh,
Wave
Wave Master. Wait, it's a
What's
Wave
a
Master.
wave mesh? Is that a?
It's a
That's a
brand,
brand.
but we have a kick bag,
They're
not
almost
hanging.
all Everlast, first of all. Let me
No,
just-
it's not.
For the most part, they're Everlast.
Yeah, Everlast is big, but I like this one. I bought gloves from Mexico too.
But it's too
Great.
heavy.
It's heavy. It's a heavy kickback. See, now apologize.
Go kick it. Let me hear you kick it.
I proved it, dummy.
Go here. Let me hear you kick it. Let me hear it pop.
What happened? Here's the sad truth. When I hurt my back,
Uh-huh. Then why do you still have the bag?
I don't kick it. No, well, that's okay. I've talked about my back. So
I think that belongs to wife, actually.
I haven't been able to
your
work
wife
out.
does Taibo and at the gym, and so that's for her workouts.
Okay, I'm not telling him. Don't worry about it. You're right, though.
What brand of bag gloves do you use?
Are you going to apologize?
What brand of bag gloves do you use?
It has a tire on the bottom. It doesn't swing. You fill it with sand.
Oh,
You're going to apologize?
You want to hear a funny story about one of those?
Why don't you apologize? It just proved that you slandered me again.
Oh, it's hers. You want to hear a story?
It's not hers.
Bags? I had one of those.
They're nosy, but that's part of the show.
And one time I took I smoked salvia. Want to hear my story about my punching bag?
Sure.
What'd you do?
Well, I had a punching bag. I lived in Jersey City, and I had one of those punching bags that you fill the base with sand or water. I had water in it, and I smoked a bong hit of salvia when you could order it online, and I walked out, and as soon as I smoked in the bathroom, so people in the hallway couldn't smell it, and so I walk out, and it's right outside the bathroom, and that's when it hit me. And I just spent the full 10 minutes of being on salvia, like rolling my back against it like a bear scratching his back on a tree. It was the weirdest fucking thing.
Where did you know you were like in reality? Like where did you what do you think was happening?
Totally it totally disassociates you from reality the way that ketamine does. Like when you're coming out of it, you remember who you are. You're like, oh, I'm Brett. That's right. And this is the world and blah blah blah. Like you're totally fucking disassociated. At least if you do I took one big, huge hit, and that's what it did to me. But yeah, I rolled my punching bag for 10 minutes straight.
You were rubbing your back on it like a bear?
I was rolling back and forth, like between my shoulder blades. Like
I know about salvia.
It was weird.
It's legal.
It was at the time. I ordered it online.
Where'd you get it?
I ordered
online?
it online.
You get it from a head shop.
Yeah, that you can get it there too. This was in like 2010, probably out there.
I never tried it.
I didn't want to do it ever again. It was like I actually had a lot.
You don't want to try it. You don't want to try it. HB.
Have you tried it?
No comment.
Oh, okay. So you had a bad experience. So what happened?
I've never had a bad experience with drugs.
Never.
With alcohol. No, never.
You never had a bad trip or like snorted too much coke or like,
Well, I mean, I get dizzy, stuff like that, but never a freak out. With alcohol, I have. I've gotten sick. Right? Even I'm a happy drunk, but I passed out on alcohol. I vomited in the frat house. I vomited on the stairway. I passed out. The next morning, the brothers came down to tell me what a fool I made out of myself drinking so much.
How long did you do karate for?
All my life. All my life.
So you're a black belt?
I don't like belts. We would find a studio. It's kind of bullshit.
You don't like belts? It's too hierarchical.
My favorite was we just worked out in our clothes because the goal was to be able to fight. Not in all that, like most martial arts don't work.
I learned how to fight from fighting.
Yeah, I don't like to fight, but I like martial arts. But it's not. The MMA proved that the best preparation for fighting is wrestling. HB just goes. I hate that.
Yeah, wrestling and if you're gonna do, you should do.
My volume's messed up. So if you talk to Russell, I got to try to fix it.
What's going on? Oh, his volume is messed up. Yeah, what's up, chat, everybody?
I gotta go soon too.
Me too. It's later than I thought.
I'm working on. What am I working on? Where is it? I gotta find a 3 numbers arithmetic sequence of 4 digits that are both prime and permutations of one another. That's what I'm working on right now.
Stefi, most people fail at marriage, but if you had good years, I was divorced. Over half the people get divorced. So it's hard for me to say I failed when we have children. You know what I mean? So don't feel bad.
He doesn't have kids.
I thought Stefi has kids.
Nope.
Oh, see, I just learned something.
The husband had one from a previous marriage. That's it.
So now you get to be with this slime bucket. Good luck. You're showing your
We're not having kids
acknowledgement to God because this man needs God, right?
No, I don't.
That's why you're sick.
I don't believe in God.
Ever?
Briefly,
I don't want to talk about
I almost lost my dog once, and I instinctively, when I was like running to find her, I did actually say, like, God help me, something along those lines, and then she showed up.
Oh, I think I remember this story.
And I was like, so then for like 2 or 3 years after that, I believed in God. But I didn't practice it at all. But now I'm kind of back to atheist.
Oh, what's going on here? I was talking about books. Yeah, Alex, you should acknowledge you didn't buy my wife and all that bullshit. Really, that was not true. And
she married you to get American citizenship.
No, she didn't. Where's Russell? You're neutral. She didn't, Alex.
I don't know.
But you believe nothing. Even
that would be a statistical anomaly, then.
Russell, even with something like a bag, he doesn't believe it. You see what he does?
You just said
all my stories are true.
Back is messed up. So you had a bag when you're younger. That just means you're a hoarder who doesn't throw shit out. If you can't use it, why would you let that take?
What are you talking about?
Your punching bag.
No, I don't use it because I hurt my back, dummy. Don't you get
so why don't you get rid of it?
Because that's a good question. Because I have this idea that I'll get back to it.
Punching bags are fun, but not those kind. They make too much noise. You just need a regular hanging one.
Well, I don't like hanging bags.
I just like punching them. I used to get my little brother. You know those square pads that you hold? I used to get my little brother to hold one
like
of those.
Like in boxing.
I would kick him across the room almost. I had a really good sidekick.
I'm one of those guys great in the gym, but I don't like to fight, really. That's what got me. I didn't when I got to the fighting, I didn't really like it. The sparring.
Yeah, I didn't fight that much in junior hockey because you would get suspended for a full game. You get kicked out of the current game and then suspended for the following. But every now and then, just playing hockey, it made me like tougher by just getting regular checked, like regular legal hits on the boards and shit. You get used to taking pain and not being afraid of it.
Well, I like endurance. Like I had in Muay Thai. This guy had been an ex-Marine, and the way he trained us was until we dropped. I kind of like that, but that was more endurance. Like every time. That was his philosophy.
I learned how to fight.
But we would spar, so I stopped showing up for sparring. I didn't like being hit, dude. I didn't like real pain.
Yeah, I didn't mind.
Normal.
I didn't mind it. Like that's what I'm saying. Like getting hit as in hockey checked, it taught me that you're like not made of glass. It made me like way less fearful of violence.
But you like to fight. I don't.
I mean, it depends. Fighting.
Oh, come on. You and Foreman, you're always threatening people. What about this Wushie? Why would Wushie pay $1,000 so he can come up there?
He doesn't want to do it. He wants to just say that he did that.
Yeah. I believe that.
Here's the thing. This is what people on the internet do. They'll
You're
be like,
smart, so you're not
here. You come to my place, and then when they don't come, or if they do come, they'll be, haha, I got you to travel, dummy, and then they won't show up.
But Alex, the idea of fighting,
I live right next to
48 or something. It's stupid. Yeah, that's high school. What's wrong? Where's Russell? Russell.
What's up, Sam?
He doesn't have normal feelings. That's why I say psycho. Does he have compassion?
Yeah, I do.
Listen to him talk. He's a narcissist, right?
I feel bad about some of the fights I got. Well, some of the things I did when I was younger, violence related.
You don't even feel bad when you beat up the guy and you broke in your ex-girlfriend's house.
No, he deserved it.
He deserved it.
I did actually feel bad a little bit later.
You hear that, Russell?
We became like better. We were already friends.
He deserved being beat up.
Yeah.
He didn't deserve it. She was your ex. Do you see the way
I beat him up 2 more times after that, and they were way worse than that. One of them I strangled.
You beat him up again?
Yeah, I choked him in my Jeep once, and his face turned purple. And then another time, I didn't beat him up, but I just kept. He had a giant pile of bark mulch in his driveway because he just had.
I'm not bullshitting. He's very psychopathic and narcissist.
I kept shoving him into the thing over and over again, trying to get him to fight me, and he wouldn't do it. So it was like
he laughs most when he's inflicting suffering. He's a sadist too. I don't know sexually. I wouldn't say that. He might be. Because
a couple years after that, I felt bad, and we became
rough sex is his thing. Remember May Noodles?
Well, it's not. That's her thing. She's a weirdo.
And here's another woman who liked. She said she liked rough sex. Two women.
Steffi didn't say that.
Okay, well maybe I got it wrong.
She said a little bit, which is
a little bit. That's right. A little bit. Now it's changed. She actually said. She said not yet, is what she said.
Yeah, she's not really into that. Like a little bit.
May, stop taking my clips. May, why don't you do? She says, "Oh, I put her title," but she plays Russell hours of my content.
Voodoo Donuts. Who's that? We got Duck Donuts here, Kelsey. They're fucking amazing. They make.
Why are we still on? By the way, I like talking to Russell. Russell.
What's up, Sam?
You go away after the last Creepers. That's my chance to talk to you. So next time, because I want to know about you. Like, I made mistakes, but I need.
No, I was tired, so I probably was glad.
Yeah, but I wanted to say I said Russell cooks. I thought it was a compliment, but then we were thinking HB puts too much pressure on you. So I
was just tired that night.
Oh, really?
It's kind of like I wasn't really feeling that great, and that shit was just kind of.
Well, can you feel great before next one?
Yeah, because we're talking about cannibals, right? Everyone's gonna pick
it's
a
fun
cannibal.
For me. It's the old Alex. Where are you? Is it okay that I said Greiker? We can try Greiker's guest. Is that okay with you? I'm talking to Russell.
Yeah, if you're talking to me, go for it.
I think we should try different people, don't you? I'm sorry, Alex. I don't want you. I'm rejecting you, Alex. You could do your own show. You have a channel. Russell can even do peepers if he wants. I don't feel that's no competition because Russell wants to do the lesser known serial killers. I want to do the famous ones. Why don't you do peepers?
There's so many different true crime.
Lesser known ones are more interesting.
You're right, Russell.
On YouTube.
Why don't you do peepers?
Documentary about all the big ones.
What, Alex? You might be good on it.
Because they have big.
Why don't you do something creative for a while and do peepers too or whatever? Try something different, Alex.
Yeah, I don't really like streaming much. I like going on streams.
Yeah, he doesn't like the lead doing his own stream. He likes being. I don't blame you, Alex. But why don't you then do something? Get a good co-host, Alex. Get Wushie. Well, you'll have a better time. Well, what?
If you want a good co-host, I'd stream with Russ, but I don't really like streaming.
Oh, Russ would be great. Yeah.
Steffi's good, but
there you go. Do a show with Stefi. There you go.
I do. I come on streams with her.
Yeah, people.
No, but do a stream with her, co-host. Bring her out. She seems very good. Not many people. I would say not many women are funny. Not many people are funny, and she is. She might like.
She got a very cute voice and accent.
Yeah, I like her. I like her voice. They were comparing it to Lemonade.
She doesn't sound anything like Lemonade. She's got a thick Southern accent, and
I like her voice. So figure out a show with her to have fun.
All right, we can do one if you want, Steffi. We can call it Poopies. There you go.
I actually like that. Right, Russell? Poopies.
That sounds pretty good.
I like that. There's a start.
Poopy. Ladies and
You
gentlemen,
should figure it out. It'll be fun. Try it. If you don't like it, you can stop. Poopies. There you go. Now, what's Poopies going to be about, Steph?
Sex.
Figure that out. Sex. You can do sex.
Yeah.
Make money. If you type about sex, you're going to get a lot of views. Serious. People love talking about sex.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, like do a love line
This
type
week,
thing.
anal.
Alex, are you listening? This isn't bullshit. You want Russell saying, "Do you like love line?"
Like
Fisting. What's up with fisting?
Let's try fisting.
Yeah,
I've never done that. That's so aggressive. It's so weird. I don't get it.
There's lube for sale specifically.
This guy
for
would be
fisting.
crude. I'd like to watch it.
I'll watch and Walmart.
Axel Booze.
Poopies.
They're not paying me to say that.
Fun talking sex. Make it over 18. Fun talking sex.
That's all you got to do.
Yeah. Put that in the title. Poopies. Saint Steph talks sex with slime ball or BO. Or,
I wouldn't call myself
really, I'm serious.
I don't have BO. Ask her.
Well, that would be part of the show. People would call in and say, does Alex really have BO? And how does that affect sex?
Well, I don't. No.
What is it like being with a man who has erectile dysfunctional problems that he takes?
I don't have erectile dysfunction.
Dude, Cialis is for people with sexual dysfunction.
No, boner pills in general are just make sex more fun because they make you last. Well, they make it so you can finish and then it stays up. So you can go like multiple rounds if you want to. But honestly, it's a little too much. I get too tired. I'm just like, I don't really take them very often.
So you plan a time.
I take them in the beginning usually of
when you're together and you call it poopies. People ask you questions and you have fun with it.
She says, I smell wonderful and we have sex 7 times a day.
So she could talk about that. 7 times a day? No way. Oh, that's why you take
the first few times it was a lot. Yeah,
7?
It's probably like
7 times a day? Russell, are you hearing this?
It's like whenever we wake up at night and go pee, we end up having sex.
Wow, yeah.
No wonder they have a good relationship at this point.
Yeah. But really like each other.
Because we only see each other on the weekend, so we got to get it in.
7? I've never ever done more than probably 3 or 4. 7?
That's about where we're at now.
No wonder she's happy. Oh my gosh. So this is why women put up with him. I've said that. The only healthy part
7 times would require that. I couldn't do that natural.
Well, honestly, you would shaft and your dick would be.
Yeah, well, that's what happens. And more so.
Yeah, it's a lot of lube, right? A lot of lube. Stefi, I believe it. But that's not enough, right? You get that? That's how you can get women to keep them.
That's why you take Cialis, because you can do shit like that. But I can't do that naturally. I'm not going to front.
What makes that different from Viagra? Cialis.
Well, first of all, Viagra kicks in right away. Cialis takes like 2 hours, but then it lasts like 3 days. So
3 days.
Yeah. So what that means, I don't mean it gives you a boner for 3 days, but what it does is if you get stimulated either by
aroused, it helps arousal.
It will be in effect for like 3 days. Where I've never taken Viagra. From what I understand, it's like a one-time thing or maybe a few hours thing.
The first thing you do
supposedly works right away, like instantly.
Yeah, this friend of mine years ago, he'd keep a half of one in his wallet. So if he met a chick and he was too drunk, he could still get an erection if he took a half of one. He wouldn't.
I'll take it next weekend if you want.
So
alcohol impaired.
Pepe, you're going to be the funny one. You're going to do this show. Alex tends to be serious. You have a good sense of humor. Make it fun. And it's where people can talk about sex. And you two probably know a lot.
It's just like
make it fun
stuff.
Right?
Period.
That's what we need, a fun show about sex.
Like Dr. Ruth. Remember the Dr.
Yeah, that's
Ruth?
what I was thinking of. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
He made it kind of funny. There you go.
Yeah, your PP does get sore, Hundy. Does get like
more than more than that. You get your skin. It's just all that rubbing, let us say.
it's more for her. She gets more hurt, like shape.
May Noodles already attacked her for wanting sloppy sex. May Noodles said you want friction. I don't like sloppy either.
That's not what it means. She doesn't even know what she's talking about.
Well, because on SHA, Stefi said she likes sloppy sex.
Yeah, I don't know exactly.
Flip sliding.
It doesn't mean there's a lack of friction.
Where do you? Well, I've been in those.
Too graphic, but she's tighter than
we're not gonna get too graphic, but you need the friction. It doesn't give you the friction.
I like it wet. Yeah, it's quite wet.
One time I had sex more than once. That my girlfriend was on her period, and that was kind of slip slide, and I didn't like that. Too wet. Didn't like that. So I think May, when she said that, had a point.
Well,
you want a lot of friction, so you could Stefi will make it funny on poopies.
That's why she's. I don't want to be too personal.
Well, I don't like too much. You want the friction, is what she's saying, Alex.
Well, you want.
You don't want sliding.
You don't want it to feel like.
No, you don't want it rough, but you don't want it.
No, you want them to be very wet.
Yeah, but not okay. I don't want to get into it. I'll get in trouble. But that's for poopies, right? But you need Stefi to make fun because you get too serious. Have fun with it. I'm serious. Russell, good idea, right?
Yeah, I would do it.
Then you'll figure out our having guests. I don't know. Do you
Poopies,
don't?
Yeah, I like that. Poopies.
Poopies, right? Good name. She's funny. That's a strength that May can't duplicate. And she's smart and funny, and experienced. She could talk about her marriage. All this. She's
we
been around.
We could be guest panelists.
No, I don't want to be guest.
She has a much lower body count than necrophilia. She's always been in long-term relationships.
Yeah, but that's not funny. You can't have fun with that. It's interesting, but I say make it funny. There aren't many funny shows, right?
You're welcome.
Not tonight here. Meet the Poopies. That could be one episode. Meet the Poopy. I like that though. Meet the Poopy. That might be good. Meet the Poopies.
I'm supposed to say good night to her. Good night, Stefi. Sleep well, sweetie.
Oh, this might actually work out, Russell.
11:35 p.m. and she gets up at like 6.
Yeah, well, she works. Unlike me, I get it.
Yeah.
Think about the idea. Have fun with it. And there aren't that many streams I like to go to. There aren't that many funny people, actually. Abe's funny, but he said he's going to destroy me. Josh is funny, but he told me to fuck up. A good night, Saint Steph, the compassionate. Right. Go back to work. Why? Hundy, seriously. You sell your time at work. My time belongs to me, motherfucker. But if I have a passion, I could paint, but I don't think I can make money off it. What else can I do?
My dad makes money.
What else I can do? I don't want to. I worked for an organization. I ended up in a cubicle and had team and all that stuff. What can I do? Go back for a PhD. But that'd be fun. Kind of like to do that. But the traffic is pretty bad.
Dissertation at your age.
You could do a dissertation for a PhD or research.
Yeah, you could call an exterminator an electrician, as Brandy points out. It's a good point.
It's
maybe a painter for that fucking pink flamingo finger room.
Well, painting's fun if you're not painting too much, but now they use a machine. Painting with a brush a little bit. That's fun for like a couple hours.
Use a brush, use a roller, use a brush on the edges. Maybe.
Well, use a roller and a brush, and yeah, that's have people come over and you call it a party and beer, and I've done that before.
I did that when I was in college. In New York City.
But Russell, what could I do? I'm not going to go teach. 2 years was, I was going to say fun.
You mean for like a job or just?
If I went back. I'm not going back to UK. So there's not that job. I'm not going back to teaching. I'm not going to do therapy. So what can I do? Look what Alex. He does a low level job.
Doesn't matter. I still have high level skills.
But you have to work to pay the Motel 6.
I have an apartment, but yeah, of course I have to work. Who doesn't?
I don't have to work. Exactly.
My job, you know what my job is, Sam?
No, I don't want to know your job. I don't want to know your job.
You know what a switcher is?
I don't want to know your job.
It's like a little tractor that you pull trailers on and off of.
That's boring. Is it boring?
No, it's not. I sit there listening to fucking streams all day.
Oh, really?
That's when it's cold because you got to get out and unhitch and hitch trailers constantly. But for the most part, I'm on my own. I don't really have any direction because it's a very straightforward thing. You can't really fuck it up.
Yeah.
And I just sit there and listen to this. And it's a lot of times if I just sit in silence, I have these, things I'm working on coding wise, and I just figure it out in my head as I'm working.
That's the main thing, that you're not bored. I have a friend who drives a bus, and I say it. He says he always has to be aware.
Driving a bus would suck because you're dealing with the public.
He likes
Driving a truck would be all right.
He said that, I said, "What, you talk to the passengers?" He says, no, it's kind of understood that he's driving and the driver. But he says some interesting things like, if you get on the bus and don't pay, they don't do anything.
Yeah, it can be dangerous.
It can be dangerous.
The MTA in New York City used to get beat up all the time because people would.
Some bus driver got killed. Yeah. So they their solution was they put up a plastic protector, and I asked him about it. He said he doesn't like it because it obscures the view. But the point is that most drivers, at least him, he doesn't interact with the passengers that much. But some of the people, the homeless, they get on for heat and they never get off the bus. But he doesn't kick them off the bus. They have to call the security. It's a whole deal. Liability. He said if somebody gets in an accident, they're instructed to automatically offer those people like, I don't know, $1,000 or $2,000 because it happens so much. So they have it all figured out. But bottom line, if you refuse to pay, they do nothing. So he likes it so far. Goes quick. Sometimes he crashes a little bit.
You need a CDLB to drive a bus.
Yeah, he had special training. A lot of, in Los Angeles, a lot of Mexicans or Mexican Americans because they're lower class, and it's a way up to the middle class. But you have to go through training, and a lot of them flunk the training.
The chat is talking a lot about your mouse.
There's not many people in chat.
The ones that are there are talking about your mouse infestation.
I don't seem to hear him in the kitchen. We put on a sonar device that's supposed to drive them away from that sonar. But then where do they go?
That's some hippie shit. You get glue traps. Fuck those fuckers. Then one of them sees what happens. The rest of them should leave.
I know you've given me this feel. I don't like killing things. Even mice.
Did you block BTP? Why is he on his alt?
What is BTP? Oh, is that okay? So, what's the name of that guy?
Best tennis player.
So, best tennis player goes over to Maze. His deal is he's friendly to everybody, which is true. But then he goes to May. Not Lay Pervert said, we don't want you here because you're positive towards Sam. Get out. So he comes over here and he's trying to prove how groovy he is to May. So he started he's not groovy. He started putting down May. He was pro May. So get the fuck out of here if you can't be your own guy. Now he goes over to May and he's kissing his butt. I lost all respect for him.
He's like my biggest fucking supporter, and he's like, I don't care.
Well, go support me or go to Alex's. I don't want a bullshitter like you. You're not loyal to.
He's probably the only guy with a wrench.
It's not Late Pervert called you out. You acted on it. No, thank you. That's why
only girls have wrenches except for BTP and maybe Poon on my channel.
How's their channel doing? Why aren't you doing shows from it?
You
don't like it. You don't.
I don't like streaming much.
I don't blame you.
When I do stream, it's for like 3 hours at the most. I don't do long ones.
Even he had okay numbers, but he doesn't want to do it. Russell doesn't like
having okay numbers in this universe is who cares.
I need the control, honestly. But I try to be fair, like with me. Just because I don't like her, I asked her, was I fair? Yes. So that's how I get guests. Not because
they kept backstaging me when she was talking over me way more than I was talking over
no,
her.
you're over talking. I went back and replayed a little bit. You're over talk.
I have to over talk because she just won't shut the fuck up.
Number one, she's a star, not you.
No, she's not.
Oh, please. She hasn't been on the show in a long time.
Whenever she's tried to do something that isn't like drama, nobody watches her. She's boring as fuck.
No, she's made a comeback.
She's got nothing to talk about.
She's made a comeback.
People like watching her fight
respect
with
that,
me.
Alex.
You know, she got okay numbers since she started fighting with me again. That's it. When she was doing Jam shit, nobody cared.
She brought in Wush. That should help. She talks about me. She plays a lot of
numbers either. Wush is in the 20s at the most.
No, with me, she gets 50. She made
the only reason Wush had ever had any numbers is because he glommed onto fucking the Howard Stern universe with fucking Joey.
I like smart. I like funny, but that's not enough for most
Neither
people.
of those.
Yeah, I like that. But Wush,
you need to have charisma. You need to be funny, and you need to be interesting.
He's funny, but he doesn't have charisma. Most people don't have.
Nobody
charisma.
would say he's funny.
I say he's funny.
I've never heard anybody say that except you.
But he wasn't funny then the last time he got funny going out.
You want to see? He was funny last night when he was getting his ass kicked on Andy's. It was funny seeing.
I didn't see that. I have to watch. That's still up? Right?
Funny. And
that's still up.
Begging. Yeah, I don't know. Let me go look.
I think here's the truth. To me, I think he's heartsick. He had a good relationship with the woman he loved. They broke up, of course, he got bitter, but May kind of makes him happy. That's why I think they probably have something going on. He was happier, don't you think? She can be charming, Alex.
The one that's called No Topic from last night is still up. It's called No Topic. And it's towards the end.
I probably won't go back. I should.
He comes on and he's sort of being like, Andy, why don't you like me anymore? And Andy's like, because you're a fucking scumbag who hangs out with people terrorizing my girlfriend, basically. Like, fuck off. And Wush was like, oh, you want to hang out with Alex? And yeah, Andy kicked him to the curb.
Alex and I dislike each other. I don't hate him. That's why we can be on air. But I think he really hates Alex. Right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure why. Really. I'm not sure why.
Humiliate him over and over.
No, I don't think that's it. When you had your fight for 6 hours, it was pretty equal.
No, it wasn't.
I don't know.
You even said I won back then, and you didn't like me at the time.
He's very hateable, Alex. I should hate him because he slandered me and called me a P word, and I didn't write my what. Right?
Everybody. I had 2 fights with Wush, and everybody said I won that, even you.
How about no? I said even.
Honestly, I revealed that he lied about his fucking job. It was the most pathetic thing ever.
Well, when you get a fight like that, it's hard to listen.
Let me just tell everybody out there, public service announcement. I know coding, so if you tell me you're a web developer, I'm going to bust you. And
he knows this stuff.
So if you tell me you're some kind of audio expert, I'm going to bust you on that too.
Well, you shouldn't lie about that anyway.
I did that to Wush and Jeno on the audio front, and
you shouldn't do that anyway.
Coding front.
Don't you use this opportunity? Just be yourself. Unless you're a big streamer.
I'm always myself. I got no problem saying what I do. I'm very content with myself.
That's why you're a psychopath. Seriously. He should be so depressed. Kelsey. No money.
A wonderful girlfriend. I do have money. I make almost $30 an hour fucking doing something that's easy as fuck and gives me plenty of time to do things while I'm at work that most people would consider to be recreation, like listening to these dumb.
I was talking about goal. What is his goal? He told us his goal.
My goal is not spend the majority of my
working life. Want friends.
I'm not going to spend the majority of my working life doing something I don't want to do. And
so he's met his goal.
Just because I went to school for something, and I do use it. I'm using it right now.
Probably, yeah.
But I use it in a hobby capacity. If I was going to use it professionally, I would be doing a horrible job, which is teaching, and I don't want to do that. Never want to.
You have it with Stefi. You're doing pretty good right now, I think. Right?
Yeah.
But it's all dependent on Stefi.
I was doing good when I was with Sarah. I was,
But it's all dependent on because you have no friends or anything.
May was a mistake, but other than that,
it was a mistake.
All good.
Who was?
May.
But you got good streaming out of it. You like that?
I don't care about streaming.
Yeah, you do. You do because you're on here all the time. It fills your time.
This is shoot the shit. This isn't because I'm like making a product of some kind that's my own. I used to hide.
I know that. I know that. But you don't do anything else.
I like the social aspect of it, but I don't have to be
me too.
With it.
I like talking to people. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't have to.
That's why I come here. I don't have to either. And I don't for long periods of time.
But I would talk to other people and have friends, but you don't. You have nothing else. Now
I
you
have
have
all I want. Yeah, Stefi's
exactly.
all I need as far as socializing goes.
That's why he's a psychopath.
A girlfriend is all I need, and it's all I want. I want to go hanging out.
Yeah.
Sarah wanted to go out all the time.
Him.
I never wanted
He's a
to.
narcissist. You get it? He doesn't care about people. It's about him. Stefi satisfies him, right? Which he has to really work with.
Well, I care about her. I just don't care about like. All I said was I don't want to go making new friends in my 40s. I think that's pretty normal. That's not like I never had.
Most people want
had friends from work and shit.
Most people want friends. Alex. That's not normal.
Not really. It's a burden.
Yes,
to
really.
go spend time with friends when you just want to hang out.
You're unusual. You want
or go out to a restaurant with your girl, like that kind of shit. But like beyond that,
he's a social isolate, but he's satisfied because he doesn't want much.
Well, I know what I like.
Yeah,
and I pursue that, and that's it.
Correct. Therapy will not. The only thing, he needs therapy to handle his anger. That's what really gets him in trouble.
I don't.
If you hadn't put your hands on May, maybe you'd still be together, right?
Well, then I'm glad I did, even though I didn't put my hands on her. It was her fucking laptop and her phone. But whatever made it not be together with her anymore.
He got so lucky.
And I'd have to remember that the butt smells.
If Wush is accusing him of serial rape, at some point, he probably would have.
Nobody believes any of that bullshit.
Some people believe it. No, I think Wush believes it.
Miss Mama believes it. I don't.
Well, she's a nothing. But
they're all nothings. That's my point. I was using her as an example. I don't give a shit if the loser crew over there thinks that. You can think that all you want. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. But he really doesn't care. That's why he's happy. He doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about me. I'm here to make time go.
If I was a serial rapist, I would be in jail, obviously.
I don't think you are. That's why I defended you, obviously.
Well, I'm not even a singular rapist. I'm a
non-rapist. They do it to everybody now, that group over there. And they lose credibility, but I don't think she cares. I think she says I was going
let's look
lower
at her reality is she was streaming on New Year's Eve when she should be out partying with her girlfriends if she doesn't have a guy. And she wasn't. She was hanging out with her dad.
I don't think she has many people around her, Alex.
She doesn't. I know for a fact she doesn't.
So, but I think she wants to. Kids. She wants to, but she can't. She doesn't have the skills.
No, she doesn't want to. She's very much like a shut-in. She didn't want to leave the hotel room. I would get her to try to go out.
Does she want to be a shut-in?
Yeah, I would try to get her to go out to restaurants.
Oh, she does.
It was always takeout food and drinking in a hotel room. And she just wants to be on her stupid laptop doing the dumb streams. Or
that makes her happy.
She's not very happy, but it's what she wants to do.
She's happy. You know what? She's happy when her stream is cooking.
I think it's the only thing in her life that gives her any kind of sense of accomplishment.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the same thing as happiness.
Without going into family, I don't want to talk.
She felt like it gave her a purpose, maybe.
Yeah, yeah. There you go.
That's pretty pathetic, honestly. Like
I don't know.
You mean to
pathetic?
And she would get
very about watching movies. What about reading a book?
Yeah, we watch movies a little bit, but like.
But my point is, most of what we do in America, aside from work, is kind of entertainment, mundane.
Yeah, and that's depressing.
What do you get? Well,
you need to have a hobby that you're really into. Like
my wife watches social. If she enjoys it, why not? She's on the phone a lot. If I could
play guitar like Russell, I would probably play guitar like 4 hours a day.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, Russell, he's really got a cool thing. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's always fun to play guitar.
Music is wonderful.
I mean, I can play piano a little bit, and it's very satisfying and fun.
That's one of the better passions. It's not that expensive. Music's part of the brain. It's just wonderful. Yeah,
that's creative.
To be able to play the guitar is great. I wish I could.
Create something from nothing, especially something as beautiful.
Yeah, very wonderful, right?
I mean, I've done it before on the computer, but like that's not the same as.
I was talking about just the act of creating something. I get a high from, without sharing it or anything. Just that rush when you do something creative, natural kind of rush.
You create something from nothing.
Yeah, that's what I'm responding to.
I mean, my dad's a highly talented painter, and that's all he wants to do, like is paint all the time.
Unfortunately, I know about that because May doxed Alex. So after they doxed Alex, not a pervert or somebody, put up your father's webpage. That was really disgusting. Really, you don't want to see your father doxxed.
I'm gonna kill you, Jenna. I know you're probably stream sniping.
He's the worst.
If I ever get over to Europe, I'm gonna beat you up badly.
Okay, would you not even say that? That wouldn't be a good thing to do. Anyway, a good thing to do is hopefully Charlotte has reported him to the police. And I wish somebody would report him maybe paying a 17-year-old for masturbation. I hope they have opened up a file on that creep. And I hope they get that information. That's why he hates me too, because I use the truth. Either he paid masturbation Liz at 18 or 17. But 17. If he paid for a sexual act,
$178.17.
Yeah, where did that come from?
From his mom.
Yeah, how do you know she was 17? That's been years ago.
That's not
timestamps on the message.
Yeah, that's where other people have to. Either way, it's wrong. But 17 is easy. That is illegal. 18.
I'm just looking at different bases that Peter Hook from Joy Division and New Order used. While you guys are talking about
Mike, don't you play banjo?
I always call God. You're welcome
research.
anytime.
I'm constantly researching something.
Mike, were you joking about playing banjo?
Alex doesn't believe in you, though, God. Maybe you could talk to him. He needs God.
I believe in God from chat.
There is God Almighty.
He's pretty cool. Yeah, sometimes I believe more, and sometimes, especially when I get scared, I believe in God more. You know what I mean?
Like if you think you're dying or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, isn't that everyone?
Yeah, I think
most I'm an atheist, dude. Oh, please, God, let me live.
That's what happened to me with the dog. I was running through.
Yeah, that does. Whenever you have someone you love.
Yeah. I remember the story, Alex.
Yeah. I guess that she might have gone back to the car, which is
I'll for God. I'll unblock BTP. All right. I don't care that much. Right. I really. If I'm having fun talking to people, that's enough for me. 23 is good.
BTP and me had a bet on the election, and he made the bet when it looked like Trump was going to win. It was election night, and so it was 2-1. So I would have had to pay him 150, and he had to pay me 75, and I won. So, and he paid me my 75 in Cash App.
Yeah, Candyman. I should have known Trump would sweep, but I didn't. I saw the possibility that the other party won. So.
Yeah, this other bitch, Johnny Pepperoni, owes me 100, but she's a Welcher.
Brutal Mafia owes me 100, but I don't want him to pay me because he said within a month I'd be groovy with Evil Abe. So Brutal Mafia lost.
How brutal is that? I haven't seen him in a while.
I don't know. He hasn't been around, huh?
Nope. Brutal's funny.
I don't exactly get down. I'm learning the band. The banjo's hard, isn't it?
All stringed instruments are hard.
Steve Martin gets Grammys for his banjo playing. My grandfather played the banjo, come to think of it.
He swept them swing states.
Did you see the Bob Dylan movie? Pete Seeger plays the banjo in that, Mike. You should see the movie. I liked it. But I love Dylan.
Anyway. Johnny Cash movie?
Johnny Cash was in the movie, but this actor sings better than Dylan. He's actually a better Dylan than Dylan. He's got a better voice. Dylan is very nasally and doesn't have a great voice, but this actor, whoa. But I love that music anyway. I will say, Alex, when we went to see the Dylan movie, most of the people were over 50. That was a little discouraging. It was like my wife
go to the movies.
Home. Yeah.
I wouldn't go to the movies.
I was one of the younger people.
Wait for it on YouTube and I'll pay for it. Rent it.
It just gets a little like, I mentioned this. Look, I know inflation. I do. I get it. But $10 for a small popcorn, even though I could afford it, still.
How much is it just for the ticket to get in the movie these days?
No comment.
Probably at least 20.
I don't know. We were prepared to pay, but there's nobody in the booth.
Yeah, I would go to the one where they have it's like a restaurant, like you sit at a table and you order food. I would go to that one.
There's some ones that really gourmet or anything like that. I know a place. It's in Thousand Oaks like that. At least the seats are really cool now. But it kind of reminded me of the retirement home page of the people watching that. But it was in the middle of the day. That's probably why.
I used to not like it because, like, when I was smoking weed all the time, you can't smoke weed in the middle of the movie.
Yeah.
And also getting up to pee, you miss some of it. That's annoying.
They really don't seem to care in the middle of the day. Yeah, they don't get paid too much. And if you have to go after people, that's most workers, like at Starbucks, they don't want to take the trouble to do their job, if you know what I mean. They're fine. You know what I mean, Alex? Yeah. If you get mad at somebody, it's a hassle. And most people in the lower levels just want the time to go by. You see that at markets where the people are unionized. Trader Joe's, they're happier, but they're not unionized. So some markets, the same work, people are in different pay. Those jobs really don't work out. Like in school, too. Teachers do the same work with different pay. What's the motivation, right? Like teaching, if you're a great teacher, you get punished. You get punished because those are the people asked to do committees extra. They want the best people. So I tried to stay kind of low level, because I didn't want them to know how good I was. But then it turned out I wasn't good because I wouldn't teach completely from the curriculum. And that's what the tests were tuned. Principals, most of all, care about test scores. Not do the parents like you, do the kids like. It's test scores because that's what they get judged on. So I was popular, but my test scores were the lowest of my grade level. The principal wasn't happy. So after that, I had to teach from the curriculum, and it wasn't as fun. I had enough. So this guy says I taught for long to get a pension. Alex, he's a dummy. He really is.
Yeah, that's also high numbers.
Go at me, but with the truth.
What did you do as a job?
At teaching?
What was your job then if you weren't a teacher? No, what was your job in general?
I worked for a peace organization. That was my last job. I was good. I was an analyst on a team. Part of the team went in the field. We collected data, and then the organization worked. They acted on the data, depending what the data was. And then I would do an analysis kind of deal. What did it mean? Who were the threat? Like reports and stuff like that. But once a week, we would all meet, and that was interesting. And then I made friends, part of the team. And this one time, they let me go in the field. Because I kept, let me go in the field. And that's how I met Sean, my best friend. Because he was on the team. He worked in the field. But bad things happened. I'm not going to tell you, because he won't believe me anyway. I'm not going to pour my guts out for this guy. He won't believe it.
Young people are supposed to steal. Yeah, right. I know. Stealing as an old person's weird. Last time I stole something.
People are supposed to steal. Yeah, right.
We got caught shoplifting, me and my best friend, when we were.
Yeah, I did a little.
Juniors in high school from Tower Records, when such a thing still existed.
I did a joyride. I got talked to my friend. We had a little group. We joyrided a car and we got caught. That's the one time I was locked up, but they let me go because in this town they had a famous prep school. So the cops and the people, they had to kind of they didn't want the prep school to get mad at them. It was all kind of corrupt, right? If it was just a minority group in that town, they might have pressed charges. But real life, police know who has power, blah, blah, blah. But it scared me. They locked me up to scare me, and it worked. I never took part in a joyride again. I did steal sometimes, but so I don't have jail experience. Alex was probably locked up at some point, right, Alex?
No, not really. I mean, I got arrested so I got arrested for pot in New York City once. And,
well, that's bullshit. Sorry.
And I had to, but that I ended up, so I was at the precinct, which is in Harlem for like 6 hours. And then they take you down to central processing, which is this place called Tombs down by Chinatown.
The
Lauren
Tombs
Manhattan.
I've heard of. Tombs is
Yes,
famous.
very, very famous. And
Very famous.
I was locked up for 27 hours total, so I guess it was 21 hours in there, and that was an experience.
What
But
bullshit, right?
other than
Making
that,
somebody
just
go
2
through
hours
that
in
for
the-
marijuana. What? New
One time
York
for
took so
fighting,
long.
another time for pot, and then I got arrested for beating. Well, actually, for shaking my girlfriend off of me beating that dude up because she's the one that pressed charges. But that was
Yeah,
only
you got in trouble for that, right?
hour and a half. Yeah, not much. She ended up
Not
dropping
much.
the charges like a few months later. Then we went
These
out.
guys go under the. They're like we were talking about BTK, like they're pathologic, but they go under the radar. Like Alex May, we don't really know Alex. He's probably done some.
They had her
horrific
license
stuff,
suspended for years. We found her records. Well, I didn't look,
but
somebody
that's not
said-
such a big deal, right?
Yeah, it is for years. You get like 6 months for a DUI. So,
But does
did
she
something-
drive? Maybe she
She
doesn't
probably had
drive.
multiple. She must have had multiple DUIs.
Well,
Well,
don't
that's the thing. She
speculate
told,
on
when we
that.
were together,
You
she
don't know.
told me she doesn't drive because she's of her narcolepsy.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
People found her records. Whoever, I forget who looked them up, but somebody looked them up. They sent it to me, and her license was suspended until November, which was like 2 months after we broke up.
But maybe she doesn't drive, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, she doesn't. And that's
Well,
why.
there you go. So it's,
I think
you
she's
can
suspended.
criticize that. I'll only criticize the truth. I don't make
It's a
fun of
mystery
her.
as to why she got her license suspended, but you're only going to get it suspended for that long for something major. So she must have done something pretty fucked up.
Probably, I'm just speculating. She could say, "Well, here's proof that I take medication," and they might let her
I
drive.
imagine it's well, I
If
don't
it's
think
controlled.
I don't think it was for legal medication, but you're still not supposed to drive under the influence of that. I imagine it was for drinking and driving. I would
But I'm
imagine.
saying if it's
Knowing what
controlled,
drunk she
they
is.
might let her. Right? They'd have to make sure. I don't know, but
Mike, it's the fucking 4 different stimulants that the girl takes. She's all drugged out all the time.
that's why I criticize.
That's why she could work. Is because it's not like she's gonna fall asleep at work. She doesn't just fall asleep randomly. She's too fucking hepped up on
Candyman, I criticize Alex because if you truly love somebody, you don't let them mix your meds with alcohol. But he's a narcissist.
I don't care what she did.
It was all about him. He don't
She
want to
wouldn't
help
listen-
her.
She wouldn't listen anyway. You said that to her. But I'm not gonna say
Probably. Depends. Probably. But if she loves you, she might.
Yeah,
I
rum
don't
and
think they
Diet
really
Coke.
loved each other, obviously.
Rum and Diet Coke was her drink of choice.
I like rum and Coke. Good drink. A lot of women have it.
I think she might have been lying about the diet part, to be honest.
Actually, diet's not good for you either. It has some really bad chemicals in it.
It won't make you fat though. Now that shit
Yeah, it
doesn't.
won't make
I drink a fucking gallon of iced tea every day. That's
I
diet.
like
It
iced tea.
has no sugar. It's just aspartame, and I've
Yeah.
been doing it for years, and I've had no problem.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I haven't heard anything bad about iced tea. Maybe too much can't be.
well, it's got aspartame and sucralose, or one of the
Is this the clone Ellie writes? Must be.
They're funny. I would leave them alone.
Ellie's really, I'm so disappointed because I always respected that lady. And then she turned on me. So hearing her,
Respect.
something's wrong with her. I don't know.
She's a mental.
That kind of friendship, something's wrong, right? I think she did lie. At least Alex says
lesbian
she gives her
crush.
money. She denies it.
No, she does. May told me that in private.
Yeah,
There's no reason
well,
to lie
that
about
tells
it.
you that
It wasn't
Ellie
just a little
lied.
bit.
And we
They
know
lied.
May Noodles lies.
It was like 500 to 1,500 a month.
Wush is really getting good with her. She's really, but she should get rid of that pervert. She's going to find out. People get tired of him after a while. He's not, he's
She
just so
doesn't care. If
low.
you're my enemy, she'll befriend you. She doesn't give a shit.
That's what I'm saying, Alex. She's
Mm.
not driven by ethics.
Yeah, I don't care. Everybody hates
She's-
her. So there's multiple channels.
I don't
making
hate
fun
her.
of
I don't hate her.
Just
I
like
don't know
there's
if people
multiple-
hate her.
You should. She's doxed.
Well, if she
people.
doxes you, you
She
hate her.
doxed Steffi.
Good point.
Steffi didn't do
Yeah,
anything to me.
If she
Ever.
doxes
Out of
you,
jealousy.
yeah. Good
Just
point.
out of pure jealousy. And she doxed Starlight's parents just like 2
I,
weeks ago.
Starlight is so cool too. She's stupid because she should ally. Like with me, why would she make me her enemy? Like even going up, she should want me to go up because we're streamers. I'm a good guest. She's weak.
She's not going to have anybody that's going to criticize her. She can't handle it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's why she's got skills. She's got skills. So
Not
her
really.
lack of character or agenda got in the way. She hooked up with a horrible group who aren't successful. So she had Alex, who knows this game. She should have been kept being friendly with me. Have people even like the Candyman.
Yeah, but I found her school to be really boring. I'd get up there, and then it would end up with that. And he's a nice guy, but that guy like Andrew, who's kind of.
No. You don't want an Andrew. You don't want an Andrew.
And
you want interesting people.
Big fat guy that was also really.
You want smart people, is what you want. She's in like Poon would just let anybody up. I'll try anybody, but if they're not good, I don't want to back up. And I press like Alex. I press him. If he wasn't good, why would I want? I don't like him, but he can be good bantering. Now we're only talking. My wife's. What is my wife doing? Oh, you take over. I need to check on my wife. She got mad at me. She's been mad at me over this YouTube stuff. Like she came at 3 o'clock in the morning. She came in again because she's really normal and nice and beautiful. But my wife. It took place in a beauty contest. She was over 18, very pretty, educated nurse. She was so smart that she looked around her barangay and noticed that a lot of those men play around. They drink. Filipino men drink and smoke. And she wanted more. She wanted more. She held out. She had 2 suitors. And then I wrote her.
Suitors?
That's what they call them. They're very old-fashioned over there. Suitors, yeah. And then
have to come
she was waiting. Why not? She was like the woman. Beauty contests are really, really big, strangely, in the Philippines for some reason. So she was called picky, right? Because they were always trying to get her with men. She was picky. So imagine this man who had a connection. My brother's wife's, it was my brother's wife knew the people in the barangay, so it wasn't some crazy
Brown
like
guy?
this guy. What?
Do you know what pag is?
No, what is it?
It's used, so in the Philippines, they'll go around to the dumpsters behind KFCs and take the used, like half-eaten pieces of chicken. Yeah. And then they take them and deep fry them again.
You can look that up. Clips on YouTube of Filipinos. Gross. But this guy's stupid because he should understand. Yeah, those are the squatters or the lower level, not my wife. And so that's why he's
tag.
No, she comes from a family of teachers, dummy, and she's a nurse. So
none of those are high-paying professions.
Well, in the Philippines, it's all like a middle-class Filipino, the income would be poor in America. It's all relative. You get that, dummy? You get that. She was middle-class,
relative.
but the money they made would be poor in America. Because it's like a third world country, which is really weird because they're all educated.
It's a third world country. It's very poor.
Very poor because of the government.
Very backward in a lot of ways. They still killing gay people there.
So you can be gay if they can laugh at you. So there's like, if you watch a Filipino channel, some of the entertainers are obviously gay. I went in town to get a haircut and the man was gay with a skirt. So here's the reality. You can be gay, but not sexual. You can be gay if you're funny. You get the idea, Alex? They laugh at the affectation.
Kind of like black people in the 20s, in the 1920s.
Yeah. Probably other cultures, but they don't look. They don't permit the sexuality. You get that? They even me as a kid, Alex, when I found out that gay men put their penis in the rectum of men, that's kind of it's hard to accept, maybe, right? Hard to accept. But I'm not anti-gay. I'm pro-gay, but the sexual act.
Somebody starts talking about gay sex every stream.
Yeah, well, I get accused of being gay every stream. Do you defend me? I never heard you defend me.
Sam is not gay.
Okay, the point is, when I did shows for RDA, That was, I don't know if Alex
That's
remembers.
not gay.
The show was me trying to be funny and people going at me calling me gay. Lost Dog said he only wanted me to do a show so he could get stoned and watch people fight. But I would smash them by my wit, and I'm not gay. But that's the go-to on Andy Cruz, right? So people should defend real gay people and people being called gay. Save Robbie, I like. Although, I don't know. I haven't followed Robbie in a while. So it comes up, Russell, all the time, right? Why don't you defend me, and then you might have more of a case. I've had to deal with it, Russell Cook. Ask Alex. Alex is one of those people who call me gay, I think.
You're gay.
Alex calling me I'm not gay.
You showered with men. You did gay push-ups with that black guy.
That just didn't make me gay.
You did gay things. That makes you gay.
Gay is being aroused by another man. I'm not, Alex.
You weren't aroused when the black guy you're doing push-ups with grabbed your balls?
Yeah, he did.
What did you do?
I forget if I pretended he didn't do it or not. But I certainly, but then again,
grabbed his balls too.
Murray did that too, and it broke up. Rejection is really hard, whether you're gay or straight. So when I rejected Murray, I wish he hadn't done that. People, gay or straight, look how they react to rejection. Like you, Alex, when you were rejected. It's a big deal, rejection.
Sarah, whatever, I got over it.
Sarah rejected you. Caitlin cucked you, and May Noodles
did not reject me.
Noodles, you were crying to want to come back.
I have the evidence in the form of her sending me nudes 3 months after we broke up. And I looked up the law.
Really?
Wall, if I cover up the boobs, it's perfectly legal.
Can you talk about that?
If she ever lies about me again, that's going to happen.
Wait a minute. Is that something new, or did you talk about that before?
Yeah, it's new. I got in a fight with her not that long ago, and I went and looked at our messages, and I saw those, and I totally forgot about that.
So we found out.
And I went and looked up what the legality is surrounding that, and if you cover the boobs, it's all legal.
Oh, you don't want to get legal.
Easily prove that she did. I'm not looking to humiliate her like that. She's with somebody and all that.
You're not going to go to the law.
If she decides to fuck with me and lie.
So now you're like blackmailing her, which is against the law.
More or less, yeah.
But that's against. You shouldn't do that.
Oh well, go to the cops then. Go to the cops.
Okay, Alex.
That's my Shangy impression.
Russell. You can be part of this too, but
soaping up a man in the shower.
I didn't know that. She sent you. You were broken up, right? You were broken up.
Yeah, we're broken up for 3 months.
Why would
she tried to say
that? Doesn't make sense to me.
Because she was trying to get back with me during that time, and then after
I didn't know that.
So for the month of December in 2021, we broke up in like September.
Right.
She was like constantly doing that kind of shit, sending me. She called me on Christmas to saying like, "Oh, I'll always love you," all this kind of shit.
I thought you phoned her.
No, she phoned me. Is
that new?
Have
you talked about that before?
Yeah, probably.
So she phoned you on Christmas.
When she tries to deny it, that's when I talk about it. But then then I blocked her after New Year's because she pissed me off. And then I had her blocked for like 4 months. And when you have somebody blocked on an Android, all their messages still go to this folder that's like buried in your file system. I was just going through looking for like other things one day, and I found that folder, and it had all these crazy like transcribed voicemails from her, because like a voicemail will transcribe into a text message. And they were like all threatening me at first, and then they'd be like begging me, and then they'd be threatening again. And it was just really crazy. And I called up Nicole and asked her what was going on. And then eventually Caitlin got back to me. And yeah, she went nuts for like 4 months after that. So her trying to repaint history is just fucking bullshit.
When she says things about me,
it's over,
or puts up with not late pervert, her credibility has been lost. So now, when we're presented with data or information from Alex,
that's all it is. It's data.
I don't fully believe it. But
I'm not looking to be mean to her because I don't really dislike her. But if she's going to lie about me, then I can correct the record because I have all the messages. So I have all the receipts, as the kids say.
So she doesn't like you, but maybe she gets drunk and misses you. You know what I
I don't
mean?
know
Like,
about now, but back then it was very much.
I didn't know that. I didn't know she sent you nudes after you broke
When
up.
she played those videos or the voicemails on your stream, that was right after I blocked her. That was in like January of.
I think there's a connection between love and hate, right? We all know. So how she talks about Stefi, why would she care? But she makes a point of denigrating Stefi. Why, if she didn't care about Alex?
I was talking about Caitlyn.
So there's some kind of connection there. Or why talk about Stefi? Because Steffi's really nice.
Well, May
I think
May tried to get back with me. Like, that's what started this whole fighting. She was sending me shit about Stefi, and I told her to fuck off. And I said specifically, I was like, even if I was single, I wouldn't be with you. And that started us fighting in text messages, which I showed all those text messages on my stream like 3 streams ago. You can go, the one with the most views, you can go watch it if you want.
Where is it? Where is it?
It's on my channel.
Okay. I never go to your channel. Sorry.
Yeah, well, it's up there. It's got like 800 views for a 3-hour stream.
Really? Now I want to go check it. I thought I went to Alex and you only had one live.
But I was just talking about Caitlyn with all the other descriptions.
Is it in the community page or where can people see it?
It's in my live. It was a live. It's in my live section.
I only saw one live.
It's the third most. So there's 4 up there. It's the third oldest.
It's 4. Maybe I'm getting the wrong channel. I thought I only saw one.
They tried to reconcile, and I told her to fuck off. Something like that in the title. I forget the exact title. Something like that. But it's all up there. I did it for receipts purposes.
Of course, I don't understand her. I'm trying.
I don't like her. That's the thing. Like, I don't dislike Caitlyn. Like, Caitlyn's just kind of.
Caitlyn's great.
I wouldn't say she's great, but I don't personally I don't really personally have a grudge until she says these lies, and then I'm like, okay, I feel.
Well, now he has Stefi in, so he's sexually satisfied.
Caitlyn one time called Stefi dumb or something along those lines, so I don't appreciate.
But I don't think she is.
No, she's not. She's a lot smarter than Caitlyn.
She probably makes more money than a lot of people here.
Yeah, she makes 6 figures.
Gated community. Yeah, well, you don't. You shouldn't even. Well. My wife says, don't talk about money.
Is very low, and like she makes 6 figures. So that's
my wife says, don't tell him anything personal. She's right.
Nude jumping jacks? No, Mike, he did gay push-ups. So he went to the gym with this black guy.
Why don't you let me tell it?
Okay, tell your story. Go ahead. Mike wants to hear it.
It's not that interesting. Only to Alex.
It is. Tell him. Tell Brandy and Mike.
This guy. Oh wait, I might need a battery. Is this worth going on, Alex?
Yeah.
There's only 22 people watching.
Yeah, tell them.
Okay, I'll go get a battery.
Browns don't know this one.
It has to do with.
Why does Mike have a wrench and Brandy doesn't, by the way? That's kind of gay.
Gay has nothing to do with it.
You favoring a guy over a girl and they're like equals?
No, doesn't Mike speaks out more, doesn't he? There's one comment from two from. I don't know. I like Candyman, but he doesn't. He takes entertainment freely and doesn't give back.
What's the one with the roommate? What's your decadent story about a roommate?
I have a couple. One was that phony guy you found. I took the name. That happened with the roommate, but it wasn't that guy. That was funny to me in a way. They thought anyway. You criticize. I didn't know you criticized me, Brandy.
German chocolate cake.
I don't want to give too many mods. I'd like to, but then new people get kicked off. It's a hard thing for me. I'd like to give most people mods, but then I don't know. Really, it's worth going on. Okay.
Yeah, they want to hear the story about the gay push-ups. Mike has.
I don't know that. They're not saying that.
Mike did.
Brandy. I'm serious because I trust Candyman and you. And the idea of, I used to live in San Diego and we took our kids to the zoos in Balboa Park, one of the best zoos in the whole world. You know that, Alex, right? San Diego Zoo.
Yeah, everybody knows that.
Yeah. Anyway, okay, I'll for 24 people, I'll go get a battery.
Brandy has a lot of videos from the zoo.
Assuming my wife's not mad at me. She was before. Don't tell him anything. But I proved, Balboa Park is nice. I proved that this guy lies with a punching bag. Actually, it's for kickboxing. So you heard, a few of you, this man accused me of lying, right? Simple
but just proves you're a hoarder because you don't use it.
I'm
Those
not
things
a
take up a
hoarder.
lot of- Those things take
I'd
up a
love
lot
to
of
use
room.
it. No, since I hurt my back twice within a year, I'm afraid to do weights. I have dumbbells and I like free weights, but I'm afraid I'll hurt my back again. So I still have my equipment. My wife uses the bag to punch too. So I'd like to.
Could she beat you up?
No, come on. Beat me up.
You're fucked up back and she's training. She'll probably beat you up.
No, I don't think she's pretty tough for a little 5-foot lady.
If I move in with Steffi, I'm going to get a hanging punch.
She didn't do martial arts though.
Those are fun.
So I don't think she could.
Good workout.
We don't know because I'd never put my hands in.
Punch a heavy bed for like 30 seconds and you're gassed. It's a good
workout. Well, it's for kickboxing. It's for kicks mainly.
Well, you can do whatever you want to it.
You can get a form of an actual body, torso, and head.
Mike Saha has one of those.
Yeah.
Makes a shit out of it.
I was thinking of getting that. I was really good, but then things happened. Because Muay Thai, really good at it. Really, finally, this ex-Marine guy. One of the strange things is the women were better at endurance than the men, and especially because part of the Muay Thai is you punch. You practice your punches, and they were faster and they had a better attitude. A lot of the women, anyway. Well, they worked harder too.
The thing they do for kicking is kicking legs. That's the main move in most Thai.
In Muay Thai, yeah. But you punch too. You punch. I went to a Muay Thai in Thailand.
Kicking takes a lot out of you.
It's really brutal, and the most brutal thing is they start the kids young. They shouldn't be in there, but they have like 12 and 13-year-olds fighting.
Yeah, I saw an MMA match between like 10-year-olds the other day. It was in Ireland, but they had like full headgear. They had leg like shin pads. They had a lot more padding than adults. And you're not allowed to punch in the face.
Well, my father had me go to a boxing as a kid, like 10 years old again. So I
took Taekwondo when I was like 14. 15.
This was straight boxing. I've done different things.
But you couldn't spar till you were a green belt, so I only sparred for like 4
I
months.
didn't like the kata either. I don't like the kata stuff.
It was like
a dance.
You wore a lot of stuff. You had full headgear that kind of covered most of your face too. You had shin guards, things that like pads on your shins, pads on your
if you do it right.
Yeah,
it's fun, man. It was so I loved it.
Just up to your wrist,
and you feel like you're tough. You go in the schoolyard. I remember this one kid. He got in trouble because he actually applied it. You're not supposed to use it like on the schoolyard, and he used to beat up people.
Yeah, of course, that's what you use it for.
Well, of course. Oh, I didn't. Again, I don't like fighting. I was thinking, don't think everybody says they beat up the bullies. That's not true. In my case, every once in a while, I'd stick up for a kid because
whoever you get in a fight with.
Very few people stood up to the bullies. So, including me, a couple times. But most people say, "Oh, I was the guy who." Even Ian Ellis, give me a break. You were the guy bullied, dummy. Ian Ellis.
Yeah, you're a nerd.
Like people lie like about their height, right? Everybody's tall, right?
I'm 6'1". Steffi verified it.
Well, I believe you because you look 6 foot. Okay, I'm average.
4'2". I mean,
but don't believe when height comes up.
I was going to lie. Why wouldn't I say I'm 6'4" or something?
Me too. If I was going to lie, I've always wanted to be 6 foot. I have lied about being 6 foot. As a matter of fact, I have told people I'm 6 foot, but I'm not. Anyway, okay. The battery's going to die, but we're not going to be that good. So if you want to go,
you're supposed to tell your gay roommate story. I got to go.
Yeah, it's not that exciting.
Tell Brandon.
Alex freaks out a little.
Take it easy, Russ.
Oh, you're going?
Yeah, I gotta say, it's
good enough, Russell, just being there. But what are you going to do, Russell?
Yeah, sorry,
what are you going to do? Where are you going?
I'm going to sleep, to be honest with you. It's almost 12:30 here.
I'll end it then. Thanks for coming up.
All right. Take it easy.
Thank you. This is about books. Scotty did wonderful talking about books. So I said, 71 people are watching. Maybe people will pay. And it was good. Some people, I'll try it again. But Alex got up and He manipulated me. But if I go out, I'm going to let the battery go out. Don't, I can see, why are you letting Alex up? I don't know. But I want to point out that I'll never feel good with him until he takes back the slander. No, I didn't write my wife at 16. Because what's the source? It's not true. But the source is RDA. If the source was Brandy, you should believe it. So you need to ask the source. Then he slandered me that I showed a picture of my wife in a beauty pageant at 12. It's impossible. Well, what was the source? Oh, RDA again. You mean RDA, the group that slandered me with that when they took my voice? So I can never trust Alex until he takes that back. In fact, he would say, well, I don't believe it, but he said. No, I never said I wrote my wife at 16. First of all, that's not cool. What, am I stupid that way? But he said, well, I thought it was. No, it's not cool for an older man, 20, 30, 35, to write a 16-year-old. So Alex just goes with the slander. And the cost is I'll never respect him or even like him. I'll talk to him back and forth. I defended him, even though I don't like him. He won't defend me. But when he was called a serial, right? No, I defend the truth more than him. I defended Wazzy Doggy before and other people. I'll defend May if somebody lies about her. You get the idea. I don't expect people to defend me. I would say Andy Cruz is just being slandered. And if I get the chance, I'll defend Andy. Well, I'm doing it right now. Please don't join in. And how about defending Andy a little bit? May and Not Late Pervert and, oh, guess what? RDA don't like Andy. And he's not asking for defense. But if you like Andy, don't let these hate mongers go at Andy without commenting. It's like Andy is close with his family and he did gaming with a nephew. Look what they did with that. Not Late Pervert, a flasher. No, Andy played appropriately with the nephew game. So I wish people would call that out. People leave over there. May's got her views back up. She got Wush. She'd be better without Not Late Pervert. Her and Wush are good. It's hurting Wush, I think. But he was funny. I heard Wush the other day. He was funny. Alex hates Wush. Wush hates Alex. But Wush, I thought, was ethical. Good night, Kelsey. I'm about to leave too. Thank you, Russell. Friday, Russell, HB, and me, maybe Greiker, are doing our serial killer show. I like it. I have fun. I think it's good. It's different. People, a couple of people said it's really good. I think it is. Not real popular, but hopefully it'll build. And the views, if it's 90 minutes, I wanted 150. And it's around 300 views. So it's working. I don't want to promote it too much. I want it to build because we still got to get it worked out. There's still, the last one was my fault that I put too much pressure on Russell or something. We're just three dudes, right? I talk a lot, but Russell provides the important details for sure. He's great at this. And HB is the chemistry. It's really busters is what it is. And then I'll try other people like Greiker. We'll see we're seeing how it works. The stakes aren't big, but I know it could grow into something because serial killers and chemistry. So many people do serial killers through crime, But there's only one Buster's crew, and our chemistry has always worked. We'll work it out. I was respecting Russell, and I call it Russell Cook's creepers, without talking to Russell. But that makes it seem like he has all the responsibility, and that's not fair. So I would say he is the heart of creepers because he knows all these details. But the three of us will make it work. And I shouldn't. Russell didn't want to do a lot of work. But I got to talk to Russell and see. It'll get better and better. I thought it was pretty good. I replayed a little bit. It was pretty good. And if Russell wants to do lesser known serial killers or true crime, he should do it. Peepers deserved continuance, but it's whatever Russell wants. I'd support it. I think it'd be great. I don't know what happened, Brandy. Russell, I don't know. Probably, I don't know. I don't think she exactly quit. You asked a question, so I'll do my best. All right. Shamrock is very close to Josh X. Josh X didn't want HB. So I'll speculate. Maybe it just got too complicated. Quit. Russell had a show with Shamrock called Peepers. Right? And HB came up. So it got complicated. I think he can do Peepers. Willie, probably not, but on this channel, Friday night, 9 Eastern, I think it works really well here. And if we ever get big, we're not big, but I think Russell, if he cares, should put his PayPal and any HB, right? I think some people would donate, but it's not about money for us, right? It's fun. Who doesn't like talking about serial killers? And we can joke and come up. Russell has so many details most people don't even know. Next week, Jeffrey Dahmer, who is fascinating. And it's under 90 minutes. Check out the last one. It's not typical drama. It's the drama from serial killers. And it's just Buster's chemistry. I would like to see what a fourth person would be like. So there you go. Thank you for checking this out. Candyman owes an appearance. I was trying to figure out the truth with that. It's not manipulate. I clearly want Mike to come back up. He's really good on air. So here's my case. Mike, how many hours did I provide free entertainment? A lot, right? A lot. I don't ask for money. So I don't have a way to give you candy. I don't have Discord or any of that stuff. You should just do it because you owe me, Candyman. Mike owes me. Never ask any. I just asked him to come up. Maybe he's passively aggressively not coming up. He went on Andy's, and I like Andy, but how dare you, Candyman, Mike. I say Candyman because he's addicted to sugar, obviously. Do you have any teeth left, Mike? I'm about to go off, Shamrock. Somebody asked about what happened with Peepers, and I explained it got complicated. Maybe it had to do with Josh. I don't know. But she has her own channel. I'm sub to it. I watch. Very good on air. Check out Shamrock's channel. Right? Yeah, I think if they want to do Peepers, they can do it. Right? But I like on my channel. I think it works better. But anything Shamrock's associated with will work, I believe. Smart lady. So, do I keep this up? I don't know. I really wanted to talk about books. I really did. but I think Alex manipulated me in his way. So maybe I'll try books again. It was good in the beginning with books. Be well, everybody. Late Sunday, it rained. It rained here today. We need it. Oh, the fires. Oh, the fires. Yeah, Shamrock's one of those. I love smart people most of all. And Shamrock, smart lady, good lady, ethics. Any stream she's on will be good. What do I recommend? Try Peepers again. Till we meet again, I hope. Be well. Be well. I don't know what I can say after that. I have to think of something. Be well. Try to have fun. Go for truth. Support Russell. And tell Candyman he owes it to me to come up. USA. USA. USA.